mouth. I mean, if it stays there for too much longer, see what I'm saying? This is what I mean. Look, Randy's a man of integrity. He's telling you that he will eat it, so I believe that. That was really good.
I'm believing.
I brought it home, and like my kids and Marissa were like, "Damn, that was some good brisket."
I'm literally gonna get up and get it right away once we.
I was saying this to Neil on the show. I don't know if I was also saying it to you, but I thought that they had a little bit more like little couple burnt ends in there. Like it was like really. Yeah, and then those onions were like so good, honestly. Like I'm never going back to that other brisket place. Just to let you, the
other place was good too.
Nah, it was aight. You know, it was aight. You know, it wasn't like $19 winner aight, but it was aight. It was aight. Right there. All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you, Randy, for all the deliveries of the coffees today. Thank you, Tesla, for making the morning. Thank you to everybody for watching. I mean, what an epic day it's been. It's going to get even better because you're about to go to our #1 show on the platform. It's our Midday Madness. And today it's with Obi and Satea. Midday Mayhem. Midday
Madness.
Anything you want. Money Midday.
Midday Magic.
Anything. The magic has arrived on the Midday. About to get... The show's kind of mid. No, just joking. We love the show. It's the Midday Madness. It's Obi. It's Satea. We'll be back at 2. Peace. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls.
Yo, yo, yo.
What is up, everybody? I'm Satea. This is Obi.
Hello.
And we are back on the Midday show. Do you want to start off with some shout-outs?
Yeah, sure. Again, thanks for having me back here. What a crazy day. Let's see. People are kind of dropping into the chat here. Let's see who is here. We got Rob Evie, Adam DeLuz. What's going on, man? Andrew Chow is in the building. Bears vs. Bulls, of course. What's up? Derek Thompson, Andrew Chow. I think I did that one already. Darwin the Piper. Oliver, what's going on? Andy Lewis. Good day to you as well. Frank Handley, Sofa King. Oh boy. I might need a little bit of that sofa after seeing some of this price action this morning. Absolutely wild. Ronaldo, what's going on? Kahula, Zion Lala, what's going on, everybody? Let's go. This is crazy market. Did you have any trades this morning, Satea?
I did not have any trades this morning, but I'll get into it sometime soon. But I wanted to start off with a lesson. I feel like just because with everything, with crypto kind of popping off, with Trump endorsing it, I thought what better time than to talk about crypto wallets and self-custody and things like that. And so that's what I wanted to get into today. So today we will be covering crypto wallets. And if you just show my screen, I'll get started with you guys. So today we will be covering crypto wallets, and let's get started. So today we will introduce how to securely store cryptocurrencies, identifying cryptocurrency blockchains, and how to send cryptocurrencies from one wallet to another. So let's get into that. So how to securely store cryptocurrencies. So there's two kind of ways that you could store cryptocurrencies. So the most secure way to store cryptocurrencies is usually through cold storage wallets. So the two that I recommend are Ledgers and Trezor. And so those are two kind of crypto wallets. So we have this one here. Personally, there's a Nano S and a Nano X version. I personally like the Nano S version just because I feel like it's a lot more secure. You do have to connect it to your computer in order for you to send those crypto transactions, whereas with the Nano X, you can use your phone. I find that, you know, with swim swapping and everything like that, I feel like it's a little less secure. So, and it is cheaper for the Nano S, so I think that one is a little bit better, despite it having a little bit less space. And then Trezor is just like a kind of different brand for a different cryptocurrency, it's just a different brand. You could still hold cryptocurrencies on there, but I have a Ledger personally. So you could have these two options as well. They range from around $100 to $200. And so that is an option that you can use. And I feel like they're the most secure ways to secure your cryptocurrencies. And then we also have some mobile wallets as well that I like. I use Phantom Wallet, Trust Wallet, MetaMask. And so these are the different mobile wallets that you could download on Google or on the Apple Store. And so those are some free options that you have as well. And so those are really secure. And so what matters most is your seed phrase. And so a lot of people think that, you know, it matters whether you get, the ledger, the Trezor, or the mobile wallet. But what matters most is keeping your seed phrase safe, because that is what is holding your assets on the blockchain. So it's not actually, the assets are not actually on the ledger or the mobile wallets, it's on the blockchain. And so the seed phrase gives you kind of the key access to access the blockchain. So another thing that I have here at the bottom here is do not leave your coins on exchanges for long periods of time. So exchanges serve the purpose of trading or swapping coins. It should not be used for storage. So a lot of people, they keep their coins on like Binance or Coinbase, and they just keep it there for long holdings. But we know with the FTX kind of exchange scandal, we know that sometimes exchanges can't be trusted no matter like if they're regulated or not, because we never know when one day they might just up and leave. And so it's better for you to have self-custody of your cryptocurrencies and have it on that ledger, on that Trezor, or any of these mobile wallets, and those are secure as well. So when you create a mobile wallet, or if you buy a ledger or a Trezor, it's going to give you a seed phrase. So when you buy these ledgers, you want to make sure that there is no seed phrase that are within the package. So you want to make sure that it's just a blank page, and you'll be able to have the seed phrase on the ledger. So you do want to make sure that when you open that package, there is not a seed phrase already on there. It should be on the ledger. And so it's going to give you a 12 to 24 word kind of string of words. So they're random, and it's 12 to 24. So you want to make sure that you're not taking a picture or electronically storing your seed phrase on any electronic device. Don't put it on your phone, don't put it on your computer, don't take pictures, don't put it in your email, don't put it in a text or notes. You want to make sure that it's off the grid completely, and you want to make sure that you're putting that seed phrase on a piece of paper. So when you get that seed phrase, you just want to write it on multiple pieces of paper and kind of store them in, places in your house where you want to make sure that you're not going to lose it or forget it. Me personally, I'm kind of crazy with it and neurotic, and I actually have my seed phrase in a sandwich bag just so that if there is a flood in my house, at least, there is some protection there. And I also have it in a briefcase, which is also in what is it called, like a lockbox. And so I have that, and it's fire protected as well, because I'm really serious about keeping that crypto safe. And some people even go as far as embroidering it in like a piece of metal, or even like gold, for example. And so that is an option as well. I mean, I'm not too crazy there, but that is an option as well, just for like fire protection if there is ever a fire in your house and you're like really loaded on that crypto. And then again, just making sure, never lose or forget your seed phrase. So due to the self-custody nature of cryptocurrencies, losing your seed phrase means that you will lose permanent access to your crypto wallet. The seed phrase is the key to accessing your assets. So there's been many instances where people have lost the seed phrase, and they had multi-millions of dollars of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever the case may be, and then they just can't access it because they lost that seed phrase. So that seed phrase is your password, so make sure that you do not lose that, because if you do, well, you're just out of luck, to be honest, and there's nothing that you can do there. So there's that. So this is not real. So for you hackers, you're not going to get anything. But this is an example of a 12 to 24 seed phrase password. So it's going to give you a string of words. So we have like boy, cat, leg, gone, night, tent, lamp, coin, bat, egg, accuracy, network, whatever the case may be. It's going to give you a random string of words, and then you just write that on a piece of paper. And then again, I really would suggest that you write it on multiple pieces of paper just so that you don't lose it. And then we want to talk about the blockchain. So your assets are not on the ledger. So if someone were to steal my ledger, it wouldn't really matter unless they have my seed phrase. And so, so those assets are on the blockchain. So what is the blockchain? So the blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger that securely stores records across a network of computers. So that is that. And then it's kind of, I just showed this picture here because as transactions happen, so when you send an asset from one wallet to another, it's going to keep a transaction record of that, and it's going to show it went from wallet A to wallet B, from wallet B to wallet C. And so that is kind of the string that we have here. So there is that. So then also within the blockchain, we have multiple kind of assets. within different blockchains. So blockchains such as Ethereum and Solana have alternative coins, altcoins that are a part of its ecosystem. So you want to make sure that when you are sending cryptocurrencies, you're not interchanging the different wallet addresses with different blockchains, because if you do that, you will lose your cryptocurrencies. So you have to be really sure about the blockchain that the asset is using. And so I will get into that, and we will make sure that you don't lose your money here. So examples of cryptocurrency blockchains, this is not all of the blockchains, but these are kind of the top three. So we have Bitcoin, we have Ethereum, which uses ERC20 tokens, and then we also have Solana, and then the abbreviation is SOL. So we have those three blockchains there. So on the Ethereum blockchain, we have different assets attached to it. So Ethereum, obviously, Dogecoin is also a part of the ERC. It's an ERC20 token and part of the Ethereum ecosystem. Tether is also part of the Ethereum ecosystem, and then there's also another digital currency called Aave, which is also an ERC20 token and is on the Ethereum blockchain as well. And then we also have Solana. Obviously, Solana is the key cryptocurrency on the Solana blockchain. We also have Radium, that is also part of the ecosystem. And then Tether, it can also be used on the Solana blockchain as well. So, and then with the Bitcoin ecosystem, it's just Bitcoin. So don't send any, Solana or Ethereum to your Bitcoin wallet. You want to make sure that it's just Bitcoin that's being sent. And so there is like other kind of cross chains that you can use, like Polygon, but that's kind of like beyond the scope of what we're getting into today. We just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. And so just make sure that you're sticking to the asset matches, the blockchain that you're using. So making sure that they're compatible. So how do we make sure that the cryptocurrency that you're sending is compatible? So what I have here is when sending cryptocurrencies, it is important for you to identify the cryptocurrency's native blockchain. So what I can do here is I like to go to CoinGecko, and then if you scroll down a little bit, we have chains, and then this shows you the native chain for the cryptocurrency. So we have Solana here, the chain is here. If we were to go to Ethereum, scroll down there, and then we also have the native chain Ethereum ecosystem, and you could do that for any type of cryptocurrency. So if you are kind of unaware of what cryptocurrency is on what blockchain, you could just go to CoinGecko, scroll down, and then it's just going to show you here on the chain section. So that is going to help you very much so that you don't lose your money. And so, yeah. So moving on, so when sending cryptocurrencies from one wallet to another, you need to ensure two main things, right? So the wallet address is on the same blockchain as I've reiterated, and you also want to make sure that the wallet address is inputted correctly. So I'm going to get into that as well. Usually with the wallet address, it's kind of a string of letters and numbers, and you can usually just copy and paste it, or there's like a QR code that you can use, but you want to make sure that it's inputted correctly, because even one wrong letter or number, it will not go to the right wallet that you want to, and you will lose your assets. And so you want to make sure that is inputted correctly. So you just want to remember that cryptocurrency transactions are irreversible. If you do not input the data correctly, your assets will be lost forever without possibility of recovery. So you want to make sure that you're doing that properly, getting it right the first time. If you're impaired, just leave the cryptocurrency, trading just don't do it at all, just so that you can do it properly. So that is what we have. And so this is an example of a wallet address. So the string of letters and numbers. So this is an example of a Bitcoin wallet address. And so you would just copy this string of letters and numbers, and then you would send it to, so say for example, you want to send your cryptocurrency to someone else, or someone is trying to send it to you. So say, for example, someone's trying to send you a cryptocurrency, you would send them this wallet address here, and then they would be able— Is that
your address?
No, this is not me. This is someone, yeah, you're not gonna get me, guys. But yeah, this is just some random address here. And so you could just send that there to them so that they could send you the cryptocurrencies. And so we have that there. And then we just want to make sure, again, so the ERC20 tokens go to the Ethereum network, the Bitcoin BTC goes to the Bitcoin network, and SOL goes to the Solana network. And then Reiterating again, wallet addresses must match the assets compatible blockchain. Do not attempt to use the wallet address from one blockchain to another. Do not use a Bitcoin wallet address, for example, to send Solana coins. Your assets will be lost forever, forever, forever. And so just make sure that we have that. And then I did download Phantom here. Again, this is not real. I kind of just made it just so I can, show you guys, what it looks like. So this is an example of a cryptocurrency wallet. So if you want to receive cryptocurrencies, say for example, you want to receive Solana from somebody, you would just copy this address, send it over to them in a text message, and then they would be able to send you some cryptocurrencies, or you would be able to send them this QR code, and then they can scan it, and it would send it to you as well. So you have that, and then Phantom supports Solana, Ethereum, Polygon, and Bitcoin, and so you could do that as well. And then if you want to send some cryptocurrencies, you would get that wallet address from whoever you're trying to send it from. So say you want to use Solana. Why did that happen? Sorry about that. Say you want to send Solana, for example, you would just put in their wallet address here, the amount, and then you would send it off there. And then that concludes my lesson for today.
All right. Thank you.
No
Thank
problem.
you, Satea.
Yeah, I'll pass it off to Owen.
Yeah, no, you definitely gotta be very careful with protecting your crypto,
100%.
especially if you have decent sums like Satea, secretly a crypto millionaire here. But yeah, no, it's funny. We were literally talking about SIM swapping last night. There was a campus get together at the Firkin just yesterday, and it was solid. I saw you in the chat, Neo, saying that brisket day 2. I'm like, is that a playbook setup? Brisket day 2? I think that's an A+ setup, right? That's what it sounds like. Yeah. So, all right, guys, we can let's get back to these stocks. These moves are crazy today. I don't know if you guys have seen Tesla today at all, but Tesla straight to the upside here. Absolutely wild. Look at this thing go. We started off underneath 300, tried to get that 300 yesterday, didn't quite come in, and came in today very, very aggressively off of the open. Now the bid has started to slow down a little bit. Markets are still pretty strong here. You can see the ES a lot stronger than the NASDAQ today. We finally did get past that 6,000 mark on the ES, and we're continuing to push even higher here. And there are a few other movers on watch as well. I know a lot of people in the chat, I was asking, what are you guys trading today? And Upstart was definitely one of the answers there. So Upstart moving to the upside as well. And another one, Satea, is DXYZ, Destiny Tech 100. Now these guys hold SpaceX. Again, you got to remember, SpaceX is a private company, but this is a holding company that holds SpaceX and a few other names as well. And SpaceX is one of their largest holdings, and this thing has been moving up along with Tesla. Now again, I think it's an election trade. You have Trump and Elon Musk right there. I feel like going forward, he's kind of secured the bag. Elon has secured the bag for himself. Let's say that with the kind of relationship he's building with the president-elect.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of these tickers are moving alongside with that sentiment. So absolutely crazy momentum here in some of these names, not all of the names, right? So you can see that distinctly different is Apple. So Apple is selling off while these markets kind of hold some strength, and Softy as well. So Softy's selling off as well, Google as well. So it is really kind of a Tesla and nothing really else. You have the Spider as well. Spider is actually climbing, pushing more fresh highs today. Again, we are definitely in a trending market. Yeah.
That is beautiful. I just want to ask, how did you find that DX, the ticker that you're just showing
DXYZ,
me?
I think it used to be, I'm pretty sure it used to be a SPAC. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking for how can we look into SpaceX, and then I came across, I forget who mentioned it, but like I think it was about a year ago, and they're like, oh, this ticker actually has holdings of SpaceX.
Okay.
So that's kind of how I found it.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I just love to know, like, what the background story of like how you find tickers. I find like even the process of just finding it is like something that you should know within itself, right? So that's why I was asking. I am still trying to set up here, but I will throw it back to you. Just give me 1 second here.
So another name I was kind of watching earlier today was IONQ. Now again, I was out. Full disclosure, I was out pretty late last night with again everybody. Met a lot of great traders at the campus meetup last night, and it was definitely a late night there. So decision making may not be the best today, and it's definitely showing up in my trading today. So I am kind of got the pedal off the gas a little bit, just chilling out, looking for setups to kind of set up, kind of dabbling in some ideas, not really giving too much risk, and not really being as aggressive, more really kind of like observing from the sidelines, waiting for setups. There was definitely some solid trades in the morning, but for now, we're gonna pass it off to Dara at the green screen.
Let's take a look here at some of the larger movers to the upside and the downside in the S&P 500. I always like to have a theme for this segment. So today's theme is going to be specifically names in the healthcare space, because if you see up here, I'll point it, there we go. Healthcare getting a lot of action to the upside and down, so I thought that'd be an interesting one to look at. Going to start here with Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly yesterday moved up about 3-4%. Today, once again here, this looks like a continuation play still from Novo Nordisk's earnings. We know both Novo and Eli Lilly trading lower on Wednesday, which was day one for those earnings, but now pushing higher, even above previous resistance for LLY. Then we have Moderna, mRNA. This is day two earnings for Moderna, down about 5%. They actually did announce some positive news, though. They did receive Health Canada approval for their RSV vaccine for older Canadians there, but they also got a hold rating reiterated by Needham. And those results, initially they gapped up, but they pushed lower all day yesterday. Last but not least, PODD Insulet here, making a bit of a bull flag with higher lows and a flat top. Great report here from what I've seen. Earnings per share beat, sales beat, and they actually raised their fiscal 2024 revenue growth range. So good look here for PODD, guys.
Some of those tickers very, very directional. Like I was just talking to Neil, I was like, yeah, program buying, program selling on a couple of those, like Moderna straight down, Lilly straight up. That's absolutely wild. It
Really?
seems like maybe people are potentially repositioning.
Oh wow, yeah, that is very
take a look
very
at that
distinct.
chart.
Yeah, that is nasty. Wow.
Very distinct.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I mean, I didn't. Okay, earnings was a couple of days ago on Thursday, and so yeah, huge sell-off off the earnings, and then the continuation on the second day. And so yeah, this does not look great. That looks pretty ugly there. I mean, where are we gonna stop? That's really the question here. And if I zoom out, I don't see like a clear local bottom. It just looks like it's tanking. Oh, wow. Yeah, like it looks like it's on its way down to around like 30.57. Like that is kind of like the next kind of level where I feel like it would start to base out. So that does not look too great there. Was there any other catalyst that you know of that with regards to Moderna? Or?
No, I haven't really looked at it. Adara pointed it out just now. At the green screen, I was like, oh boy, I got to pull that chart up because it is very directional. I don't know if there's a specific catalyst from today, but it seems like a price adjustment again. Q3 they did have earnings a couple of days ago, and we are breaking down. They actually had earnings yesterday, so a continuation play apparently from yesterday. We can see that yesterday aggressive selling all the way into the close, and continuation today happening. So yeah, earnings day two, continuation on Moderna, and I don't know about Lilly. I know that they also had earnings recently, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so right here, October 30th, they had some earnings there. So yeah, a little bit further off of its earnings, but you can see that Wednesday sold off, and we're kind of reverting that move pretty much on the day today, 823s on Eli Lilly. So, but yeah, absolutely aggressive buying there. Again, I'm sure if you throw up a trend line or a moving average, we just kind of broke that. Look at that strong volume coming in at that prior candle there, high a day, 827.36 there on Eli Lilly. But look at that. As soon as we kind of start talking about it, that's funny. Trend starts to break. I wonder if that happens with Moderna as well. Let's see if that one catches
That's
the bid.
still kind of bleeding.
Oh boy, yeah, that crack of 50. Look at that consolidation right off the open pre-market low break, and then end of day consolidation. Again, earnings day two. Look at that breakdown of that price right there. You cannot get above that 50 in this consolidation after the opening range break. A nice little continuation to the downside. So absolutely beautiful price action in this market here. Now there is a poll in the chat. So if you guys wanna check it out right here, midday check-in. How is your trading going? Crushing it? Meh? Down? Break time? I'm still waiting for that big move. You know what I'm gonna vote for? That's my vote right there. Boom. Still waiting for that big move. Nothing too crazy as of right now. We did have some big moves off of the open. Did I have them? Not really. Next
Damn.
trade. What's the next trade?
No, seriously, yeah. I'm still kind of waiting for that next trade as well. I haven't traded today, to be honest. I didn't really see anything that I've liked as of right now. Gaurav in the chat was bringing my attention to NVIDIA because I guess he knows I love NVIDIA. But even though I see this double bottom here, so we had this bottom here, 10.15, and then this bottom here again at 11.03, or was it 11? Yeah, 11.03. I'm still just not convicted in this trade as of right now until it gets above VWAP. That's just personally my play. Again, anything below VWAP is a short for me. And then anything above VWAP is a long. But I still am, like, even though it's below VWAP as of right now, I'm still not convicted in shorting it just because I do see this double bottom here. But for more conviction for this trade, I do want to see it get above that VWAP level for me to kind of get involved there. So I'm going to post an alert around 148.10, maybe a 148.27, and see if we can get up there. But as of right now, it's just like not looking too great for my type of setup. But yeah, that looks great. I see that you're in Tesla there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an idea. I'm probably going to get stopped out soon enough. But yeah.
Would you be mad if I went long on this? Because
absolutely, absolutely not. You can take that trade if you feel like that's your setup.
Yeah, I definitely see that as my setup as well. I just really like the fact that we have like this strong trend up. We didn't break below VWAP at all, and then we are bouncing off of that 9 EMA, and so I'm looking at like kind of this high to break around 319.45. I do think even getting in right now is still a good play, or if I miss that, maybe 319.56, and so that's what I'm looking at in terms of Tesla. How about you?
Yeah, no, I guess that's. I was looking at this as like a breakdown, but it's not really getting to VWAP. I was looking for those lower highs. Not really happening. Aggressive buying coming in right now as we break some of these prior highs here. So let's see if we can potentially get to that 320, only about 2 points away from that one there. As we push into that 318, again, market's pretty strong here. We're trading above 21,200 as of right now here on the Nasdaq, and the ES attempting to push into 6,025 here on the ES. So yeah, Tesla's super strong on the day. I'm looking again. I'm kind of just patiently waiting. I think this can easily break through that high a day. And if it doesn't, let's see if we make a lower high and kind of bring it back in towards some of those moving averages, maybe towards VWAP as well. But the bid can't stop, won't stop here on Tesla.
For sure. Yeah, so yeah, I think I'm going to get involved there. I did get involved in NVIDIA by accident. I guess I must have clicked the wrong ticker there, so I'm just going to get out of that. Oh, no. I'm going to pass it on to you, though, while I get this started.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so while Satya sets up for that potential trade, let's take a look at what you guys are trading. People talking about subs in the chat, talking about MSTR. Let's take a quick look at MSTR and see what's going on there. MSTR. I know a lot of crypto names have been moving over the past couple of days as well. I'm sure Satya is more than familiar with that. But yeah, let's see how these ones have been faring up. Yesterday, MSTR was hella strong on the day, but taking back some of those wins here on the day today. Let's see Mara as well, Mara and Riot. I know that one was pretty crazy right yesterday. You look at that. Actually, no, on Wednesday it was pretty strong there. Bit of a chip chop yesterday, and coming into a bit of a range today. It seems like range lows at 1889 and highs at 1943 here on Mara. Let's take a quick look at Riot as well. Riot not really doing too much, still within like just sideways range, it would seem. Continuing on this one here on Riot platforms. And of course, let's take a look at BTC itself and see what that has been doing. These are all-time highs here at that 77,000. Look at that clean test, 76,999s on Bitcoin. So it seems like that's it's consolidating a little bit higher there. We've stepped up. We've broken those prior highs, and now we're consolidating above some of those prior highs there. So Bitcoin looking super strong as well. I'm looking for the next trade, guys. I know people are talking about, okay, SoFi, Tony Price, thank you. Yeah, send me some tickers and we can take a look at them. And I want to see if there's anything super strong, if there's anything in a range, if there's anything super weak. We just saw Lilly, we just saw Moderna. Let us know in the chat what tickers you might be looking at. Is there anything that might be doing a little bit of an overextension? Or any sort of like outlier action. Do you guys watch the tape? That's another question I have as well. Do you guys watch the tape at all? And if so, how do you guys watch them? SoFi, super strong on the day, almost back towards day highs there. I guess it did come back into VWAP, and look at that beautiful VWAP bounce, just above the opening range highs as well on SoFi. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Coin, right? Of course, how can I forget Coin? How can I talk about crypto and forget about Coinbase? Coinbase, hella strong off of the open there, and it seems like we've given back about 50% of that on a pullback right here. But it seems like that initial pullback of that opening drive seems like we've found a bit of a base here. What is that at 264s underneath VWAP? So let's see who comes out on top on this one. Buyers from the morning, definitely. If you were in from earlier than 9:45, you're still kind of chilling. For the longs, but again, if you got in anywhere past that, you're a little bit out of the money as VWAP, as we're trading below the average weighted price there, volume weighted average price words. Yeah, no, let's see what some of these tickers have in store for us going forward. Foxo, what is Foxo? Foxo Technologies, interesting. This one, is it doing a little bit of RVOL? Increasing RVOL as well. It is a penny stock as it trades under $1, but doing some decent volume right now. 418 million shares traded on the day here on Foxo. Are you all set up with?
Yeah. So yeah, I was in this Tesla trade, and I'm not really liking the action that I was seeing on the tape. I got in at 317.73s, and so it's kind of whiffling and waffling there. What I should have done is, I think that, so on the 3-minute, I was seeing kind of like this close hug to the 9 EMA, but as I look like on the 15-minute, I'm kind of seeing this gap, this 9 EMA, a possible retracement here to around 312.54. But I'm thinking that if it breaks 317, then I'm going to hop out of this trade, just because I don't want it to extend a little bit further than that. I kind of wanted to see it kind of touch the 9 EMA and then get up there, but it seems like this trade is not really what I had thought it was, to be honest. And so I think that, there is probably still a continuation to the upside, but I think that I'm kind of catching it on the pullback as of right now. And so I'm not really liking what I see just for my own personal playbook. So I think I'm going to punch out there. So yeah, I'm going to get out of that. Don't really like that. What is the next trade, as you would say, that, and so I don't want to hold on to it just because, I got into it. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. And so if I don't like what I see immediately, I'm just going to get out and just move on to something else. And so you did mention coin. Let's see what coin is doing here. Yeah, we do have like some breakdown here. It's below VWAP, which I kind of like for the initiation of the short. Let's see if there is some other levels that we're looking at. It seems like when I zoom out a little bit, it looks like this is a significant level from Wednesday and then as well as Thursday. So if we look here around this 259.80 level, this looks like a place where we might get to. Who knows what we're going to do at that point, but I think from here we could definitely see around that 260 mark. And so that looks very interesting as well. And I think that, yeah, this would be a good setup for the short. So I think that this is I'm going to get filled a little bit lower. I just want to make sure that, I don't just jump in there. But I think if we can reasonably get to around 263.23, I think that the continuation of the short looks good. And then I'll take profits around this 260 mark and see if we can bounce off that level, because it was a significant level on Wednesday or Thursday, or if we just break through that level and continue short. And then my next bus stop level would probably be the day's low here around 257.45. How about you? I was about to call you Sharif.
Yeah, no, Sharif, we'll likely be back on Monday next week. So yeah, no, I'm just kind of watching this price action on Tesla again. Tesla, huge trade today through that 300. I know that Sean was talking about how I was like yesterday. I'm like, the idea is to take inventory through the 300. I attempted to do that yesterday. I actually missed the trade here. I had an order in sitting just above that 300 as an aggressive order to remove liquidity, but I guess I definitely wasn't first in line for that one there. And I think as soon as it kind of ripped, as soon as it broke, it ripped like 2 points right off of that. I guess right off of that open. Actually, I want to go to the second chart here and see how take a quick look at how aggressive that pop actually was, and we can take a look at it together here as I pull it up here through the 300 mark. That was earlier this morning here. I'm going to a 1 second chart. This is absolutely wild.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Okay, so let me pull this one in right here. So this is a 1 second chart. So each candle here is 1 second, and this is the break of the 300. So it gets through in 1 second. In 1 second, the high of the candle is 300 halves. The next second, we're at 302s. So within 2 seconds, you're printing the half, and then you print a 1.5 even further all the way at 302s. Absolutely crazy strength there. That again, I was honestly, what was I think I was crossing like I think 15, 20 pennies. Nah, you're not getting it. Yeah, I just realized I'm like, yeah, you're not getting that.
So what do you think a suitable kind of cross would be in this instance?
I think maybe cross like a couple of points even, right? It's like, how bad do you really want that break becomes the question. Because even after we did break up for 2 points, we did pull back to 301. So you can be like, all right, I'm going to let it break and then watch for the pullback to see if there's any follow through. And then it definitely had some follow through. But I was doing some monkey tilting, and just to kind of I was like, well, let's see if I can take it back through that 300. But was not the best idea there on the day. The idea was, again, we continued very aggressively. We pulled back to 312s, and we're holding higher highs above VWAP as of right now, poised for a potential break of high of day. So let's see what Tesla has in store for us going forward today. But yeah, no, absolutely crazy. We talk about some of the other tickers that are kind of related, that are moving around like this. DXYZ is moving. I don't know if DJT is continuing to sell off. It is a Friday. We've been selling off for the past few days here. Let's see if people maybe are bringing in that buying pressure via maybe covering their positions. But it is a Friday. I have no idea. We are breaking past prior days, some of prior days levels here on DJT. So some nice little volume spike there as well off of this test of 32. That's interesting. But look at that. We've only been holding above VWAP on the day today, and DJT finally catching a little bit of a bid after a few days of sell-off there. Again, election day one, the very aggressive sell-off and some significant volume that this ticker did as well.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely think that that's very valid there. So this coin trade, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie with this trade, because I thought that once I got filled, it would have, broke down a little bit further. But as I got filled, we're bouncing up a little bit to this around 265 level. I don't necessarily think I'm wrong until we do break VWAP, but it's not looking great for me as of right now. So I may punch out of this as well, but I do want to see what it does at that level. I think I'm wrong around 267. I think that is the best kind of room to give it without, just jumping out of it just because of a little bit of a price action. Like the trend may, still follow, but just a little bit nervous about that. But I'm interested what you guys have in the chat. Someone said, what else do we got here? DJT pumping again. Let's see here. Yes, it is pumping. This looks like a better play, actually. This looks like, so what I really like about this trade specifically is it bounced off of VWAP. Look at that, like those distinct candles. Like, look how they closed. Just bounced off of there, strong wick up, and then we don't really break below where it kind of closed. And so I really like the look of that. I think that this is a significant level, right where that shelf is, around 29.98, call it 30s. $30. And so that looks really good as well. Looks like, it's curling up to the upside. I really want to see a break of that 31 level. I think that that is a significant level for us to kind of break through and then try to approach these highs around 32.05. And so that is what I'm looking at. And so we did miss an ad read. We do have an ad read though. So Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step. No, we're not. Oh, I am. Okay, sorry. Go into Dara.
We're going to take a look here at some of these earnings names, as we always do around 11:40. So some of the day one plays that either reported last night or tomorrow morning. I wanted to start with a firm, AFRM, doing the opposite of Upstart, which is in a kind of a similar space. If you've seen Upstart, we know it ran all morning. A firm, which also has a decent short float there and in a similar space, down about 11% SSR here, despite a pretty strong report. They beat on GAAP earnings per share. They beat on sales. They also said apparently they're looking to achieve GAAP operating income profitability for by Q4 2025. So that's a good look. They also had some guidance here for fiscal 2025 GMV and their Q2 revenue guidance, but I'm not really seeing how that compares to estimates. Either way, analysts not apparently super enthused here with AFRM, nor are traders. Then we've got Rivian, RIVN, pretty flat on the day, making a bit of a triangle with these lower highs, higher lows, down just under 1%. They missed on earnings per share, larger than expected loss. They missed on sales. They did actually say they're on track for their 2024 delivery targets. There were also some comments made by its CEO, RJ Scaringe, to Reuters. He said basically that their supply issue really impacted Q3, but he's not expecting that to extend into fiscal 2025. He also said that they're analyzing some outcomes that could come into play with the change in administration, which is Donald Trump, who's not necessarily going to be super EV friendly. With these, the Republican Party is generally how it's viewed, so we're going to have to see how that goes. But RJ Scaringe saying they're continuing to evaluate that. They also said part of the issue with Q3 has to do with that parts shortage story, which meant they weren't able to build all of the products that they were intending to do so for that quarter. On Monday morning, we've got some reports here. Monday actually reporting on a Monday morning, which is pretty apt. Analysts are looking for 63 cents in earnings per share and revenue of 245.67 million. Also, New Ellis, recent repeated small cap runner, they're going to be reporting Monday morning as well, guys.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Adara. So Firefly Neurosciences has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from groundbreaking Phase 1 clinical trials using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for Phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments, Firefly Neurosciences, shaping the future of brain health, guys.
Right, thank you. Yeah. A lot of people in the chat were putting in that, are we in, I think Gino was asking, are we in a bubble? Dude, I have no idea, but the markets are definitely uptrending. We are in a bull market. Again, this is nothing new. We've been in a bull market for quite a while now. Again, when you have tickers that are pushing all-time highs, you definitely might think that we're in a bubble with the strength. But the thing is, I'm not. I guess it's way above my pay grade. I have no idea. I like to trade the price action. Price action is telling me that we are pushing all-time highs. And so, does that mean you should only be getting long? Maybe, but definitely the longs are working. I know that people who are swinging positions as well in heavy in tech are definitely laughing also. So a lot of strength in this market, but again, not everything is strong, right? Not everything is strong. We talk about Tesla is strong on the day today, but Softy, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, some of the other Mag 7 not really feeling that kind of a buying pressure, and you can see it kind of reflected here on the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's been kind of pretty much trading within its opening range there, distinctly different from the ES here, as it is in a very strong uptrend on the day today. I just want to check how small caps are doing as well. We can check the IWM, the Russell, as well as of right now, a bit of a chip chop right here as we trade sideways on top of VWAP here on IWM. So nothing too crazy. I guess we can do a quick look at how different sectors are kind of moving around as well to try and find some things that are maybe relatively strong or relatively weak here. So you can see right here, it seems like defensive industrials are up. Healthcare, we saw what Lilly is doing. Utilities are up. Financial tickers are definitely up today. And you can see here some of the semiconductors definitely taking a hit. Technology not really going too far. Oracle apparently is up. And oh boy, what is this over here? Tesla, 7%. That's absolutely wild, eh? Pretty crazy there on that move on Tesla. Absolutely. Like again, I think today, if I was talking to Brankles about this. I was like, that 300 was definitely very much anticipated, right? And if you really wanted that level, maybe you're sitting in the pre-market with some of those orders at that 300. Maybe you're sitting from days before. I have no idea, but if you wanted that 300 push, then you definitely had to be a little early to be first in line with that one there. Look at that selling coming in on Tesla, a little bit of aggressive selling I'm watching on the tape here. We failed to follow through day highs right there, but let's see if we continue to make higher lows, right? We have been making higher lows. We've been holding the 21 EMA as well. Last time we dipped down here, this area right here, pretty much a flat bottom at that 312, and we held that 21 EMA on that. We're back at the 21 EMA right now. I have it at 315.20. We're trading at 315s as of right now. A little bit of size on the book at that 315. Let's see, nothing too significant. We're looking at that 300 mark. I think there was a few thousand shares on that break, but that again, we just looked at the second chart. That break came in hot, real aggressive. 2 points within 2 seconds. First second, half a point. Next second, point and a half. On Tesla through that 300 break, so it was quite a move there. But again, if you were watching the chart and we were looking at some of the trend that was happening, and you were playing it for the play into earnings, then yeah, I think that high 200s, the 290s, the 300s, definitely a little bit of I guess a stop. I know you like to call them bus stops, right?
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
a bus stop along the way, for sure.
No, yeah, I that is very valid there. I'm just flipping through some tickers as of right now, trying to get some ideas. Usually I'm more of like a morning drive trader, so kind of things dry up around this time for me, to be honest. So I'm just flipping around. I'm trying to see things in play. I was trying to see some earnings names. I was looking at Airbnb. Doesn't really look like something that I'd really. Adara's clapping back there.
I just saw the chat. She had a trade on an Airbnb.
Oh, really? She did? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, she's probably killing it over there. I was just thinking about where I could possibly get into. Typically, I like kind of the break of the pre-market low, but typically that is usually during the morning drive. So using it kind of like later in the day is kind of dicey a little bit, but the level that I'm kind of looking at here is around 133.84. It did have kind of like this double top here, 137.68, had a top here at 950, and then 137.21 had a top there as well, and then just huge sell-off as well, and then we can see kind of a shelf here, 136.46 before the continuation of this short here. I like the fact that it's trailing this 9 EMA, but I just don't like the fact that it's kind of like in this range, like we have this range here around 132.77, and then we have this kind of top here. And so, I don't know, I just don't like this usually. I don't like the fact that it hasn't like broken this day's high yet or broken this day's low yet. And so we're kind of like in that middle ground. So I don't know what Adara did with it. I'd really love to pick her brain about that. Here says, oh, true, I didn't even think of that. That is tough. I'm very lucky to be in the position I am for sure. The limited day trades has to be limiting, no pun intended.
Yeah. Do we want to pass it to Adara? So
yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to? Is that cool? You want to talk about your trade there?
Yeah, sure. I did not see this coming, but thank you. So yeah, I liked this. I initially looked long here. The long, it worked for a second until it didn't. I was trying to take profit here. That didn't happen. Then I basically ended up getting short because I noticed we were really struggling with 136.25. I get short. We get right into 136.25. I was giving it to 136.50. And then we reject here right away. I take the first profit there, 135. I had saved a piece, but then when I went to put my stop in, I typoed it. It looks like that worked out because we're bouncing back here. I have nothing else on this, but happy I took the trade. And yeah, just sometimes be ready to flip up the mindset, I guess.
Nice. That's a really clean short. I like that you flipped from the long to the short as soon as you kind of noticed that trend broke back to the downside. Solid. Nice trading on Airbnb. Today is earnings day 1, right? Yeah. Okay. So I did kind of have this one on watch earlier, but again, focus was on Upstart and Tesla. And then when that 300 on Tesla came in, I kind of took eyes off of some of these earnings names. But yeah, no, solid trade there. Do we have an anchored there? No, that's a previous anchored. So let me throw up an anchored here on this reaction candle right here from earnings and see where that's sitting relative to what price did today. Okay, so absolutely extended off of even anchored VWAP there today, but kind of washing its intraday VWAP as of right now. But yeah, no, a little bit of ranging action. You can see that failure to follow through of its highs and a bit of a base here at 133s with the 132.77 day low on Airbnb. Yeah, nice price action and solid trade there on Airbnb. Let's take a quick look at what tickers are doing the most volume right now. I like to do this with you guys every now and then just to see what tickers, again, could be poised for some opportunities to take off the board there, or take off from the price action is what I mean. So Tesla, again, we know we're watching it actively. It's kind of trading sideways right now. That morning momentum definitely a little bit dissipated as of right now. Nvidia, oh boy, this one, I was queuing up for that 150 break, and that didn't really come in. You look at that nice little consolidation in the pre-market. Since 4 a.m., we consolidated 149.95 there on Nvidia, and a strong flush in the pre-market as well. Bids right back up, and we failed to follow through past that 149.50. And look at that selling aggressively coming in. And now we're kind of bidding up after we double bottomed right here, 146.26 area. Bit of a buying pressure showing up there a couple of times, and now we're pushing right back up into VWAP. So let's see what VWAP has in store for us right here. Bit of a confluence with this sell-off consolidation low right here coming in at that VWAP as well. So let's see if this support that did break down turns into resistance now when it's confluence with VWAP here on Nvidia. So that's an interesting look there. DJT, we've been watching that one as well. Nothing too crazy, pretty much sideways action. The morning momentum, I guess, was quite nice. Wasn't really watching this one there. Lucid, didn't these guys have earnings as well? Yes, they did. So Lucid trading about 55 million shares as of right now. Not really doing too much relative volume here. You can see that it's about 1.2, 1.3. So it is a $2 ticker, and we've traded about 55 million shares on the day. So nothing too crazy in terms of dollar volume going through this name as of right now, even though it is earnings day 1. But strong sell-off nonetheless off of the open there, trading below VWAP. A bit of an extension. Look at that volume candle. Oh boy, that 211 low. Is that capitulation? I have no idea. I was not really watching it, but just from the chart, maybe potentially one of the strongest sell volumes on the day, and then catching a bit of a bid off of that level as of right now on Lucid. Now Palantir, we know that Sean was talking about this one in the morning. Palantir very strong there. We did have a bit of a double top yesterday. There it bid back up near high a day going into the close there, and we finally kind of broke out of that this morning, trading above VWAP. And an aggressive bid coming in off of this range break as well. Look at that strong candles back to back, holding their prior lows, and then finally when that pattern kind of dissipates, you can see the pullback in reversion to VWAP when those bidders kind of dissipate there, happening on Palantir. IONQ, same thing. I did not have IONQ on watch until I logged into the PC here for the midday, and this is what I was trading yesterday, right? I was looking at this and I was like, oh boy, that reversion came in beautifully. I think earnings day 2. I was looking for the reversion here, didn't really come in, but comes in today with that continuation bid off of the open, and when that bid kind of falls off back through 25 as well, that's some nice confluence. I like 25 as a level to maybe look at if and when price kind of gets there, and look at that nice little confluence for the breakdown back towards VWAP and even further past VWAP right there. So absolutely crazy action on that one. SMCI earnings day 2 as earnings day 3, I think today, right? Okay, yeah. So we reported Tuesday night, Wednesday, nothing too crazy. Thursday, we actually catch a bit of a bid, and now we're kind of taking a bit of a breather going into the end of the week here, trading again in and around that 25 mark right there, holding as a resistance with the most recent action that SMCI has been showing. NEO, another one. Let's see if some of these EV tickers, if they're all selling off here. NEO as well, bit of a sell-off on underneath VWAP there, trading at $5. 501 is the day low. That's interesting. $5 always an interesting price for tickers there. In general, SoFi, we talked about this one earlier. SoFi, pretty strong on the day, still trading above VWAP. Now, again, we're going down. I don't want to go through the whole list, but we've gone through a decent chunk, half of that list there of the volume leaders on the day. Some strong price action on some of those, but some of those not really looking too great. Just choppy sideways action on that. What do you got going on, Satya?
For sure. So yeah, people in the chat, they're talking about NVIDIA. And so, yeah, I thought that it was in play. I just really wanted more confirmation for my trade specifically. But I do like what I'm seeing as of right now. I do like that double bottom. It is approaching VWAP. I do have an order sitting here around 148.06, 148.10, and so hopefully we get filled with that 4-cent cross, and so I'm looking to catch that on the way up as it breaks through this VWAP level. So hopefully we don't get faked out, but I think that this double bottom was lots of confirmation there, and then we do have the shelf here, 147, and it looks pretty good for the upside here. And what I also notice as well is kind of like the RVOL is starting to move up a little bit. I'm starting to see a little bit of like an ascending kind of movement there. And so that's what I really like to see on NVIDIA as well. I was just flipping through other tickers just to see, if there is other opportunities, just because I feel like NVIDIA as of right now is my best opportunity personally. I was looking through BABA because I saw that on my trending ticker list. I feel like I missed a lot of these moves, to be honest. I feel like I should have caught these like in the morning. And so trying to get in as of right now really, isn't the best look. I should probably save my capital for, better setups here. But I was looking at this as well, trying to see how I could, kind of weasel my way in here. But I think the money trade on this one would have been like the pre-market low. That would have been my trade there right out in the morning. And so that looked really good. But as of right now, it's kind of just like in this middle ground here. It did double bottom a little bit, 11.11, and then again at 11.43 around this 93.86, 93.85 level. And so it looks like it's trying to get up there. This is on the 1 minute. If I even look on the 15 minute, but on the 15 minute, it's still looking ugly there. But usually it's not in my playbook to kind of get in like on these lows because it could just bounce up and then just whiffle and waffle there. I'm just not seeing too much distinction there for BABA. Also looked at DraftKings because that was on my trending ticker list as well. Still kind of feel like I missed the move on this one as well. I mean, we are approaching VWAP, and so I would, in my playbook trade, look for like the bounce off of VWAP, but I'm not seeing that volume really. Like once it got to this level, 41.36, 41.35, it really just shot down there, and so I'm not seeing, too much volume coming in there as of right now. And then also looking at AXON, this was also on the trending ticker list. We also had earnings in the aftermarket from yesterday, and I'm just not seeing enough. I feel like I just kind of missed the move, to be honest, and I don't want to be chasing those moves. So I'm just going to wait for this break, 148.06, 148.10, and then really wait for that NVIDIA trade because I think that is my best trade. And then someone's saying Amoy Rivian ripping some. Let's see, because I need to see some tickers moving, and I'm really not seeing that. So let's see what you guys are looking at. I mean, yeah, it's ripping a little bit off from 11.30. I do like the fact that it's kind of approaching this 10.20 mark, but I want to see it get above that level. I feel like, it could, just be in a range, and so we really want to see the break of that above that 10.20 level. Maybe I want to see 10.25, 10.30. I wouldn't necessarily get in here as of right now, but it looks pretty good for the setup. I like the fact that these green candles are coming in. They're not closing too much below the other one, and so I just want to see a hold of that VWAP. But again, getting in this middle really isn't in my playbook. Around 10.25 is what I'm looking at in terms of Rivian. What else do we got here? Thoughts on Tesla? I mean, you're in that Tesla still. Any word on that?
I mean, it's consolidating underneath that day high there, but I don't know. I think it is kind of making higher highs and higher lows. holding above VWAP, trying to push for that high of day as of right now. But we did observe a little bit of aggressive selling that did come in earlier. But yeah, let's see. I have no idea when and if it'll break through that high of day. But the markets are still super strong. So that's all I got on Tesla right there as of right now. So let's see how this one ends off on the day here. High of day as of right now is 319.42, and low of day, oh boy, low of day off of right off of the open there. Let's see, opening range low is the low of day right now, 297.66. So yeah, I know that Sean definitely had that 298 in the morning, and shout out to Brankles as well. He definitely had a solid trade on Tesla as well today, taking that opening drive push through that 300, taking that inventory through that 300 as well. Definitely one of the top trades on the day today. Oh boy, what is this one? This one just dumped a little bit here. Veil, okay, interesting. Some strong selling on the day as of right now. I just want to go check Moderna here. Okay, so Moderna did revert a little bit there. I was like, oh, let's check on Moderna to see if there's a reversion potentially happening. Last time we looked at it, it's the day 2 continuation sell. It's strong selling off of the open there, and look at that little push off of the trend break happening as of right now. So, and the other one was Lilly. Lilly still hasn't broken trend as of right now. Still strong to the upside. So maybe one to keep an eye on there on Eli Lilly. DJT to 31, everyone's saying, all right, what's DJT up to? Let's take a quick look. Is that thing continuing to push? I mean, still sideways, guys. Still sideways within this range from earlier there. So nothing too crazy, but maybe definitely one to keep an eye on there on DJT. What do you got going on?
I'm actually looking at that DJT as of right now. I do see that consolidation, which I don't like, but I want to see it kind of get around 31.18, 31.22. So I think that, I'll take a stab on that as well. I do like the fact that it had like this strong wick there. So I'm probably going to be risking to that level, not going to give it any more than that, to be honest. So that looks pretty decent as well. I like the fact that it's kind of bouncing off of that 9 EMA. And so, I would be worried because we do see that consolidation here. And so it's been really tight for a while since like around 10 a.m. until now. And so, but we do want to see that volume here. I do want to see what's happening on the tape. I do have it filtered out. Let's do a little bit higher in shares. I'm going to do 100 size, and then just have my filter that on 100 in terms of size. And so we're seeing some green action on the tape here, and it looks pretty decent as well, but if I don't see follow through at that 31, then I'm probably just going to take my order out, because I really want to see that push aggressively at that $31 level. I don't want to see it just get to like 31s, 02s, or 05s, and then bang back down from there. I really want to see the tape picking up from that level. And so it looks like it's coming in 04s, 05s, it's coming in. We're looking pretty hot there. And so, yeah, this is the action that I want to see. And so this looks pretty decent on the tape here. Not necessarily going to punch in now, even though I'm seeing that green, but I do want to see that confirmation at 31.18. And I just got filled as of right now. So we're going to see what it does from here. And that looks really good as well. And then someone's saying Ripon, BA moving. Let's see what BA is doing. And AXON is moving as well. That was very interesting. I didn't think that this would have, made that type of move, but that is very interesting. But I'm going to move over to Boeing. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, that psychological level, that 150, bounced off of that, and then strong. Oh my God! It just
Boeing has news.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, what's that? Oh, do you know the news?
I have no idea, but you know what? We're gonna pass it off to Dara,
yeah,
and then to Neil, because it is time for the lesson of the day.
The only news I'm seeing on Boeing is this previously reported story that apparently their furloughed workers will be paid for lost time. So this is actually reported as of this morning, not new, but I'm seeing this recirculate. Not sure, though, why it's moving as of right now. We know Boeing has some catalysts come midday, so if I do see anything, I'll let you know. As of right now, there's nothing. We have the S&P 500 outperforming the Qs a little bit here. So here's the NASDAQ up 0.03%. Then the S&P 500 up about 0.4%. We do have, of course, the aftermath of the Fed rate decision, which was received pretty positively. We didn't even really get the typical Jerome Powell reversion after his comments. But basically, the Fed did exactly what we thought they did. They cut rates by 25 basis points yesterday. We did get a bit of a higher than expected University of Michigan consumer sentiment print, but it didn't move these markets too much. S&P 500 near high of days. Upstart on watch here after a well-received earnings report. This one's still pumping higher, up about 50% here, and actually trying to bounce off of 80s. That report well-received, and that 31% short float certainly helps. Then we have DJT making new day, or trying to make new day's highs here with the exception of that wick at 1012. We did have Donald Trump posting on his platform, Truth Social, which is DJT, Trump Media there, saying that there are fake and probably illegal rumors and or statements suggesting that he is looking to sell his stock. He said those rumors are false and he is not looking to sell Truth. Now, last but not least, we do have GME here. This one a bit of a range, but strong on the day, still up about 2.5%. GME getting quite a few pops at the open and at the midday. So GameStop with no news, always on people's minds with that 9% short float. Now we're going to pass things over to Neil and see what he's thinking for his lesson of the day. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Adara. The lesson of the day brought to you by the earnings moves, because traders stay late, not just so they can see the hot fire action when things are reporting or get lots of knowledge like we had with Brian Shannon and Sean yesterday, but sometimes it's to get some indications for where to look. And I prefer earnings that report aftermarket because you get a little bit more wild trading action, I think, because overnight money is a little different story than the pre-market when you have the entire day. But what it does provide you is an opportunity to look at where buyers come in and to avoid, or sellers, and then use that information for the next day. Now, I'm going to candidly show you, and again, I already slapped a fail on myself for not having this trade. Upstart, big gap up post earnings, pulling back, pre-market, aftermarket support, 63.50, the key hold, then look 65 break. Patient, falling early. So what I meant by that was it was gapping back up into aftermarket highs, and it was dropping back in. But if you look at the stair-step pattern up, that last hold, which it did twice, was at about 63.5. So therefore, you had while it was falling in, an area of support to look for. And then I just look from there to 65, lower high resistance. So look for it to break away from 65 if it holds 63.5. If it goes down to like 60 and it's parabolic into 65, it's a different trade. But it held on to first support, giving you that breakout to there. And then obviously the rest is going to be history. You know what Upstart did. But it's not the only stock that gave you a potential setup. Airbnb, and I know we usually like long setups, but this one, quite frankly, wasn't a long setup, so what are you going to do? Airbnb was an initial move higher, big move higher, as we can all see here. Then gave it all back as the numbers got digested, and then you get the call comes through, and by the next day, you're gapping lower. But the key part here is where it found early support and where it found late support is about $140. It fails that instantly once volume starts coming in the morning and putting in lower highs. In that particular case, it's a simple over-under. If it's under $140, you're looking to fade at any obvious level. It's like the old short the pop situation. So it gives it to you right away, short into the first resistance, and that's all it ever did. Short to first resistance, both times. It's under 140, your bias is set because there's longs trapped based on that price action, and it's underneath an obvious resistance level. So you try to keep it as simple as you can when it comes to a trade like this on Airbnb. And then the last one I'll give you, and unfortunately I know you like long setups more than short setups, Lucid gives a different type of short setup. In this particular case, you had the breakout. It showed you a 250 high on Lucid's earnings. You get the pullback, and again, that higher low support area in here at 240 where you had some accumulation, that becomes your first target on Lucid. In this case, it's flat in most of the pre-market. It pops, tries to get back out and about above that 40 level. I think that above here would have been a good breakout, but it fails. Once it fails, I'm not saying you need to be short in there, but once it fails, you're looking for a short retracement. And where does it confirm the short? Well, I like VWAP, so that would be an easy answer, but that's not really it. This is just a bad dark pool wick. It's this wick right here. Your support underneath was 230. And so you got that 230 where it bottom wicked on the way back to the upside. And when you zoom it back in, it's just technically how it works. You want confluence to your trades. It's at VWAP, it's at 230. That was that bottom on earnings. Support turning into resistance. It's already failed underneath that top. And then it gives you confluence underneath the 230, which also happens to be VWAP. So you can then just start reloading at VWAP. A lot of times you're going to get information out of something that you never trade. And you might never make a single execution on an earnings name. I promise you, most people are going to look at what happens in like an Airbnb. You see that chart like, I'm never trading earnings. But you can take a hint when longs possibly trapped, the price action was a big reversal. How could you not favor a short? And then just look to where the key supply zones were. And if it can't get back above that, why would you think anything else than looking for short entries? In the case of Upstart, I think you didn't want to catch a falling knife with it this morning, but it did show you that it held the same support level from before. So when it held the higher low support, you got to be looking for long entries, whether that's this break, whether that's this break, whether that's this break, that's up to you. But it gave you everything you needed despite being trended down in the morning. So those earnings looks are going to give you opportunities time and time again to simply observe the price actions, see where limits orders come in, see where volatility gets abated, and you find some equilibrium. And then the next day, you can use those as key indication price levels. So a few examples there for you. And during earnings season, that's exactly when you want to take advantage of these. Here's your lesson of the day.
All right. Thank you, Neil, for that lesson of the day. Definitely.
Thank you, thank you.
Earnings day ones and day twos I think are
What do you
pretty
prefer?
solid. You know what? Honestly, I think there was a time last year where I was preferring the earnings day twos a little bit better. But as of late, this season and prior season as well, day ones have been giving some good opportunity. But day twos, I think are always on the table. You have that initial day one that gives you that elevated volume, maybe some shorter term players as well. People are getting in due to kind of seeing and observing some of the fundamental changes happening off of the earnings report. Whatever it is, right? You have a strong relative volume day. And you have whatever price action. You have some lows, you have some highs, you have some consolidations. Maybe if you're watching the tape, you're watching some levels. Maybe you have more information about potential participants on the day one. And then when day two comes in, if you interact with those day one prices or areas and look for potential opportunities, I think there could be something there as well for the day twos. But day ones have been pretty nice as well. Again, you can see what Upstart did today. You can see what Lyft did today. There were a few names that again, very directional off of earnings, right? So you
Fair.
can kind of get with the trend on some of those. How about you? How do you feel about earnings names, and is that a part of your playbook?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really do like earnings plays. I usually go to those first actually when I'm looking for those momentum trades. Typically, I really like the day twos, to be honest. I find sometimes I can get a little bit faked out because sometimes I feel like I was weighing too heavily on like what the earnings was. Like if it was like an earnings beat, then I would be like, oh, like it's good to go long. But sometimes it could kind of bamboozle you there. Whereas like on the day two earnings day, at least I feel like I can identify significant levels to really risk off of or see where there could be a breakthrough there. So I think day twos are a little bit better for me just because it gives me more confirmation, more confluence there. But yeah, that's just what I like. But I do like the earnings play in terms of just like identifying momentum for the week. Even if I don't play it on the first day, I'll look at if a earnings play came out on Monday, for example. I'll look at it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and see how how the volatility kind of plays out throughout the week. So that looks really interesting. But someone is saying Intel in the chat. I was just flipping through some tickers because I was trying to get some ideas because the trading ideas that I had today, I'm not going to lie, guys, they have been a bust today. And so I was looking at Intel. Someone was saying 2550, if that could possibly come into play. And I really want to see a break of this, maybe around this level, around $26. I want to see a break of that, maybe around $25.90, see what we do from there. We do have these wicks here from the morning, 26.15, had a wick there, 26.40, and then again, some rejection there around 26.42. And so we are kind of still in this like uptrend since the morning a little bit here. And so I just want to make sure that, I don't get faked out there if there's a possible bounce there. But I do think that more confirmation is the break of that $26 level. And so I really want to see what it does there. I hopped out of my DJT trade that I was in. I didn't really like how it was reacting there. I really wanted to see the bounce off of the 9 EMA, which I'm not really seeing. I mean, on the 15-minute, it's still coming down there to around 30.13. But typically, I like to look on the 9 EMA on the 3-minute. And so what I was seeing on the 3-minute wasn't looking good. Looks like a little bit of, change in structure for me. I feel like it is a little bit too early. Maybe I shouldn't have bounced out too early, just because I feel like I'm not wrong until, the break of this wick around 29.50. But I just don't like the range that this is kind of in. And so I just kind of hopped out there. So I don't really like the look of that. And then someone is saying Piton. Let's take a look at that. Because, maybe your calls are going to be a lot better than what I'm looking at right now. Okay, Piton looks pretty decent as well. I like the fact that we had this break of the pre-market high, holding above VWAP up until, it didn't break VWAP at all actually, but we just had a little bit of a retracement from 1036, came to VWAP, couldn't break it at all. Just notice it gets there, it bounces up, gets there again, bounces up, and then we're having this strong kind of trend to the upside here. What's significant to me is like this pullback here. And so I think that it's just going to be a little bit of a pullback before like the continuation. So I really want to see what it does around this level, around this 80.56, 850 level. I think that's very significant just because it's kind of like a $0.50 level. And so that looks really good as well. I think that if it could hold that 850, then that looks really good for the continuation of the long. So shout out to you for that. I'm sorry I can't pronounce that name, but shout out to you for bringing that to my attention. And then Kenneth Molina is saying IWM. So let's take a look at that as well. Oh wow, okay, this is moving a lot better than the stuff that I've been looking at. This is interesting. I'm gonna go on the higher time frame here. I do like the fact that it rejected at 10:30. Usually I find around that 10:30 time is usually when there's like a new trade setup. So we can see that this was off the open was one trade setup to the long side, and then it looks like we're kind of reverting there to the downside a little bit. And so yeah, this looks really good for a short, to be honest. Me personally, I'd be looking at the break of this level around 236.17, 236.15. I think 236.15 gives us a little bit more confluence there. And I want to see what it does at this level. I want to see if it bounces off that level or if it breaks below that level, and it looks pretty good as well. I think that you're not necessarily wrong in this trade until it gets to around these highs. I mean, I feel like there's two kind of risk levels that you can give it. You can give it a little bit above VWAP, so you can kind of give it to like this action here, or you can give it to the day's high, which is giving it, sorry for this like wonky kind of line there, or arrow, but I think, yeah, giving it to like above VWAP there or giving it to the day's high isn't too crazy there, but I do want to see what it does at this level, whether we bounce out that level, because it did bounce at 10 a.m. And so I want to make sure that we're not seeing that same kind of action, or if we can break through there and go to the downside. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just watching this action here on Tesla. We did kind of pull back a little bit here, but holding a bit of a base here on 216s, trading at 316s. Trading at 317s and some change as of right now. Pretty much consolidating again above VWAP, underneath that high a day, just shy of that 320 mark there on Tesla. So again, just like I said, today's a day where I'm just like kind of like sitting back, just kind of coasting, observing price action, nothing too crazy. Again, I mentioned earlier we were out a little bit late with the floor and part of the campus program last night, and yeah, you gotta be a little wary with your risk coming in. If you feel like you were compromised, and some of the decisions I was making in the morning, definitely a little feeling of being compromised. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm not at my 100%. So why should I be putting on 100% of my risk as well? So just kind of observing this Tesla move, it is the star of the day today with the kind of action that it's had. Definitely pushing multiples of ATR here. Again, I was looking at the Tesla's ATR. Let's pull it up once again so we can take a look together and see how many ATRs Tesla is up as of right now. So Tesla's ATR here I have as 13.59. So 13.59. Let's see off of the open, let's see from the low to the high. Excuse me, how much it has actually moved. So let me pull this chart in so we can take a look at it together. Right here, so from the low right there, so that's that low at that 290, what is that? That 297.66 right here, 930 candle. I am using a 3-minute candle here. We've moved about 21.59 points. So we've done over 100% of ATR on the day today. And we've also extended off of VWAP pretty aggressively as well. The bid has started to dissipate a little bit, but we're trading sideways, consolidating in between. Pretty much, it looks like a bit of a price compression here. If you take a look, if I can just draw these right here, so a little bit of resistance there and some support as well coming in as of right now. So flagging action, yes, it does look like a flag, but I kind of said this yesterday as well. What does that mean? Does it mean it's bullish? Does it mean it's bearish? I have no idea. And again, shout out to Mark Douglas, who basically, again, I get this from him, is like, yeah, patterns, chart patterns definitely repeat in the market. They repeat, they rhyme. You can see flags, you can see flat bottoms and flat tops all the time. But what does it actually mean? The outcome is always random, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean one thing or another. I think there's almost always more information required. Like, how has the story built up on the day? What's the story of the price action looking like? Where are other players? Again, relative to the price action, what have we been doing? And then maybe looking for confirmation on the tape to give you some direction for the result of said chart pattern. So again, just an indicator at the end of the day. Price action is king, and I guess the flow will definitely give you a bit of direction as well on off of the tape. Again, we look at I guess the aggression, the speed and aggression. Shout out to Wayne for coining that term here on the floor. The speed and aggression of the tape can be very telling when it shifts to being distinctly different than it was moments ago or earlier, right? So an example of that would be, now I wasn't watching the tape here on IONQ, but if you were watching IONQ off of the open, the tape definitely looks distinctly different on this run up than it did on this run down as well. So if you can see, if you can observe that shift in momentum, if you can observe that shift in how the tape is moving, maybe you can use that as a bit of an edge to kind of read where you may or may not want to get involved and how you may or may not want to get involved on some of these names here. So bit of a tape reading thing there. What's going on with you?
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at NVIDIA just to see if, it was getting near my order level. And so it wicked off of VWAP, which is like kind of the bus stop level that I was really looking at there. And I wanted to see the break of that VWAP level. And so it wicked from there and came down. And so I'm kind of glad that I put my order a little bit above VWAP around, I think I put it around 08s and then, 06s and 010s. And so it didn't get there. It got to 147.96, and then it wicked from there. If I do see it a second time and it is able to get above VWAP, then I would be, more convicted in that trade. But as of right now, I feel like, trying to get in here is a little bit risky. I mean, it still never broke this day's low yet, but I think that confirmation is really what we want to see, that 140, that break of that 148 level. And just for a little bit more confirmation that 06s, 010s, or even 15s to really get that real push above VWAP, just so it doesn't, liquidity grab that VWAP level again and then come back down. And so I'm watching you, NVIDIA, but we just want to, I want to be cautious with this one because we did have significant moves over the last, 2 days. And I feel like it is losing a little bit more steam, and it is Friday, so I feel like that is something that we should take into account as well. I find that, sometimes the market doesn't really do too much on a Friday. I find a lot of people, are starting to take profits off, maybe for the weekend. They want to spend that moolah. And so I think about it psychologically like that. And so I'm not, expecting too much from NVIDIA until we really do break above that level, or maybe even below this day's low. But as of right now, NVIDIA, I'm sorry, lady, you are not doing it for me today. But Gaurav, I believe, was in the chat, and he was talking about Hood as well. And so typically this is a nice play for me as well. I feel like I did miss the move, to be honest. The real money trade was off of this level, the previous day's high, around $30. I'm pretty sure that he called that out as well. And then it's also at VWAP, which is really good as well. I mean, it is part of my playbook as well to get in at the day's high, the break of that day's high. So, I mean, I feel like that is possible. So I want to take a look at that. I'm going to post an alert here around, I'm going to do like 30-40s and see if we can hold there. So I'm just going to put that in there. Not necessarily throwing out my order yet, but I do want to see some action happening there. So that looks really good. Missed that opportunity there, which I feel like I kind of have to live with that. Chasing the move really isn't the move. It's not the vibe. And so I don't really want to do that, but I do think that it's something that you should watch, and it's very interesting at this level. And I like the fact for this trade, I like the fact that it did wick off of that high around 30-40, came back down, didn't break VWAP, and then we're testing that level again. And so with my bus stop levels, like that's what I'm really looking at. I'm looking for kind of like the second retest of that high. And so that gives me more confirmation in that trade. Couldn't follow through, couldn't break through that VWAP, and then we're just bouncing off of that level. So I think that gives me more confirmation for this trade rather than it have just like breaking up and then continuing from that high. But I think that second attempt is really what gives me more confirmation for the continuation of this long. So that really looks good as well. And then someone's saying, Louise, he is saying DJT 3150. Let's take a look at that DJT. Yeah, that is, see, why does this happen to me? So yeah, I was waiting for this kind of move, to be honest. I punched out because I saw a little bit of this action, and this is the move that I was looking at. Punched out a little bit too prematurely. I feel like because, I messed up a little bit in the morning, I kind of messed up my risk there, but this was the move that I was looking at, and it's breaking through that high of day, looking really good on DJT. I feel like if I had to sit back and really reevaluate my trade for this one, I really should have given it the proper risk, which was this wick low. And so I got a little bit finicky there, just watching P&L a little bit too much there, but this was really the true risk level that I should have given it. And so, if you're in that trade, you're printing up a storm as of right now, so shout out to you guys. DJT is, moving, so shout out to that. And then Boeing, we passed it off to Adara before we could kind of talk about our Boeing trade. But this was very interesting.
Adara has news right now.
Oh, she has news. We're going to Adara.
I actually have news on Boeing, but interestingly enough, this didn't come out until after that pop. So we had this pop here around 12 p.m. There was the question of what caused this pop. Then around 12:10, we get this article here from Bloomberg saying that Boeing is exploring the possible $6 billion sale here for its Jeppesen unit. We know Boeing's been talking about selling units. That was reported a few weeks ago. They said they're actually working with an advisor here on a potential sale to help trim their debt. And apparently, the provider of this interactive flight plans is attracting buyer interest. So Jeppesen unit attracting some buyer interest. Boeing's looking to sell it for $6 billion. This news, though, again, interestingly enough, coming after that volume spike to the upside, guys.
Adara. Yeah, I see this distinct top here, which I don't really like. I mean, this is the action that we and we're breaking through that top. Okay, that is very interesting. I spoke a little bit too soon there. And so, it's getting above that high. I really want to see it hold above that level around this 152.10 level. And so that looks pretty decent as well. I feel like the proper risk for this one would be around these wick lows, around 150.91 or even 151.13. But I think that, unless we get below like 150.22, just below this VWAP here, I don't think that you're wrong, to be honest. I feel like that is the true risk that you kind of have to give it. You can, give it to these levels, but I think that it may consolidate a little bit, get all these people out before it continues to the upside, but you're not truly wrong. So maybe even a dip buy rather than getting in here. I mean, maybe you can get in here holding above, 152. Or you could wait for that dip buy around VWAP, but this looks very interesting as well. How about you, Dobie?
Yeah, no. Again, like I said, I'm not really doing too much else other than kind of staring down this Tesla here as of right now. As it kind of builds, it's winding up right here underneath that 320. We've had kind of there's buying at 312s, I think 312s. There's some strong buying, and then 314s, and then stepping up to 316. So maybe is that a buyer that's stepping up above VWAP? The 312 hold was a little distinct. The 315, the 316 hold as well, a little bit distinct as well as we kind of creep up into that day high as of right now. But yeah, no, I got a kind of a trade idea, I guess, going on as of right now. The execution's absolutely horrendous, but let's see if it can get through day high, or do we come back into VWAP, or does that buyer kind of step up even more? I have no idea what the ticker is going to do here, but something I am observing here is that the ES is kind of catching a little bit of a sell here. We've been starting to slow down maybe potentially, so let's see if that buying kind of picks right back up. I have no idea. 21,200 here holding as of right now on the NASDAQ as well. What's up, Adara?
Do have here the IWM. Sorry about that, Neil. We have the IWM here. This one's still to the upside, but still chopping and turning. Not too much of a different look from when we last saw it. There aren't a ton of huge small cap runners moving right now, though there are a few we're going to get to. But we're actually going to start here with a runner that is decidedly not a small cap. That is Axon Enterprise. This one has a $43 billion market cap here, AXON. This is up 21% or $100 from open to now. They did have earnings last night or this morning, beating your earnings per share and sales estimates. They also had a higher than expected Q4 revenue guidance. So AXON, not a small cap, but a big runner today. Next, we do have a small cap. It's FOXO. This one actually is a pretty small market cap and float for a penny stock. We have about a $12 million market cap, 10 million share float for FOXO. And then last but not least, API. This ticker, much like FOXO, no news catalyst. But this one is called, I saw a couple different names, Agora or Appia. So API, this is actually, interestingly enough, a Chinese ADR. We have a lot of these ADRs moving to the downside, but this ADR, the small cap with a $450 million market cap, pushing to the upside, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you. Some interesting action on some of those tickers there. Yeah, I think Axon, Darwin saying Axon makes body cameras, mostly police and some teachers. Interesting. I didn't know that teachers wear body cameras as well. I guess it depends on maybe where you're teaching. I have no idea. But Axon looking interesting with that strength. $570 ticker. Oh boy, what's the cap on this one again? 43 billion on that one there. Again, earnings day one once again. On this, I guess, did they have a double beat? We know we've had tickers moving decently on double beats here. Let's see. Yeah, they did have a bit of a double beat with that 520 hold. Aggressive kind of buying, maybe not as aggressive, but like more like it just continues to buy. There's no real dip. So where is the dip? There is no dip with this. I was gonna say chip, but it's not really a chip ticker there. But there's no dip on that one there, and there's no real dip happening here on Tesla. Just yet as well. Maybe it won't even happen. Who knows? But that bid stepping up is definitely distinct. Again, days like today when things do kind of outlier moves and definitely do a little bit of relative volume. I have Tesla here doing 2 times, almost 2x relative volume. So for a large cap ticker, that's definitely a little significant. I would say it's doing 2 times its relative volume. Now the relative volume I have is a 5-period relative volume. Now I know people use a 14 period as well, maybe a 50 period as well, but it is doing more relative volume than it has been over the past few days. Again, through that 300, finally pushing some fresh prices here that we haven't seen in quite a while. All-time highs though on Tesla still sitting at 414.5. So we still got a bit of a ways, about 100 points left to get to those all-time highs. Now, again, a lot of tickers pushing those all-time highs. We were talking about that bit of a slowdown on the ES. Slowdown it is not doing right now as it bids right back up towards day highs right there. Same thing with the NASDAQ, held that 21,200 quite well and pushing back towards the highs. But again, the NASDAQ still trading within its opening range. ES, not so much. That thing is trending to the upside.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Obi. Keep calling you Sharif. I'm just so used to Sharif. But what I've been looking at is I was looking at the chat because you guys are giving me some great information. And so SoFi is really interesting as well. What I like about this is the fact that we are above VWAP, really like that for the long. But also too, some other confirmation that I like to see is it looks like it's pulling back a little bit to this local high. So this was a high at 1030. We're looking like we're having a little bit of a pullback there. And what I really like about this level too is the fact that it's kind of like at this 9 EMA level. So it looks like it may retrace back a little bit and then, continue further for the continuation of the long. So if you're looking, to weasel your way in here, maybe a little bit of a dip buy around 1247, 1245 may come into play. And so that looks really, really good on SoFi as well. And then if we look on the higher time frame as well, if we look on the 15-minute, just look at that trend. I'm just going to take off that 9 EMA, just get rid of those. And so, yeah, and take off VWAP as well. And then just look at that. That trend is really, really strong here. And so I think a little bit of a pullback to this level. I'm going to let's make it purple. And so a little bit of a pullback to there. I think that could come in play for sure. And then hopefully, as long as we still stay above this trend line here, I think that the continuation of the long looks really good as well. And then GME, someone said that in the chat as well. And so when I was looking at it, it was up here, and I was going to say, waiting for that dip buy around that 9 EMA, I was seeing a gap there. And so I like the look of that. It looks like it did, it's wicking 24.55, and so it did wick a little bit there. The candle did not close yet, so we want to see what it does from here where it closes. If it closes below this candle, so this previous candle here, 24.05, if it closes below there, I would be a little bit worried because, maybe we might see a test of VWAP and then see what it does from there. But I think that looks pretty decent as well. I feel like getting in here is a little bit risky. I would wait for the retracement back to VWAP. That seems like a little bit of a better play there, just because notice how what it does when it gets to VWAP. Other than this kind of action here at 10 a.m. where it broke through VWAP, it kind of just goes to VWAP, bounces, gets to VWAP, goes up, bounces, and then it bounces off VWAP. And so, we'll see what it does from there. I think getting a dip buy around that VWAP level is a little bit better. I wouldn't necessarily post my order there. I want to see what it does from there. So say, for example, I see some action where it gets here. I'm not trying to get in on its way down here. I'm trying to catch it on its way up. So so say it bounces here, I'm trying to catch it as it's breaking through this kind of level. And so I kind of want to see the right side of the V kind of action, make that bounce off of that VWAP level, and then catching it on the right side of the V. So that's what I'm looking at in terms of GME. That looks pretty decent as well, but I just want a little bit more confirmation. Again, it is Friday, and so it doesn't give me, the best conviction on Fridays. And so I'd just be a little bit wary about that. And then someone in the chat shouted out IONQ. And so this is a little bit more of my playbook, to be honest. I think that this is actually a good setup for me personally. I want to see a little bit more volume here because we are consolidating at this level. If we look at on the 15-minute, it isn't as distinct, but I do want to see a break of this level here. Let's just make this, let's make it orange because I feel like you could see a little bit better. And so I want to see the break of this level around 24, just because this was a level off the open at 9:30 where it got to that level. It wicked a little bit, but there was a continuation there. And so I want to see it get above that level again. and then breaking through that little bit of that consolidation there. And so that's what I want to see. What I do like for this trade, though, and it is actually something that I kind of covered in our 9 EMA lesson, is when I'm looking for those longs, I like the cross of VWAP and the 9 EMA. So as these start to cross, I want to see that 9 EMA kind of holding, kind of like a glove, just kind of holding that level. And so I like the fact that it wicked off of that 9 EMA on the 5, but I do want to see the break of that 24 level, but that looks really good. Shout out to you for bringing this to my attention, because playbook, like, this is my setup, right at VWAP, very close to VWAP, but I want to see that confirmation there. So shout out to you for that. That looks really great. Send your tickers in the chat. If you have any tickers that are close to VWAP, breaking the high of day, breaking the low of day, I am really interested in those plays. So send them over, guys. I really want to see that, and then I'll send it over to Obi.
Yeah, so you guys pointed out Costco in that in the chat there, so I pulled it up. Costco is super strong today, touching 950.71 day high as of right now. We opened at 912, so this thing is up almost 40 points on the day. Bit of a continuation from yesterday as well. We can see that strength coming in from yesterday. It's been kind of trending to the upside since, I guess, since this dividend day right here on November 1st, right there. So a bit of a trend up, and then look at that acceleration, man. We got some relative volume as well on Wednesday. I don't know if this thing had a catalyst, but definitely some relative volume yesterday as well as it consolidates sideways. So leg consolidation, an extended, even a more extended leg coming in today for that test of that 950. I wonder if this one is going to get to that 1,000 mark. Now, I'm pretty sure these are all-time highs here on Costco. Yes, they definitely are. So Costco, nice little run up here. Oh boy, this is definitely an example of stonks only go up. This is a perfect example of stonks only go up. Yeah, Costco, solid company as well, right? You gotta love the. I guess they do a little bit of wholesale as well, but I think they have good deals on a lot of food. I like going to Costco every now and then. Do you ever go? You ever go to Costco?
I don't have a Costco membership. I'm loyal to No Frills, but it looks good. But I don't have one personally, to be honest. But I do want to get one because I want to save some money. I want to get those deals.
Ramin is saying you will definitely eventually get one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ramin, you want to give me,
especially when you have a car, apparently.
Oh yes, that makes it so much easier. You just load up, and you don't got to go back. So I might invest in that. That sounds like a really good idea.
For the gas. Oh, Ramin is saying for gas. Okay, so I guess Ramin fills up at Costco. I don't know. The Costco members get it's significantly cheaper apparently. What's the highest they get to? Can I get that 91, 94? No, in terms of octane. They get 90. They do 91. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Nice. Okay, she gets 91, 179 is the maximum she got. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I don't settle for anything less than that 91. I'm like, all right, I like that. I like that. Ramin's saying I would put water if I could.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. Yeah, no.
Car's gonna break down.
Yeah, it's funny. Have you ever had a buddy who kind of he used to drive a diesel and then he got a new car which was a gas car, and then he went to the gas station. He filled it up with diesel instead, and oh boy, that was a bit of a predicament there.
Yikes!
It's a good thing he did not start the vehicle, and it just had to be towed from the gas station.
Oh no!
To empty the tank there. But yeah, no. Okay, so we got a super chat here. CELU, please, from Rohit Sharma. So let's take a quick look at CELU here. What is CELU up to? Are you doing any volume is the first question. Definitely you are. 4.5 million shares traded on the day. Relative, I guess it's 2 times relative volume right there. You can see that RVol right there, 2.7, almost 3 at certain times. It's pushing to the upside. I guess they had earnings today as well. I can't really see the results here. Oh boy, what is that? Okay, so they just got volume yesterday. So yeah, I guess this thing's been moving around a little bit over the past couple of days here. CLU yesterday, absolutely crazy. Look at that little bit of a squeeze action there off of the opening high. Breakout goes to 522s and aggressive sell sell off. So a little bit of maybe a little bit of a blow off top happening underneath that $5 mark. A little bit of sideways consolidation relative to what we did yesterday, it would seem. A bit of a trickle on the upside on this one. I see you, Smooth 1J, talking about VST. Let's take a quick look at VST. Wow, look at the opening drive on that one. That's crazy. 136s to 144.71. Excuse me, day high in the first 15 minutes. That's absolutely crazy there. Day 2 earnings as well. Oh boy, I really like this. Oh my God. So let's talk about this kind of price action right now, because this is absolutely beautiful. So day 1, you can look at this and be like, all right, we ranged, we made some highs, we made some lows, we traded within that range for the rest of the day. Coming into day 2, we were talking earlier about day 1 versus day 2 trades, right? Coming into day 2, look at what we do with prior day's high. That's so interesting. We attempt to break out off of a strong drive right off of the open. First 5-minute candle, second 5-minute candle, third 5-minute candle. Look at the candles are also kind of diminishing in size, as well as that selling pressure starts to overwhelm the buyers there off of the open, and basically lick grabs prior day high, and then you come in for a beautiful reversion all the way back down, 100% reversion on the day on VST. Coming all the way, dropping down to 136. That's pretty nice there. Definitely part of my playbook there. But the thing is, I don't have eyes on everything, right? If I was a bit of an algo scouring the markets for anything and everything I like with respect to price action, maybe we can start taking fills on some of these trades. But a day 2 earnings lick grab of prior day 1. That's definitely beautiful here on VST. If you had the opening drive, if you had the reversion, that was solid. We're just consolidating with a little bit of a base on top of 136, and it's creeping up into VWAP right here, right there. You know what? You look at charts so often, you kind of figure where the VWAP may be lying right there. Look at that creep up into VWAP as of right now, holding as a resistance right now at 139.95 on VST. Adam DeLuz saying, Obi's still a vampire and loves the shorts sucking out the blood. Yeah, no, I know. You know what's funny? My favorite color is also red, so I don't know. There may or may not be a bit of a bias there. No, I'm joking. You gotta be able to go both ways. That's for sure. Trading with the trend is again something I definitely need to get a little bit better at. But journey never ends. Journey never stops. We can always get better at this game. Nowhere near where we want to be here right now. IONQ, bit of a bid back up after a consolidation hold of this VWAP. So interesting. NQ as well, attempting to push its highs, its session highs as well. And then the ES still staying strong on that one. Let's take a quick look at some of these Mag 7 names as of right now. Tesla, obviously, we're watching. Very strong on the day. Softy to the downside. Apple, bit of a sideways consolidation there. Alphabet. You know what? I'll just pull in this chart. Yeah, okay, cool. I can pull that in. That's fine. Right here, boom. So this is what I'm looking at here. Bitcoin obviously on watch as well. Here's the spider still climbing to the upside as of right now. Softy to the downside. Apple, Alphabet, and Amazon pretty much sideways there. We had an aggressive push through that 200 yesterday. That was absolutely wild. And then we're getting a bit of a pullback here on Amazon, consolidating on top in and around of that 208, 209, 210 kind of area where we broke out from yesterday. You can see that pre-market highs yesterday was in and around that 208 mark. We pull back in and we're holding where some of that buying pressure kind of broke out off of yesterday on Amazon. So interesting action nonetheless. Can I do anything with it? I don't know. I'm looking for the next trade, and nothing's really kind of setting up as of right now. But again, continuing to look for opportunities. DXYZ, what are you up to? DXYZ, I guess, pushing for its high of day as well. I know a lot of people are definitely trading this one today. Again, it's kind of the basket of election-related tickers there. DXYZ and Tesla definitely being one of the bigger ones of that bunch. I also want to take a quick look at what oil futures are up to right now. Okay, so bit of a sell-off today, continuation from that selling that we were having in the overnight session there. So interesting stuff happening there. Let's take a quick look at XOM and USO as well. So a little bit of sideways chop on XOM. And let's see what USO. USO should look more similar to that crude oil chart right there. Okay, so yeah, more selling off with a base at 72.80 as of right now. So nothing too crazy happening there. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited offer.
Thank you so much for that, Adara. So Zai NG in the chat, he is talking about Tesla. Can you look at a Tesla short? And so, Reversion Man, he would have been, the best person to ask. But I mean, for me personally, I don't like shorts unless they're below VWAP. I find that it just gives me a little bit more confirmation. I kind of have a better risk level to kind of risk off of. And so, if I was looking for the short personally, I would be waiting for, a break of around this 310 level, a little bit below VWAP. But just to give me a little bit more confirmation, maybe around 309.80s, just because I want to see the break of that VWAP. I feel like taking attempts here, just for me personally, is a little bit, I don't know. I feel like I don't have the exact read on it when it comes to those reversions unless it gets below VWAP. And so that's just my playbook. Personally, I mean, maybe Obi has a different kind of look on why he decided to take that short, around here. But for me personally, I'm looking for that VWAP break. So I don't think necessarily for me personally, it's going to get in for today for the short. But if I do see a short opportunity, I want to see that below VWAP. So that is what I'm looking at in terms of that. And then I wanted to go over to Coin because Adam Deluge, shout out to Adam, he brought Coin to my attention. And so he said that, it's not part of his playbook, which I totally understand. And so you can see an opportunity that is a good setup, but it may just, not be for you. And so that is totally fair there. But he did shout this out in the chat. And so this is what I really like. And so my playbook is when I start to see this cross of VWAP and this 9 EMA, I really like this type of action. And so I like the fact that when this candle happened, so when this candle came up, we're seeing the candles close above this candle here. So we're seeing closes above 267.60, and I really like the look of this. And so, yeah, this is definitely a really good long play as well. Getting in here, I think, is very, very a good level to get in at. And so I do like, close to VWAP. Again, I don't necessarily get it right at VWAP because it doesn't give me enough confirmation. But as it starts to bounce off of VWAP, I say, okay, this looks really good. I'm starting to see rejections off of VWAP, which is, my bus stop level. If it rejected off of that VWAP and I was seeing candles close below VWAP, then I would say, okay, I think that this is going to be the continuation of the short. But as it starts to break through VWAP, I start to see that 9 EMA cross that VWAP level. I'm saying, ooh, I get my hands together and I say, this looks good. And so this looks really good for the long. So shout out to Adam. He has been, giving me some great ideas. And so shout out to him. He is a great, amazing trader. So we have Gorav in the chat. He is saying hood consolidating at the highs might be about to break out on the weekly. There's nothing in sight until 34. So let's take a look at hood. Let's take a look at that. Whew. I'm glad I'm not coughing anymore, but damn, I do get winded when I start speaking. But anyways, so this looks really good as well. Let's look on that weekly that you're talking about here. Oh, wow. Look at that strong, look at that strong candle. That is crazy. Let's see. Let's go on like higher time frame. Yeah. My bus stop level, to be honest, is around like this local high here, around 43.32. That would be like, this is more of a swing trade for me. I think if you're a swing trader, getting in as of right now on that hood looks really good and decent as well. I don't necessarily have a bus stop level for the day, to be honest. Let's look back here. Yeah, nothing really too in sight. I would say that when I don't really have a bus stop level in sight, I kind of just look at the local even dollars. So 30.50 is a target that I'm looking at, 31s, 32s, and I want to see what it does at those levels if I'm starting to see rejection or support. But I think on a higher time frame, regardless of day trading, this looks really good for the swing trade and also on the day trade as well. But me personally, I just don't know really kind of like where to take profits on this one, so I don't think I will enter it personally. But this looks like a really good play as well, and so shout out to Gaurav for bringing this to our attention. That looks really good as well. And then what else do we got here? We got SoFi. So SoFi is also something that I was looking at. I drew this trend line a little bit and I said, we might get to that trend line and then continue, the continuation of the long. And see, this is the level I was looking at. That local high bounced off of that level a little bit and then it's continuing to that upside. So that SoFi is still looking strong and looking great. I wish that I got in at, better levels, to be honest. The better levels that I would be looking at is, let me bring back my VWAP here. Getting in here, that would have been a nice play, or the break of the pre-market high. So around this $12.10 mark would have been really juicy, but I just didn't have my eyes on this one. But this looks really good still. I mean, even though I missed the play, I still think that this is still in play. And so just because I'm not in it doesn't mean that you can't, find your way in it. And so, obviously make sure that your risk is, accounted for, but this looks really good as well. If you were to get in here, I think that risking, 12.35, this kind of shelf here is a good play as well, or if you want to give it a little bit more room to this wick here, or a little bit below VWAP around 12.10. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, this is some good tickers there that are kind of moving around. ES is pushing fresh highs of the day as of right now. NASDAQ kind of pulling up as well. So continuing to watch kind of the same tickers here. Spider, obviously reflecting the ES, is pushing high a day as of right now as well. 598.35 is what we're trading at there on the S&P 500. So interesting stuff there. Tesla still continues to consolidate at its highs. Softy, though, making some fresh lows, looking distinctly different there. So
Thanks.
Again, Softy, one of the top constituents for both the NASDAQ and the S&P there, trading pretty aggressively to the downside here, giving back a little bit of that strength that we got from yesterday's action there. So interesting stuff there on Softy. Again, we go back to Amazon. Amazon's not really doing too much, man. It's just still within that opening range. You can see we attempted to break a little bit below, only can get to 208s before reclaiming VWAP. A nice little consolidation as of right now. Markets are continuing to do a little bit of a bid up there. So something that is kind of catching, I guess it's a little bit more obvious that it's catching an actual bid, might be Google here. Google, strong selling off of VWAP in the morning session there. You can see that 178.06 is the low, and that aggressive buying, kind of look at that. When that buying steps in, you break the trend as well. You start to push your way all the way up to VWAP. Sure, we didn't get all the way up to VWAP, but 179 is where in and around that area of where VWAP is sitting as of right now. And look at that price compression as well. So where will we go from here? I have no idea, but what the information on the chart is showing us is that we sold off the open. We attempted to break back above VWAP. This is a 3-minute chart. Look at this strong 3-minute candle here. We bid all the way back up into VWAP. 180 was an interesting level from yesterday as well. You can see that, and we reject that 180 for a further pullback in, extension off of VWAP, and then maybe a little bit of a turn here for a reversion to VWAP off of the break of trend. No real volume on that as really, but you can see the volume kind of dissipating as well as the selling pressure falls off, and then you catch a bit of a bid maybe with that selling pressure, I guess dropping, lifting, I guess if you want to call it that. Softy, some fresh lows at 422s as of right now. Apple's not really doing too much either, and Apple is just sideways.
Apple
again,
never does
VWAP.
anything.
I think VWAP selling might be something to consider on a day like today, where you can see multiple things are just continuing to hold VWAP as resistance. And then when I say multiple things, I just mean the tickers that we just covered, a few of the constituents from the Mag 7.
Yeah, I like that look on Apple, to be honest. I like the fact that we are in this downtrend here. And so, so we have this downtrend here, which I like. We have this rejection off of VWAP. So this is like kind of my bus stop level. So let's just say you were going long, I would be taking profits here, and then as it starts to fail to break above VWAP, it didn't really close above VWAP. I'm not seeing a strong candle there. I would start to initiate those shorts here, and the fact that it comes down, it bids back up to VWAP, can't break that VWAP again, and so we're coming down, and so I really like the look of that as well, and so this looks like a good play for the short. Getting in here, I don't think that's a bad look as well. Getting in here, even the break of 226.75, I don't think that's a bad look either. I think that this is a little bit better just because you are closer to VWAP. You do have kind of the confirmation of these two rejection here's to risk off of. So if I was getting in here, for example, if you're punching that key as of right now, I would say that, risking above at around this wick here, around 227.60 is a good look, not giving it too much room, but enough where, it shouldn't get to that level. It's still part of the downtrend, but I think that is kind of a good level to risk off of. And if you wanted to give it a little bit more room, maybe you can give it to this high, 228.15, but I think that's just a little bit, I don't know, but I would rather give it to here. And that looks pretty good as well, because the thing is, what we're seeing kind of like on a lower kind of time frame is that we just want to make sure that we saw these rejections from VWAP, and so that's what we want to see. We want to make sure that it's holding below VWAP. If it breaks VWAP, because that's what got us in, then if it breaks above VWAP, then that's not what we want to see. We got in because it's below VWAP, it's rejecting off of VWAP, so we need to stay true as to why we got in. If that starts to change, then we have to say, hey, I'm wrong in this instance, maybe wait for another opportunity to get back in, or just leave the idea as a whole. So I think that's a great look on Apple. And then M. Mason is saying hymns. Let's take a look at that. Hymns, let's see here. My VWAP is loading. Okay, you guys are starting to get what my playbook is looking like. So shout out to you for bringing this to my attention. I like the look of this as well. I like the fact that the 9 EMA is crossing that VWAP level. For this type of trade, I want to make sure that it's not breaking this level, 22.27. I would give it to around 22.19. That's just kind of the risk level that I would give it. Another risk level that you can do is also the day's low. I feel like that is a little bit more room that you can give it, just to make sure that you don't, get wicked out there. And so, that's only about, $1.20 away from, what the market price is as of right now. So I think that is good, proper risk management to give it rather than here. I just like to keep my risk tight, but I think that it's not a bad look either to even give it to this low. So that looks really good on HIMS. And then Rob EV is saying DJT setup followed by consolidation repeated again on the 5-minute chart. Thank you for that. Let's take a look what's going on there. Yeah, this is the move that I was looking for, the break of that day's high. I got out a little bit too early, unfortunately, but this looks really great for the continuation of the long. This looks really great. If I'm looking at, my bus stop levels, what are we looking at here? A little bit of a bus stop level that I'm looking at is around this consolidation from yesterday, so around this 37.72 mark. Not necessarily saying that, I think this is a reasonable spot to get to. A little bit further extended away, maybe we might not see this today, but my next bus stop level on DJT would be 48.13, and then again at this wick high around $55. I think that's a little bit overextended, but my two bus stop levels is around this consolidation here, 37.62, and then again 47.80. I think that is pretty reasonable. This one for today, this one maybe for a longer time frame. So that looks really good as well. SMR, this looks really good for the short for me personally as well. I like the fact that I call it kind of the 2 VWAP touch. So I find that when something touches VWAP twice in whatever direction, that's kind of the bias that I stick to. So we come up above VWAP here. We have a rejection at 10:30 off of that 25.83, rejection again at 11 a.m., very distinct there. And then we are coming on the way down here I probably would have tried to, if I was looking at it, at the right time, I would have been getting in around here, maybe around here, just because I wanted to see that rejection off of VWAP. And then once I see that rejection off of VWAP, I'd probably be initiating the short around 23.10s, 23. And then what I like here, though, is the fact that we're below VWAP. We are kind of crossing this consolidation level where it bounced off, and then we're breaking through here. And this is like one of my big money plays, especially for the afternoon. I don't typically like to trade the afternoon too much, but when I do, when I start to see this playbook trade, then I really like this as well. Again, the confluence or the parameters that I kind of have for this trade, shout out to Obi, is being below VWAP, the 2 VWAP touch, so it came above. Yes, it was, a long position here, but then as it broke this level above, below VWAP, then we start to see, that bearish action there. So that looks really good for the short. And then my bust stop level would be around this wick low, around $20, or if we don't want to give it there, around $21, because that's kind of the next even dollar level. 22 is the next even dollar level. 22 is like here, but I think that it could definitely get a little bit lower than that. So I would say 21 is, a good level for me to start taking profits. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, I'm just reading the chat here. People were talking about Intel. I think who was it over here? I think somebody was like, C Battles is talking about Intel, potential Intel short, maybe. I have no idea, but let's pull it up here. I know that they've been doing some interesting action on a larger time frame as well. We were consolidating underneath this 22 area, so I have this marked. A bit of a support and resistance from earnings day one. Bit of a consolidation there. Earnings high was 24.85 there, and now we are trading well above that at 26.25. So nice little trend up post earnings. Now, if you take a look at this ticker as well, you can see. Okay, wow. See, I do have a little bit of technicals on here. But again, I like my charts naked more than anything, without all of the mess. To kind of it gets in the way. It gets in the way of the candles. Doesn't really give you a proper perspective of what the price action may or may not be doing there. So yeah, look at that range of break, and then we're starting to push past that. So let's see if we can hit those 27s in the coming weeks. Maybe we can get back to those 30s. Look at that Kwadung in August there from their double miss on their earnings. A very aggressive sell-off there. We sold off about 35% there on those on that earnings report. But this one not as volatile on this one. A little bit more muted relative to what happened in the past earnings there. But we're kind of creeping right back up, reverting the move. To say the least there, about a 50% reversion already happening as of right now. Those lows sitting at 18.5s, that selling coming in from 30s. We're at 26, is only about 4 points away from that 30 mark as of right now here on Intel. So interesting stuff on Intel as well. Zion Lala is asking, are you looking for a Kwadunk on Tesla? Possible big drop. What's going on, Adara?
We're gonna just go here over our crypto segment because it's been a huge week here on Friday. I thought, why not wrap it up by looking at some of the huge moves in the biggest crypto names, Ethereum and BTC. We're gonna start with BTC here on the weekly chart. That gorgeous kind of rounded bottom type pattern completed with this beautiful push up. Looks like we're at highs of week here or near week highs as we try to get into that 77,000 level. Now, a lot of this has to do with that presidential election. We know Donald Trump had called himself the crypto candidate, and Matt Haugen, who's the CIO of Bitwise, said that crypto was actually the winner of this election. We know that's true as well in past segments of this crypto update. We've talked, or earlier this week anyway, we've talked about how Trump was not the only pro-crypto candidate to be getting in. There's a lot of crypto-based political action committees, so there was a lot of interest in getting some crypto candidates into office. It looks like that was fairly successful, and actually with this in mind, Matt Haugen, again, the Bitwise CIO, says he expects Bitcoin to approach 100,000 by the end of this year, 200,000 by 2025, and then thinking that other crypto assets could even do better due to the lack of regulatory risks, or at least perceived lack of regulatory risks under this new administration. Here's the Ethereum weekly chart. Definitely not as strong as Bitcoin, with Bitcoin being at highs and Ethereum a bit removed from highs. But this weekly candle pushing into 3,000, taking out a lot of this previous chop is a great look. We are, though, running into previous support at 3,000 that we saw in early July and then again in mid-May. So key level potentially for ETH. Bitcoin looking great, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. Marcus, oh boy, all right. So aggressive buying there on Tesla coming in, some strong volume coming in on that push there. I did get stopped out of my trade when that volume, again, that was an aggressive pop here. I kind of looked at, I was watching the 30-second chart here, but I do want to go down to a lower 1 second, see how fast that actually was. Actually, you know what, it kind of grinded up. But the volume is coming in quite aggressively, so watch out for that high a day incoming potentially. Ooh. There it goes. There's the high a day getting cracked right there. Oh boy, all right. So, I mean, it's a good thing I stopped out on that action there that was coming out. So we're getting aggressive into that 320 mark. So let's see if we can break past that 320 as of right now. Let me put on the size filter for you guys so we can look at that together here. Pull up that book as well. Chart not as important in this situation, in my opinion. We got to watch this book to see what these 320s have in store for us right now. So let's see if we grab the day highs. I don't think so. I think we're going to continue potentially pushing higher there. But we saw that aggressive bid come in, and there you go, about 4,000 lots right there on that 320 mark. 320 coming in hot with that aggressive bid as of right now. So let's see if we blast through that level, and if we do, is it going to be the same as that 300? Do we just rip up 2 points off of that? As of right now, look at that. Does the ask decrement? There it is, 40, 50 pennies instantly, and then taking a little bit of a pullback. So not as aggressive right away as that 300 break, but Sean's saying he is in it right there on the 320 break. He's in at 25s. Absolutely beautiful. We're coming in for that 321. A little bit of size there. Can we take him out? Of course we can. We took him out right there. 2104 is printing for a second there with an aggressive pullback back down into the 2050s as of right now. So yeah, that's a good thing. That's I guess. The good thing it stopped out. Didn't want to take a rip past the day highs. Again, real risk on this trade that I had was past day highs, but I was just kind of trailing it to some of these lower highs that were being made in the sideways consolidation as price did a bit of compression there. But yeah, no, somebody in the chat was like, yeah, you got to watch out for those higher lows building up into the higher day. Yeah, for sure. I am definitely watching that build up there, but I'm also looking at that price compression there and that overextension as well. But definitely got to respect that action. Yeah, I have no idea what the price is going to do. I just have a little bit of a trade idea, and I want to put some risk on that. I do have to get a little bit better at being more precise with some of that. But like I said today, I'm not really putting on too much or getting too aggressive there. But some of these ads definitely a little aggressive for the push. I got to be selling most of my inventory at that 318 for a push. For a pullback down in towards VWAP or maybe a break of some of these consolidation lows. But oh boy, are we heading to the upside as of right now, 321.03s, 321.24. So let's go. Sean is over a point in the money right now, more than $1 in the money. Let's go. 321's coming in. Let's see if we get that 325 level. Yes, that is the hot dog cannon. Let's go. Congrats, Sean, on that trade. 320 breakout off of that size. Nice trade, Sean.
That's awesome.
Nice. He's definitely eating over there. What do you got going on?
Yeah, so I just wanted to address in the chat, New York Urbanista. She was asking about my bus stop levels, and she was asking, is it a bus stop level an entry or an exit? And so when I'm in the trade, it's going to be a take profit level. But when I'm not in a trade, then it's a potential bounce, like a support or resistance level that I'm looking at. And so, yeah, it can be both. So an example that I would have is, let's just look at Hood, for example. So let's just say you are looking for the reversion. So let's just say you're in this trade right now, 30.28. My bus stop level for this trade, if I am going short, would be VWAP. That would be my first kind of bus stop level. Maybe I would take a little bit of profits from there and see what it does at that level. And then once it starts to break below VWAP, I would say, okay, this trend is not really holding strong. And so that's where I would be taking profits. Whereas Whereas, like, if I'm not in the trade, for example, and I'm looking at, potential bus stop levels, I'd be looking at that VWAP trade, and then if it that VWAP bounce or rejection, and then my next bus stop level would be the low of day for a potential, or just like where the stock may go, where the ticker may go. And so that's kind of what the bus stop level is. I'm kind of predicting where it may go, where there may be support or rejections, and so that's where I kind of tie in the bus stop levels. So VWAP is a key one, the high of day, the low of day, but that's just what it can change based off of if you're in the trade or not in the trade, and so that's really is the fundamental part of the bus stop levels. So I hope that answered your question there, and that was concise. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask any more questions in the chat. So shout out to you for that. So I appreciate the explanation. Thank you. I hope that gave you some answers there. So what else do we got here? Want to see what we're looking at. Renard is saying Pfizer. So let's look at Pfizer. Let's look at this here. Okay, so they had the ex-dividend day was today, in the pre-market. And we're seeing a little bit of a bounce here around 11.15, around 12.20, and it's bidding up to VWAP. So if you were in this trade, again, my bus stop level would be me taking profits here. But as I'm looking at this, I want to see what it does at this bus stop level. If we can break above that VWAP level, then I would be looking for the long. If we stay below this VWAP level, then I would look for the continuation of the short, because the action that I'm looking at is the fact that it can't get above this VWAP level, and so we should continue the trend to the downside. But I think that VWAP is definitely a very pivotal level in my playbook. I really like to, play my cards based off of what the price action is doing at that level. And so I find it just gives me a little bit of edge. Sometimes it doesn't always work, to be honest, but at least I know, at least it kind of gives me a bias, because when I first was on the floor, I would be taking crazy trades. I would be trying to long here, or I would be trying to short here, and things were just all over the place. And so I just wanted it to be concise, where I kind of know where I'm wrong. I don't take too many attempts, and that was the biggest factor, to be honest, so that I don't take too many attempts. VWAP, if it gets there, if it breaks VWAP, I'm out of the trade. If it stays below VWAP, then I'm going to stay in the trade. And so that's how it kind of, came about. And so that is my look on Pfizer. I think that we need to stay below that VWAP in order for the continuation of the short to kind of still be in play here. But I would be a little bit worried once we kind of cross this $27 level. If it does cross that $27 level, then we might see, a potential reversal to the upside. So I'd just be a little bit mindful of that. And so that is something that I'm looking at. And then the Piper, I remember you said APP is 14 up in the last hour. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, that's an earnings day too, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that's earnings day 2 from yesterday.
Oh, that looks really nice as well. Yeah, I wish I was looking at this as well. My playbook for this would have been the break of that previous day high. That looked really great as well. The two shots I would have taken on this is the break of this pre-market high that happened around sometime in the morning, around 9:30. And so the break of that would have been really nice. And then if I missed that trade, I would have taken it above that previous day high. That would have been a good trade as well. In the money, you wouldn't have been out of the money at all, really. And then it held above VWAP. I really like the confirmation of that. And then, that looks really good as well. I mean, I feel like I did miss the move, to be honest. That is a little bit overextended for me personally, but if you're already in it, that looks really great as well. If I was trying to get in it as of right now, I would probably be waiting for the dip buy around this 9 EMA level. Whether I get it or not, I mean, that is a big question mark. But I would rather get in here for the continuation of the trend, just because I don't want to incur that drawdown if there is some. And so that's how I'd kind of weasel my way in there. Or another pullback level that I would be looking at is probably near this local high. So waiting for this pullback here. I want to see it hold above this level around 269.25, call it 270, just making things a little bit easier there. And so that's what I would be looking at in terms of APP. That looks really good as well. I like the fact that it's trailing the 9 EMA, but sometimes when I try to get in on like the lower time frames, it just breaks. And so I think that waiting for that dip buy is a little bit better there. Bus stop level that I'm looking at on this, don't see any locally, so I like to kind of just zoom out on a higher time frame and see, and is this at all-time highs? Okay, this is at all-time highs, so this is not, I don't have a bus stop level for this as of right now, but usually when it's in this kind of action where there's no kind of other price action to kind of base off of, usually what I'll do is I'll just look at local even dollar levels. So I'm looking at 279, 280. But another thing that I like to do is I'll just go over to bar charts. And then they have the option strike prices. And so usually a lot of buying and selling happens at these strike prices. So if I just type in APP here, hey, that's the ticker, yeah, APP. And then I go down to options prices, get out of here, ad, please, and thank you. So waiting for that to load, When that does load, come on, let's go. Come on. You could do it. Okay, well, I don't know if it's going to load, to be honest, but when it does load, it will show you like a bunch of option strike prices. Okay, finally. And then so I would be looking at 280, what it does from this level, 285, 290, 295, 300, and see what it does at those levels, how it reacts at those levels. So again, if you missed the point that I made, if things are at all-time highs and there isn't previous bus stop levels to kind of go off of, I look at the option strike prices as potential support or resistance zones and see what it does from that level. So we are approaching that 280 level, which is the next strike price. So I really want to see it blast off from there. I want to see 10s, I want to see 15s, I want to see 20s. And then the next bus stop level, again, would be 285. And then I'd want to see what it does at that 285 level. If I'm seeing a strong wick at the 285 level, I would be a little bit worried. Yeah, just looking at those strike prices and seeing what the action is on there. And I would say looking at the option strike prices, it would be really good to look at the tape if you have a level 2. Or you have the time of sales, looking at the time of sales during that time in confluence with it reaching those prices, seeing how it reacts at those levels, I think is very important. Because a lot of the time with time of sales, I don't like to look at the time of sales like as I'm in the trade. I would like to look at it at key price levels and seeing how it reacts. So that's my look on that. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, I think price action is definitely something I consider strongly when taking trades as well. Sometimes I find myself not respecting it, and kind of sometimes the ego does get in the way there, and I'm like, oh, this can't be doing this. It's overextended. Prime example, Tesla. But you know what? If the pressure is there and the action is showing you you definitely have to respect that and stop out within your risk limits. So you know what? Price action trading is definitely I definitely like it, and I respect the traders who definitely use price action to heavily weigh their trading styles there, as I kind of vibe with that as well. But yeah, no, Tesla breaking past that 320, absolutely aggressive bid that came in off of that hold of that 317. I was talking about those buyers potentially stepping up, and they did kind of step up there with that aggressive bid coming in with expanding volume as well through the high a day. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Continuing to push a little bit higher here. I am short a little bit on the 320s, looking for a pullback in, as that bid was distinctly different, right? It was distinctly different relative to what we've been doing since the morning there. Sure, we had some aggressive pushes through the dollar breaks and through some of those other key levels, but this bid just came in out of I guess not necessarily out of nowhere, but it definitely came in a distinct manner. I was watching the tape as well, and I'm like, oh, something's happening, and then I was like, all right, stop, and then aggressively pushes to the upside, breaking that high a day there. Prior highs sitting at that 319. 319.42. So let's see what we do if we can break back below this 320. As of right now, do we get down to that 319 halves? If we do we continue to hold this little bit of a trend here that we have been since about, I guess we've been holding this decelerated trend I have here since 1140. A little bit more aggressive trend that showed up off of the bounce around 11 o'clock off of that 312 mark as well. So let's see what Tesla has in store for us today. I'm definitely not getting with the trend on this one today, and taking some cuts for sure as of right now. But yeah, let's see. I'm looking for that pullback. I don't know if we'll get it. This ticker is hella strong on the day today. Again, today's day 3 elections, I guess.
Yeah.
Day 3 elections today. So yeah, some strong continuation, strong multi-day continuation that we've had on some of these tickers over this week, right? So just taking a quick look at some of these other names here. I do want to take a look at DXYZ. I know this one's been moving around as well in this basket here, so it is pretty much near high of day as well. So similar story as Tesla. Let's take a quick look at what DJT is up to. DJT also near high of days there, 33s as well on DXYZ is the high of day. As of right now, and 321 coming back in on Tesla. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, ASML on watch. At around 12:51, it came out. Apparently, the company spokesperson saying that they faced an outage today, but they said it was an IT issue, which was resolved and the systems were recovered. This catalyst, though, now circulating here on Twitter. So this story, which came out about half an hour ago, now getting some circulation on Twitter. ASML with a outage that has apparently since been resolved, guys.
All right, ASML, nice.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Someone in the chat was saying, is NVIDIA short from here? And so, look, I mean, I would think that it is because it is part of my playbook to kind of short below VWAP. But what I don't like about it and what I want to bring attention to is the fact that look at these green candles on the 5-minute. I mean, they're not too strong, like it's not doing too much price action, but that is something that you want to be aware of. And so if I'm getting in for the short, I'm not necessarily trying to initiate the short here. What I'm really waiting for is the break below this level again. So what I possibly could see happening is if it's going to stay below VWAP, it's going to bounce off of VWAP, and then it should come to this level, and then that's when I would start initiating my short. But as of right now, it looks like, you know, if it can get above this level around 147.98, let's call it 148. If I see 148.10s, 148.15s, then I think the short is kind of out of play for me as of right now. But I want to see what it does at that level. I want to see a wick off of VWAP and then initiating my short around 147.17. Because if it is a short, then I'd rather get in on the breakdown here rather than guessing, possibly, you know, getting stopped out there, because if I got in here, my stop loss would be around here, and I think price action can reasonably get up there, to be honest. And then you could give it more room here, but I think later in the day, that is just way, way, way too overextended there. And so I want to see it stay below VWAP, possibly again, get to that VWAP, and then break down from there. So that's my look on NVIDIA. And then someone is saying, I don't get the short on Tesla trending up / market green too strong for today. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's like a bad look there, to be honest. I don't think that it is a short as of right now. Again, like I was saying, when I'm looking for those shorts, I'm looking for the break below VWAP. And so if it could get there today, then I'd be like, yeah, Tesla's a short. But just it's staying strong above VWAP, I just don't like the look of that, to be honest. So I did have paper hands with this trade as well. I did go long when we popped on the show, but that would have been a really good look as well. I really like the break of that day's high. Usually that is part of my playbook as well. But I just did not get involved today, so that looks really good. What else do we got here? Cost. Let's take a look at cost. Costco. Yeah, this is still blasting high. 958.65, looking, you know, coming in hot, coming in strong. If I'm looking for those bus stop levels, let's take here. Did I look at a bus stop level for this? I don't think so. Oh wow, this is at all-time highs as well. So this is looking crazy. I think for this personally, I think it's just going to be a psychological level. Putting the strike prices aside, I'm looking at $1,000. I think that is, the next level that I'm looking at. Are we going to get that today? I mean, I don't really trade like these bigger caps to know like if it really is going to get up there today. I don't necessarily think so. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think in terms of the swing trade, that is very much in play, and so that's kind of the psychological level that I would be looking at on Costco. And then someone's saying DJT, the place to be. DJT. Let's see here. Oh no. Why did I do that? DJT. Yeah, this looks pretty decent as well. We are retracing a little bit on the 5-minute here. I would say if you want to get involved, maybe waiting for a dip buy here around 30.77, call it 30.80. But that looks really good as well. And then if you kind of miss that, then my next level that I'd be waiting at is around this 30.15 level at that VWAP. Want to see a hold of that for the continuation of the long. So I think that is a good look. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of watching this action here. Yeah, I definitely agree. Tesla does not look like a short, and I just keep taking stabs at the short, looking for a potential pullback right there. But it's not really coming. So yeah, no, I do have to. I mean, eventually, I'll get to a point where I'm just like, yeah, these are enough tries at these points here. I was looking for this consolidation slowdown to kind of come in, but yeah, that 321 holding as of right now, trying to push that high a day, only about 10 pennies away as of right now. So yeah, here it goes, pushing for fresh highs of day right there. There it is, 321.70s, 322s incoming as well on that one there. So let's see if that one can potentially come in. Are you guys speaking to me? Because I don't think I can hear you guys just yet. But yeah, no, 321 pulling back. So we did kind of push that high, and then aggressive selling coming right back in. So that's some interesting information. Let's see if that kind of continues going forward. Market still holding, pushing some fresh highs as well on that. Here comes that. I guess here's the thing. The tape is starting to get a little aggressive. If you guys can see right here, the speed of the tape kind of as that selling comes in definitely increased, but nothing too significant there. What's going on, Adara?
Let's take a look here at the DXY on the weekly chart, because that is, again, usually during the morning version of this segment, we look at the daily. So I'd take a different look during the weekly. On the DXY weekly chart, this is our 6th straight green week. And this is not even our greenest week, despite that massive pop we had on Wednesday, even though, of course, like we did have this larger green candle on the weekly chart going back to the end of September, beginning of October, which is when that DXY rally began in earnest. Now, what makes the DXY really interesting here, what makes this week interesting from an economic perspective, not only the election, but our second FOMC meeting of rate cuts. So this is the second meeting in the rate cut cycle. We did have Fed Chair Jerome Powell and the FOMC cutting by 25 basis points. It's a pretty interesting conference, basically mostly confirming what had already been said, but there's some emphasis right now, or some indications the Fed is a little bit worried about labor. It came up during that press conference, and it also came up here in the statement, which we do have modified as we have each FOMC meeting. So one of the statements apparently that was cut here was they're basically having some concerns with the greater confidence. Initially, the last statement, they said they had greater confidence that inflation was moving sustainably towards 2%. That sentence is gone. So this greater confidence apparently maybe not any longer. They also have basically said in support of its goals, instead of emphasizing support on the progress of inflation. So potentially the Fed is thinking there's less progress than they initially saw when we had that September meeting. So there's potentially some signs of a little bit of hawkishness coming through, but the general trend that we got there from Fed Chair Jerome Powell in that meeting was, it looks like they want to continue cutting. It's also worth noting, though, apparently when asked if he would step down, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said no. And they said, what if you're made to step down? And Fed Chair Jerome Powell said no. So it looks like he wants to stay in the FOMC meeting regardless of the results of that election, guys. Or not the FOMC meeting, the FOMC. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. No, that was funny. I saw that happen live, and it was funny that the interviewer was a little lost for words as well. The person asking the question, she just got like a stern no. And then it was just like, okay, next trade, next question as well from Powell. So that was pretty funny. If you guys want to go back and watch that, I'm sure there's like clips as well. He was just like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna step down even if he asks for it. So you know what? That was we know how Powell rolls. You know, he remember that one time he was just like, oh, shut the front door. As well in that conference. That was pretty funny. And then this time he's just like, President who? I'm gonna continue doing my job. So it's pretty badass there in terms of Jay Powell, the reversion man. I guess reverting that question back pretty hard there yesterday. That was pretty funny. But no, that's some good entertainment during some I guess serious moments like FOMC for sure. Tesla is continuing to make fresh highs as of right now. 322s. I guess we did print some of that 322s. 322 flat is the high of day currently. Let's see if we can kind of continue pushing that level as of right now. I don't have too much else on watch right now. I know that DXYZ continues to make fresh highs as well. DJT near its highs also. And here's 322s again on Tesla as it continues to push higher on the day. Qualcomm with a bit of a bid coming in as well. Nice little reversion happening there on Qualcomm on the day. So interesting stuff nonetheless. Those are the only tickers I'm really looking at for today. Let us know in the chat what other tickers you are looking at as well. Man of the people saying Dollar Tree DLTR. DLTR looking interesting. Let's see what Dollar Tree is saying about that. What's going on, Sean? $2. Yeah, because you got long. Nice. Yeah, I like that. So yeah, Dollar Tree with a bit of a flush there, coming in off of the open today, consolidating sideways, not really doing too much here on Dollar Tree, not really doing relative volume as well.
IONQ moving.
IONQ moving, says Satea. What do you got going on there?
Yes. So sorry to interrupt you there. Yeah, this is like a really good look. We were looking at it earlier before when it was kind of doing this consolidation action there, and I was saying, you know, this looks really good. So shout out to the person that I forgot what the name was, to be honest. I'm sorry, I have kind of a short-term memory, but this looks good. And so if you want to get involved, I'd say that getting in here isn't a bad look at all at the market price or even the break of this 2450. That looks like really strong as well. So INQ moving. So that is what I'm looking at. Sorry, I'll move it back onto you.
Yeah, no worries. Just watching this 322 level here on Tesla. Going to continue watching it a little bit here. Market's really strong. You can see some fresh highs there on the NASDAQ. So we did kind of break out of that opening range high there on the NASDAQ, and ES also continues to make some fresh highs as of right now. So nothing else really on watch, but we got a bit of a read for you guys right now. So we can do that. So eSignal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize, foresee profitable opportunities with the platform that you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Better backtesting and scanning predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data, up to the second market information from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. eSignal. So I know there's a few traders that definitely use that service and are pretty happy with it. So shout out to eSignal for that one there. 322.60s right now happening on Tesla. So this thing is raging to the upside. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 325s today coming in. So that's that one right there. Aggressive push to the upside. I am going to just get out of that one right now. All right, cool. We are out of that one. So we got a super chat. Okay. Interesting. Charlie Taff saying that I'd rather put my money here than OF. Big props to the whole team today. Buy some liquid IVs on me. Nice, thank you. All right, here's some fresh highs there. 323 incoming on Tesla with, look at this market tailwind as well. Absolutely aggressive bid. Let's see who else is running on the day today, because we know we were talking about the Mag 7s being a little bit beat down on the day. So we can take a quick look at the Mag 7 here, or some of those names from said Mag 7, and see if they are taking a bit of a turn as well. We know Softy was really aggressively selling off. So yeah, there's a bit on Softy. We'll go down to the 3-minute chart. Bit of a bit on Softy there. Hasn't necessarily broken this trend just yet, in my opinion. But again, what do I know? All right, so Tesla, we're already watching. Google as well. Google catching a bit of a bid, but it's been kind of sideways. We talked about this kind of reversion happening earlier there. It couldn't quite get to VWAP, but that bid coming in off of a higher low there on Google, Amazon as well. Here comes 324 almost on Tesla. So this thing is ripping to the upside here. There's 324s printing, accelerating. So that was really aggressive. So something to note here, looking back at it, was that, again, I noticed distinctly different action here. We broke through the highs, and then we started to hold 320. And instead of maybe getting short on the 320 hold, maybe I should be looking to get long off of the information that the price action is showing me. I definitely have to do better in terms of that decision making. So we're pulling back off of that 324 as of right now. So what else do we got going on? Apple, right? Apple, we were talking about that VWAP being a little bit heavy. This bid brings us all the way right back up to VWAP. So let's see what we do going forward from here. Again, market tailwind is hella strong here, Satya. So absolutely crazy. What are you guys trading? Are you guys long? Hey, David's saying, Obi, jump on the Tesla train ride, brother. It's okay to make money. Yeah, thank you. We'll see. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Trading with the trend, again, not my strongest suit, but that is something I definitely have to get better at. Every time the bid kind of slows down, I'm like, oh, maybe reversion. No, I'm joking. There's a lot more factors to it than that. But like I said today, I'm just taking a couple shots there. Just feeling the waters, testing out some of that action, and that action definitely very, very strong there on Tesla. Definitely charged up over the past few days to push that 300 mark, and today we get way more than that. We get about 25, almost 25 points off of the open there on Tesla. Again, aggressive action on these markets as well. Bit of a hold on that on Apple, so that's interesting. Maybe that can continue to sell off there, but. Yeah, you guys are funny in the chat there. Always a good time here. Whether it's the midday, whether it's the morning or the afternoon show, I'm always having a great time spending it with you guys, putting some trades on, maybe testing some ideas. But today, just relaxing, nothing too crazy. You know, like I said, we went out last night. It was a bit of a late night there. And I told myself this morning, I'm like, I'm not going to be putting on too aggressive of a risk. But clearly, I can see that my decision making is a little bit skewed since the morning session. Again, maybe missing that trade a little bit had me slightly tilted as well. And I'm just like, all right, well, if I'm not going to catch the long, maybe I should be looking for the reversion or the short to pull for a pullback. And I'm kind of anchored to that idea as well. So I'm kind of fighting that mental a little bit as well, so I got to do better at that. But we're continuing to trend up, and I am respecting some of that strength when it does come in and show me that it is going to continue to be aggressive there. There's that Apple pushing a little bit higher there. Hey, Davis asking about do you like SoFi at this point? Chill Vibe saying Tesla 400 next week. Yeah, probably. If it's going to continue this momentum, we can rip up into all-time highs. We were talking about those all-time highs being, 414 and some change there on Tesla, and we have a bigger picture. We've broken out of a strong, I guess, trend or resistance that we were having since those all-time highs as well. That happened a couple months ago, or a few weeks ago, I think, and Tesla continuing to push up to the upside here. So we can take a look at SoFi. Like Hey Davis asks, so what is SoFi up to? SoFi, we saw this earlier. We ripped up. Look at that volume candle that pushes through that high a day. Absolutely beautiful there. Now we're just consolidating a little bit sideways. I know that was it Darius asking for UPS. So let's take a quick look at UPS here. On the day, 132 halves is the day low as of right now. Strong selling off of the open as well. So interesting stuff. Not really on my watch. Is it doing a little bit of relative volume? Yeah, it's been doing a little bit of relative volume, I guess, since this volume candle showed up. We've been doing slightly above 1 times R vol here on UPS, but not really on my watch list today. Nothing too crazy going on this name. Scott Capp saying Costco, he called it in the morning. Costco continues to push higher and higher on the day today, so absolutely crazy. This one, oh boy, we're headed for that 1,000 mark, Taya.
Jeez.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that is wild. I definitely think it can get there very, very soon. And then some people are cracking on my NVIDIA in the chat. And I mean, granted, she's not doing too much today. Someone in the chat earlier was asking about, the short coming in, whether, where they should initiate that short. And so I am seeing that rejection off of VWAP, not necessarily. So it doesn't necessarily need to get to VWAP in order for me to start seeing, some rejection from VWAP. And so just the fact that it's still hanging below that VWAP level is something that I'm looking at as well. I still don't want to get involved in the short as of right now, because again, it's still kind of like in this uptrend action. But I do want to see this break here. I'm going to make this color, let's make it blue. And so I want to see a break below this blue level. That's kind of the point where I feel like we will see kind of more confirmation for the downside. So I wouldn't necessarily think that, it's going to break below the day's low and continue, lower like that. But I would take a little bit of a scalp there. So once it breaks around 147.10, let's say, or even 146.98, I feel like this is even a better level to kind of get in. I would take profits around 146.73 or even 146.50 just for that $0.50 level. So that's what I'm looking at in terms of NVIDIA. Not doing anything too crazy as of right now, just kind of this choppy action there. And so, yeah. I feel like this is like not even a trade day, to be honest, for my good girl NVIDIA here. And so I don't know. I'm just going to leave her on the side today because I'm not seeing what I want to see. And then UPS, I know Obi mentioned it before already. I'm looking for the break of around 132.44 for the continuation of the short. It does look like it's attempting to bounce a little bit at this day's low here. And so I would be a little bit cautious about that, to be honest. But once it does start to break below this day's low, and I see at least, 2 5-minute candles or 3 5-minute candles closing below this level, then I would be a lot more convicted to start initiating my short there. So that looks pretty decent as well. But this kind of bounce here at that low is a little bit concerning. It's not too crazy. It's only on the 3-minute. If we look on the 15-minute, it's only, one bounce on the 15-minute. But it's just something that I would be aware of. I'd say see what it does at this level. I feel like this is kind of the pivotal point where do we, blast off from this level, from that bottom here. And so the break of 132.85, I would be a little bit wary there. But if it does wick off of this 9 EMA, then I think that the continuation of the short is still in play. I usually would get in around the 9 EMA for the continuation of the short, but I feel like once it bounces off this level, I really want to see it get to this day's low again before I start initiating that short. So that's what I'm looking at. How about you, Obi?
Yeah, no, I'm observing this 325. So we did get all the way up to 325 here on Tesla as of right now. So aggressive. Oh, wow, look at that. Aggressive bidding coming right back in. 325 halves, 326 is currently on the horizon there. So yeah, definitely a very, very strong trend here. So as it pulled back through that 325, I re-engaged on the short, but then we make some fresh highs right after. So pretty much that 325 not really looking like a place that we may or may not turn here as that aggressive buying continues to come into this stock. If I'm looking at the 3-minute chart here, we've pretty much held prior bars since about 120 as of right now. So 120, we've been holding that trend, that behavior there on Tesla, aggressive buying into that 325 mark there. Somebody in the chat was talking about 330 on Tesla by end of day. Yeah, sure. With this kind of pressure, if this continues, 325s, Sean. Yeah, 325s. Are you still in that long?
Yes.
Let's go. He's 5 points in the money. Let's go, Sean. Solid trade there on the 320 breakout. So 325s incoming. So this thing is hella extended. That buying pressure showing no signs of relief at all on the day today. So again, maybe it is a Friday. It's I don't know. Maybe we're squeezing on Tesla. I think the squeeze is happening on a bit of a larger time frame as well on the break of that trend, just a little bit, right? On the break of trend, if you're looking at bigger picture reversions, the break of that trend that happened, I think it was a few weeks ago, definitely coming into play here as that aggressive buying continues to push us even higher. Only about 100, less than 100 points now away from all-time highs is this Tesla. So let's see what we do here. Bit of a pullback coming in on the Nasdaq. So let's see if that tailwind can give us a little bit of a pullback down here on Tesla as well. 325, so we're trading below it again, but let's see. We've observed the buyers kind of step up. I was talking about the 312 buyers. They step up to 316s, step up to 320s, and then now let's see where the next aggressive buying kind of comes in and holds the stock higher, or that stair step move to the upside, or do the stairs kind of fall apart and we take the escalator back down, or maybe the elevator even. I have no idea. I have no idea what this ticker is going to do, but the chart is super, super strong, Sateo. So we only got about 12 minutes left. It is a Friday, so a bit of a laxed mood today. You got any weekend plans?
I'm actually going to buy my PC. So
nice.
Yes. So we have on the campus trading program, you do have an option to work from home. And so I'm an iMac girl, to be honest. And so I've been asking around for PC advice from Obi, from Jose, from different people. And so I've just been shopping around for like monitors, the keyboard that I'm going to use, the mouse, and so. They were trying to, just getting a little bit of a rant here, but they were trying to kind of swindle me out of my money because I told them that I wanted 4 monitors, and they said, so the PC that I was looking at only had 3 HDMI ports, and they're like, you're gonna have to add a graphics card in order for you to support like the extra monitor that you want. And I said, really? Like a $300 graphics card just for an extra monitor? And then my friend said that I just need a splitter. I don't know if that's right.
No, you can get a splitter for that, but I think we were talking about that as well. It's like, sure, you can get a splitter. You can still attach a lot of monitors, but it's more about the load that your PC might be taking. It might slow it down if it's not coming from like a natural port.
Okay, understood.
So I don't know. It really depends on what graphics card you already have in there. But yeah, no, that sounds like fun plans. I love building PCs. Building PCs is one of my pastimes. I kind of do it on the side as well. Built a lot of PCs for my friends as well. I built my own as well. I would never buy a pre-made, but again, I learned that lesson a long time ago. I guess growing up, I'm just like, because I was always been an avid gamer, and I'm like, all right, well, how hard could it be? It's just plug and play. And once you figure it out, it really just is plug and play. But no, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be my first PC ever. Nice. So I feel like they took a little bit of advantage. I still don't know what I'm going to do, whether I'm going to get, the AMD Ryzen or the Intel i7 kind of the CPU processor. So I'm still kind of a little bit, I don't know, I'm a little bit bamboozled about that, but I'm going to bring my friend so that he can kind of cross-reference and make sure that they're not trying to make me spend any more money than I need to. Yeah. So that is the fun stuff that I'm going to get into this weekend. How about you? Any plans for you?
I think nothing too crazy. I think I'm just going to hang out with a couple of friends. Maybe do some trade reviews. I'm a little behind on some of those. So I got to catch up on some trade reviews here. Some aggressive selling coming in here. Look at the market pullback there as well, coming right back in towards that prior bar low right there. So here comes some selling on the Tesla as well, breaking back below that 325. So interesting stuff here. Let's see how far we can get. Do we still hold trend? I have no idea. I actually dropped an anchor to that aggressive volume that did come in here, and we held that anchor all the way through this push into 325. So let's see if we can pull back into that anchor here. I have that anchor sitting at 322s as of right now, just a little bit above this consolidation. So let's see if this resistance turns into support as we've been trending up to the upside. Maybe those buyers that I keep saying maybe stepping up, maybe they've stepped up 2 points from that 320 all the way to 322. I have no idea, but let's see. We're coming in on the markets here, a little bit of a pullback. So let's see if that can come in as well here on Tesla. Nothing else really. I wonder if Apple rejected that VWAP, and we know that Apple had some VWAP. Well, we were observing some VWAP sellers there on Apple. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Market was raging to the upside, and then Apple could not get. I mean, Apple bid up as well, but it could not get past some of this VWAP. VWAP selling that we've been seeing once, twice, and 3 times right there. A little bit of a chip chop happening in the morning session as well. A bit of a orbit around VWAP, can't really get through, and then fails to the downside, along with a few of the other Mag 7s as well. So some interesting action there nonetheless. Yeah, no, let's see. What is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. On a day like today, I think Tesla was probably one of the biggest opportunities. Upstart as well, and maybe some of these day 2 earnings as well. You can see I got IONQ here pretty much the whole time I've been here on the midday. Just kind of watching it, being like, all right, well, day 2 plays, I got to keep an eye on those as well. Maybe, while everyone has eyes on something shiny like Tesla, I can be taking opportunities off the chart on tickers that maybe are not don't have as much attention on them, but still doing relatively increased volume there on an earnings day 2 like IONQ. But yeah, no, let me know in the chat. What are you guys trading? Let's see. Let's go long. Obi saying, Red Eye Jedi. I like that name. That's a nice name. Red Eye Jedi saying, let's go long on lean hogs. Daily chart is indicating a boom to the upside. I'm assuming you're talking about Tesla. Yeah, no, daily chart is definitely looking aggressively strong on this ticker. Again, I can show you guys what I have here on the Tesla longer time frame, and we can talk about where this buying pressure may or may not be coming from as of right now. So let's go to a 3-hour chart here. And then this trend, oh boy, yeah, look at that. Have you ever seen a chart like this? Yeah, look at that. There's so many lines.
Why do you have those lines? That doesn't stress you out.
Those are intraday lines that I have not removed. But that's irrelevant in terms of what I'm trying to talk about right now. This is the trend resistance that I'm talking about. The all-time highs here at 414.36. Sorry, I thought it was 412s. 414.36 is all-time highs there on Tesla. And look at that trend resistance we held. This was all the way in 2021. November of 2021 is the all-time high on Tesla. So holding. Yeah, sure, we extend off of it. We pull back in. Holds again in 2023. Holds again in 2024. And finally, coming into the end of the year, we break out of that. Trend resistance. Pull back in. That resistance turning into support. And take a look at this. We remove all of the noise there. We are definitely breaking out and pushing higher on increased volume on this ticker. So yes, on the daily chart, definitely I agree that this is looking like a crazy breakout. We talk about a reversion as well. So yeah, that trend break reversion, the pullback and hold as well for another push up. 350s on the horizon apparently with the way this is looking. So Tesla could be giving us some interesting action, continuing to give us interesting action in the coming weeks and months here.
Awesome. Yes. Yeah, I was just flipping through some tickers, and I was looking at the triple Qs. And so I think that this is an interesting kind of pivotal level here. This was kind of the local high around 514.17. We had that rejection here around 9:30. Around 10, and then again at 11:54. And so we are bouncing off of that level, so a little bit of a pullback there. I want to see that hold of that level for the continuation of the long. That looks pretty decent there as well. If I do see a break of this level, my next bus stop level that I'm going to be looking at is around VWAP, around 513.55, 513.50. But I want to see that hold for that continuation of the long. So that's kind of just some things that I was looking at. I was also looking at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA looks like it's coming into this level that I was looking at as well. Nice confirmation. The fact that we kind of tried to bid up to that VWAP as well. Couldn't get above that, which I really like. And now I feel more secure in kind of initiating at that short there. And not necessarily now, but when it starts to break that 147.15 level, I think that is kind of a better level for me to kind of catch it on the breakdown there. But I wanted to make sure that because we were looking at it around here, around 127, And so someone was saying, should we start, initiating our short there? But I wanted to make sure that there was that rejection below VWAP before we come down. And so that looks a lot better there. So that's kind of just what I'm looking at before we kind of peace out and bring it back to the big kahunas there. They're setting up there. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. How about you?
Nice. No, I'm going to continue watching this Tesla going into the end of the day there. Super strong on the day. I guess some other names again from this morning. Upstart continues to stay really, really strong on the day, holding higher highs and higher lows as well. Hasn't really gone all the way back to VWAP. So we're going to continue watching that one. Another one I had eyes on was Sony. So Sony, they had earnings today as well. A strong drive off of the open. This reversion quite nice there, quite clean as it pulls back in towards VWAP and continues to trade sideways for the rest of the day. That 20 mark, I think, was a 52-week breakout there, and you can see the aggressive buying that ensued, not only going into the 20, but past it as well. 2066 high on Sony Group right there. So not really much else on watch. Yeah, of course, I'm going to be watching DJT and DXYZ as well going into the end of the week. So going to see if this continues to bid up. Again, we've been selling off quite aggressively. The shorts have been quite nice on this, maybe the swing shorts as well. So let's see if there's any sort of residual kind of a pop going into the end of the week here on DJT. DXYZ, of course, is another one that I'll be watching. I'll continue to watch here as it continues to push some fresh highs, again, going into the end of the day. Only about 2 hours left here on the day, so strong market going into the close here. End of week, very, very strong. A little bit of a quadroon happening in the Globex session there. We've pretty much reverted all of that action and more here on the Nasdaq, and then a lot more on the ES here. So aggressive buying across the board, not really reflected as much in some of the Mag 7s, but we were talking about how some of these tickers are moving as of right now. We've seen things that are trending very, very hard. We saw that. We saw Moderna with the hard downtrend. We saw Lilly with the uptrend. We saw Costco as well. So lots of opportunity if you are a trend trader in these markets pushing all-time highs. So
Yes, yeah, I definitely think that's warranted. But we are concluding our midday show. Follow us on Instagram, Trader TV Live. You can follow me on Instagram, satea.trades, and then Adara LePage. I'll add us. Sorry? Trader TV Adara, sorry about that. And then you could also follow her as well, Sean Katina, Trader TV Sean, I believe it is. And you could follow us there. And we're bringing it over to the big kahunas.
take care, guys.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you, Obi, Satea. Yeah, look, it might be a busy afternoon if you're looking at specific names here. We continue to be long. Thank you, Obi, as we were borrowing poppies around here because Neil actually created this problem.
It was crazy. Like my poppy fell off, and then I saw there was like half of it was sitting on the back of the other desk, and then the pin part was gone. I couldn't find it, and then like 5 minutes before we started the show, it worked. Ramin, your thing worked, and then I found the other half of it. So I got my own poppy back, but I don't know, just kind of a weird story. But it's an unbelievably ridiculous move in Tesla.
That's we've taken over $25 on Tesla today, and it's just the long was easy to begin with, for sure. I mean, everybody and their mother, father, dog. I think my dog got some long down here as well. Breaking through this 300 was a no-brainer. You have to be looking at that. And then breaking through 320, I felt like was a no-brainer again as well. So we took that one. We still crossed up the same 40 cents. This time we get 320 25s. So we were just getting a bunch out. Like you guys know the way I'm trading. So these out are about $1, all about $1. Our best out there, 50s. Then we got another piece out at 321 because we weren't sure what was going to happen. It was already a pretty big move for the day, right? So already nicely done. Then we took some out at 322. Then we take some out at 323. Then we take some out at 325 50s. And that's basically where we are right now. So Tesla just continues to be that one. It's only up 10%, but I mean, wow. It's up over 50% or so. This was earnings when we called it. And boom, there it goes. I was, this is again, something else that we're pretty pretty proud of doing, obviously, as it's not like it's easy or hard to make predictions about what stocks are going to do. Sometimes you're wrong about them, but there on Tesla, it was setting up there for a little bit of risk to reward, where you had the 200 period and then boom, and then the election, right? I mean, no matter what we say about the earnings, we were doing this. You know, it was really peeling off. And I remember talking about that, and I was like, yeah, we got to wait. You know, I don't want to get long any of these Mag 7 names. Most of the names off earnings have done this. And then this happens with President-elect Donald Trump, I guess, January 20th, going to take effect. And then we'll see what kind of, like, you know, friendly fire there is. I only have 10% left of this Tesla position, and each level up here has been about 5% until we got most of them out there. We probably got about 75% out there, and then a little bit, and then a decent 10% spot there, and still have 10 left. So 10% left on this Tesla trade. It continues to work. It continues to go higher. Pretty good. We talk about it all the time. There's only so many opportunities you have in the day to make big trades. Otherwise, you know, a lot of scalping, and I think into Friday now, monster. The market being up today would mean it was close to another all-time high close. I know we faded off a little bit yesterday, so we'll just continue to look over there.
It did get to the high.
When do I think we get 400 on Tesla? What's up, Odyssey Flights? I mean, we called 280, 290 there. Now it's 324. We have another $5 on Randy. What's up, Randy? We have another $5 on Tesla on this 320 break, up 10%. So the question is when do we get to $400 on Tesla? So, yeah, that's what I keep saying. And then Ramin's like, watch your language. All right, holy schmoly. We can say schmoly, right? Yeah, so this is what it looks like. This is earnings, by the way, down here, 215. So you've added about 50%.
More.
50%. I just checked my account.
It's
We're
more.
up 72% off of our recent buy on Tesla. Recent buy. 72%. Did not sell any. So 400 is the all-time high right there. When do we get there? I mean, I guess
If you get there tomorrow afternoon, that'd be one heck of a overnight session.
Yeah, it could be next Friday. You know, again, you add 10% more to this, then you're up here. You know, so can we get a couple percentage points a day next week? Probably. But again, you know, I'm just here to trade, put on these and show you guys. I'm not trying to predict where we're going from here. He's already sort of roadmapped this out. If they can get Optimus, you know, that robot kicking, then they get those cars going, then they get another Model 2, Randy, a little bit cheaper. We just talked about that as well, you know, buying cheaper EVs right now. People are looking for those. So if they can get that going, Rivian's trying to get the R1T, right, a cheaper model as well. So if Tesla can get that figured out, I think sky is up here.
There was one analyst that had, if they capture 50% of the ride-hailing market, that is, like, that alone of current, like, not, we're not even talking about, like, the future applications of, like, like being able to sell $100 a month, right, of a full self-drive. We're just talking about just capturing rideshare in general. That's 20% on their revenue. Yeah. That alone.
Crazy.
Then you start throwing, if you then start throwing out things like, okay, the recurring revenue from full self-drive on regular vehicles and then commercial, and then Optimus, you begin to sort of pile in there. That said, I was considering selling 5% in front of 320, didn't. And then we were sitting here and I threw an order at like 324 at 69 in my personal account. So I was gonna say, if it gets to 325, I'm taking 5% off. I don't know. It's an absolute rocket at this point, but I've been looking for places. I did sell Crowd yesterday and was looking for another place to maybe get a little bit more cash before I left. And it is wild on Tesla. There's no question about it. We'll see. Sometimes you sell. It's like, even if it's not a lot, you look back and you hate it after, but that's part of life. Probably not a lot of sellers in UPST today. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that are up, pun intended. But Upstart, it's been quiet for me for lunch. I'll get it, like AMD is a bit of a reversion trade. Like it was just trending down. We were shorted earlier. But I did miss the shot on, well, I didn't miss the shot. I took the shot on Upstart. I just lost on the shot on Upstart the first time through. And then it put in another trend and continued. It did get to $80. I said once it got to $80, that's where I'd look for it. So it kind of broke the trend line there. It could not get to VWAP, so the best it did was 78, and then the tape went ham off of the 78 bounce, so I covered it all. I was looking for the last push into VWAP, and it's right back above 80. So this continues to be a rocket ship It's very different. Like all the fundamental stuff that we just said about Tesla as to why they're going to win. I don't think I can apply any of that stuff to Upstart. Don't know. I can't make the case for it, but it's squeezing. It's 35% short flow. That's what seems like it's happening today. I was joking this morning when I said, well, let's see what happens if it gets to 50% up. I was not even serious when I said that, and this stock seems to want to get there. It could do something crazy parabolic again, and if it does, maybe I'd take another shot at it short, but the fact it couldn't even get to VWAP on that pullback. I thought that was 80 to 76. And it couldn't give you any more than 78. Another name which is squeezing, which might break out, is GME through 25. So that's worth watching here this aft. Is also starting to go to the upside, but it is what it is. It's like the Tesla show. And volume everywhere else is pretty non-significant. It was good on the chips early, but since it was basically, like when I was looking around at lunch, it was Tesla and Upstart that were moving, and I don't know, the GameStop a little bit, I suppose. At one point, DJT was moving, and then that really died down. So it's just not a heck of a lot on a Friday. Obviously, after Fed, we didn't get anything crazy from Jerome one way or the other, when the most exciting thing was him answering questions about him being let go. It tells you we got pretty much as expected, which we said would be the case.
Yeah.
And we're right back to earnings, right? Like earnings mattering. So let us know if there's anything you guys want us to look at or talk about. Hey, Davis, Boeing. Oh, here we go. Boeing had all its problems. Will the stock start to rise again?
We just got 326. We just put another $6 on right there. I was just going to say I was waiting for that question to answer, and I was just going to tell you that we have another offer there. So we had 10%. We just took out another third, so another 3.5% out right there at 326. Another $6 winner here on Tesla, and we just put it on. Like we actually came back from what we went swimming. We came back. We sat down, we had some salad. I was hearing some oh boys. We started to see this going back up to the upside. All we did was put in the buy. It's like a lot of this stuff, Neil, is not rocket science. You know, like that long at 320, why would you, I mean, for me, looking at Tesla here, that's a definite break. I mean, it's the same level. We saw 290 break. We saw 300 break. Probably the same thing at 310. I mean, we weren't even, here's 310. Exact same thing at 310, right? 310 breaks and goes all the way. I mean, I guess there was that little wick there up to 310.30, falls back in about $2, and then goes 8. And then here's the break of 320. So again, and we've tweeted this all out. Go follow at Trader TV, Sean at Trader TV, Neil, Brendan, everybody. But only one place you're going to find these kind of charts, and it's Trader TV, Sean. Huge move up. Here we go again, man. Now up 10% already today. Just keeps on climbing. Wow. I know we always get that JCar eye on cue. Yeah, we can have a quick look at that. Have I ever seen this kind of desperation buying, Kyle? Yeah. I mean, is it desperation buying? I mean, thing is that there's so much money on the sidelines. We've been talking about this forever. Brendan and I used to have the podcast, and we joked about never, ever selling. And I mean, the thing is like, yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, the stock market, right? I mean, rich people need to put their money somewhere. They're not keeping it in their mattresses. They're not keeping it in their bank accounts. They're putting it somewhere, right? The only guy that's keeping it in their bank account right now is Mr. Warren Buffett. And Tesla's not really a jam for him. I bet you he wishes it was. Up to 327 now. Tesla just keeps on going. Now we are now $7. Like, Neil, I thought it was a special day when we were in the money 20. But now you add another, like, this is just a monster trade. And one that I don't know if it's going to stop, man.
At this point, it doesn't seem like it wants to.
It does not.
It doesn't seem like it wants to at all. It's a great trade. It's been a good day. I mean, if Tesla's not your best stock today, regardless of what you got or didn't get, and realistically, I know the 300 break sucked in terms of trying to get it or not, because that's where you always want to put the most on. And I didn't get it, and a lot of people didn't get it. And it is just like yesterday. I'll tell you this much.
Imagine we had got it.
The next time, look, and I was having this conversation with Brankles, it was just, at some point, we didn't get the 290 yesterday. Today, I crossed a little bit more. The next time a level like that comes, you just gotta cross even further. If you really want it, You just, instead of crossing, I think I went from crossing 22s to crossing 42 or something like that today.
Yeah.
So I think this time it's like I'm crossing past the 50, which I don't usually do on an even dollar break. And that's just it. Like maybe it'll be like 67 or I don't know, something along those lines. And you're going to get the best fill, like wherever the best fill is. If it's 40s, if it's 48s, at least you'll be in the trade. And the other thing you can do is just adjust it. Like if your stop is going to be, just say it's going to be 99.5, right? Well, if you think you're going to get 20s and risking 70 pennies, then size for that. And if you think you're risking to be $1.20 based on where you might get the fill, then size for that. And that's all you can really do. Because clearly there's a change in the amount of liquidity available on those level breaks for a lot of day traders. And that's something that it's a bit different from what we're used to. I've seen it on IPOs as well, where you just have to make the adjustment. Just to go over, I know someone was like, oh, AMD still short. Yeah, it was a short this morning, no questions asked. That's what we were doing this morning. And it was just a mean reversion trade. So essentially, here it is from VWAP. I saw it start to go, closed above, took the long, started scalping out, trying to scalp out more. Stop is underneath the prior bar now. Now that it went up to 50s already, the stop is now tight underneath the 148. It was basically that and Upstart that we were playing with. And Upstart does seem like it's running back into the high of the day. So it's trying to make another trend break of the high. And this looking for a very, very patient reversion on Upstart. This one I'm not chasing. It's not going mean crazy when you look at the tape. Yeah, it's up a lot, but there's a distinct difference between Tesla's tape and Upstart's tape, despite it being up 47%. So I do think this one has a better chance of doing a mean reversion trade. Like the two trades I had on are mean reverts. So far, so good on them. But the one that I don't know that I want for mean reversion is Tesla. I'd rather look for something else for a reversion setup than the one that's going mean crazy.
Listen, we won't discuss share sizes here, but I'll just, being able to get into this trade, like right now, it's a big one, and just being able to, and I missed, same thing what Neil said, like we both missed this 300 break, and I only put on 40 cents worth of a bid. I did the same thing on this break, the 320 break, and we got 320.25. So to that point, yes. And I mean, just getting this right now, like Tesla's just a very, very big stock there today, and I am playing with house money. But again, just because up here someone said, what was that, Hey Davis or someone? Oh no, not Hey Davis, RFID trader. Yeah, buy TSLL. Yeah, I mean, I trade the TQQs, right? So 3 times leverage, but I just trade it because of the price. Like, I don't know. I just prefer it than the Qs. I could do either one. It doesn't really, for me, with the amount of money that we, like, you're talking about getting funded with 20,000. That's great for everybody else. But all right, so TQQs. So what do you say, TSLL? So this is going to be a triple. Did it just say triple there? TSLL. What did it say?
That one is 2x.
2. So 2x to long. Yeah. So again, if funding or something is an issue for you guys, then yeah, just go long this. I mean, same difference. That doesn't. For me, it would just be something new where I'd have to develop a strategy of just how many shares to use, because a $20 stock, like I'm not sure. Like yesterday when we called Tesla 290 to 300 and it worked, like if I have a $10 price target, then I know I could trade a certain amount of shares, right? And use that. And if I know my stop is $2 for TSLL, I can do the same thing. It would just take a little bit of time for me to sort of get used to trading this and how it acts. But the same levels are the same, right? I mean, there's 1875, 1880 for that break. That's the 320, right? So the same level that I just went long on would be right here, 1894. Nice move to the upside. So we're already really huge on this name today, and we'll just continue to watch out for it. See what it can do. We only have now 6% left, so I'm very, very happy with it. Like I said, it's a big stock, and it's more than 20x the next best stock. So that might not be true. Sorry, Apple's there. It's about 4x. It's about 4 to 5 times my Apple profits, right? So that's what it is. So I'm really, really happy with this stock here today. NVIDIA, I'm flat on it. What happened to NVIDIA? Oh yeah, this. Yeah, well, we did this live to you guys. So I'm actually flat on NVIDIA. Like literally, I said yesterday to Neil, I've never seen a zero trade. Believe it or not, I'm up 33 cents. like net on this. So it's like 33 cents, like 3 dimes and 3 pennies is what I'm up on this stock here today after all this. That's amazing. I never even, a couple of days in a row, we've seen things like that. All right, so NVIDIA flat on the stock there today, up on Apple, and then up on Apple, and then flat on DJT, which was a very, very fun trade early. We can have a look at that now, too. But here's DJT right now. Wow, back at the 31. Nice moves, right? $30 held. That looked like a good VWAP hold right there, in and around that $30 mark. So good job there for anybody looking at DJT. A very, very nice stock. Hey, man, good job, Easy Peasy, being up 12K on that stock. You would be number one here and probably at Real Trading, period. But again, the reason why it's called Real Trading is because it's real trading, and although I believe you, it's just those numbers are very, very impressive. So congratulations to anything like that. To make 12,000 in one day, I mean, that you're talking about like monthly returns, and I don't. That's great. So congratulations, and just keep on trading what you're doing, but make sure that you go buy yourself something nice, go out for a nice dinner, whatever. Congratulate yourself on that one, because these kind of days, as you can see, don't happen all the time. I mean, to put on $30 in a day on Tesla, like you don't normally get that. So we're really happy with the performance there. And yeah, congratulations. I'm going to put my stop here at 320 whenever we start breaking this 50 period, right? So I'll get out of half, 324.50. So we're going to put a stop order out for that to take just 450 on it, and we'll let the rest ride. So 324.50 coming soon to a trader near you.
Great look there on Tesla. One of the places where you're able to make trades with someone else's money, like on a prop floor, is going to be Trade the Pool, allowing traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital, with no PDT rule holding you back. That's a real edge in trading. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for stock traders. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. All you need to do is reach the profit goal. The best part? This limited edition program now has a reduced profit goal and fewer minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. Plus, the profit split is upgraded. Keep 70% of the profits. Don't miss the chance to explore this limited time offer. Join now for free. Link in the description. Scan the QR code below. We have a couple of super chats, or we did get a couple. I know there was one about IonQ. Rohit, shout out. Palantir, stock of the month at $58. It just got to.
Do not.
58, it did. But just to go over IonQ, I know we got that one a few minutes ago.
We have to sell.
But there's a few parabolic movers like crazy. I was just about to show you that DXYZ, which again, all things Elon are winning, and that is like the SpaceX proxy. 84% the stock is up. It was at $22 at yesterday's close. It was at $22 this morning. It just hit 40 today, that DXYZ stock. And again, the valuation of how much SpaceX is in that, I don't know. And based on whatever the last round of funding was, I don't know how realistic that price, or what fundamentally whether it makes sense or not. IonQ also blowing it out. Another squeeze name, 23% to the upside. This was a recent report. Just a couple of days ago, they had earnings and have blown it out. Like last week or 2 weeks ago, I do believe like Sharif was trading this in like the 10s and 12s and stuff like that. And now it's another double up type stock. But it is about that short float. It's really starting to go. They're the quantum computing name that is going absolutely ham. So there are a few that are doing some ridiculous moves in here, getting a little mean crazy up in here. This one in particular, that DXYZ, a little surprised that I don't think I've seen a halt on this. It feels like a few times it should have gone into a halt. But yeah, it's been pretty crazy for all things Elon related. This yet another one of them.
All right, so you guys know where we're at here. If there's anything else you guys want to look at, thank you so much, Easy Peasy. I'll just read what this is. I have no idea what you just wrote, but let me pull this down. Learn from me. Forget about the best. I don't know. On putting on large share sizes. Yeah, I mean, it matters. It only matters about the price levels. And then again, if you want to make money, you have to trade with size, right? And so that's the one thing. So that's all. If there's anything I'm trying to teach anybody, it's not how to put on large size. I never talk about that because we never talk about our share size. So you have no idea. What I'm just trying to show you is go over, and again, this is why I think the most important thing is to ask us, like if I'm going to show you 10 trades and I'm red on 9 of them, that's not good. You know, but if I'm going to show you 10 trades and I'm 5 and 5, okay, then, you know, and you can justify sort of figuring out what's going on, then that's great. You know, or ask us if we're red or green on the day. Like little things like that is what's important, but I do appreciate the super chat because it's just about being comfortable. Like if you put on 10,000 shares here and the thing goes up $30, you know, I mean, $300,000? Like, you know, you're going to have to just decide on what the most comfortable amount of share size is that you have and what you're going to take and how and what levels you're going to look at, because that's all that matters. It's not, you know, and I want to thank you for that, because I don't think we're shy from saying that. Like, we'll all trade differently and I'll trade the most shares, but it doesn't mean anything, you know. It's just about being comfortable in what you're doing. And a lot of that does come with experience, and a lot of it does come with balls and things like that. And you gotta have those, and you gotta have ideas, and you gotta follow them. So like right now, regardless of share size, you know, half of the position that I have left right here is gonna come out at the 50-period moving average. You know, we talked about it. There's going to be videos coming out. The 50-period moving average is, you know, we got in down here on a dip down into VWAP. We always talk about this. Boom goes the dynamite. We're in, right? And then right up to here, this is a 320 break. And now we're trying to, and ask Adam. I mean, when Adam was here, I even asked you guys on the chat, like, how can I hold for longer, you know? And it's like, just watch the 50-period. Now, the 50-period broke right here, and we got out at 315. It must have been the 50-period at the time, because that would be the only reason to get out. That broke, and we got out. But right now, if this breaks again, we're going to get out of half of what we have left. And the same thing was true, right? So we're going to just keep on holding it. And again, I really thank everything. Thank everybody for everything here. It doesn't, you know, let's just keep the good vibes going. So right now, watch, hands off, right? As long as my order's in there right now. Oh, 324, okay, now this is up. All right, I got to change it because I put 324.50, but this has obviously changed, so 325. So yeah, we're going to get out of Tesla if it breaks that level, and that's that. So 324.97, we'll get out of half of what we have left. All right, and then that's that. So yeah, we're just getting ready to go here. I want to thank, again, everybody for watching, and, you know, judge us for the trades that we show you and what's going on them, not for the share sizes that we trade. So we want to be known for hopefully being able to show you this kind of stuff. And we both have our notes that we put out every day. The sticky note has obviously been a popular one. So make sure you continue to follow that.
And sometimes the notes,
yeah, go ahead.
The notes are notes and a trade's a trade. And Marcus, you sent a super chat I'm going to get tomorrow. Actually, I did want to talk about Mara and then still say I have found nothing about CleanSpark, which is kind of crazy because my physio guys told me he loves CleanSpark, and I don't know why that's still halted. But on the note of, well, two things. One, you got to be able to get in sometimes. And I'll try to show you, well, I've shown you twice today exactly what I'm looking for on Upstart. The difference the third time, so when it did this reversion here, I did get in, took the L. It hadn't actually broken the trend line when I got in, so that was a rule break, and I just got out. And then it ended up working anyways, but it was a rule break. Then it broke this trend from those lows, and I got the short that only got to 78 from 80. It now just broke another one, and as it came under, I couldn't get in, as it just kind of spiked a little bit fast. I'm not going to sit out here in case it pops up. If it does want to consolidate underneath, then I'll try to get the shorts tighter to 81 as it's hopefully consolidating. It did a consolidation after the last break of trend. So if it does the same thing and goes sideways, I want to be short with my stop out at that local high, which is like 81.34, and then look for a not VWAP retrace because it hasn't been getting to VWAP and it's been way too strong for that. So that's the idea here on Upstart. Again, it's not really going meme crazy. It's a little bit more controlled at this point, which is, I think, one of the reasons why I like it a little bit better for a mean reversion trade this afternoon. With regards to Mara, I mean, Bitcoin hasn't been as crazy today as it has previously. So I want to always start there when it comes to Mara. So Bitcoin, we know it's close to that 77,000.
Jesus.
That's supposed to see, I swear this happens on TradingView. Like, I always have one of them a daily, and somehow it like reverts back to what it was before, and they're both 15-minute. No, we can't seem to make a breakout. We're consolidating at 77 without any break away from it. And a lot of times you'll get this, like the big moves happen over the weekend kind of deal. So you're getting this weird not weird, but you're just getting a consolidation off the top, but at those highs. Mara, on the other hand, is not getting to the high. Like lower high, lower high, lower high. So I feel like Mara is having some trouble here. And as I say that, wow, that probably set up gorgeously for its own little reversion trade. But yeah, Mara, it seems a little bit weak. Like that's all I'm getting at. When you're at the highs and consolidating on Bitcoin and Mara's losing VWAP and couldn't get to the high, I think this one looks like it's running out of steam for today. And like you can have a choice, like take a reversion trade on something which is setting you up and giving you reasons to go short, which I think you could make an argument that would have given you a trade in here, whether it would have worked or not. So Mara, I'm staying away from it unless I was thinking if Bitcoin were to fall, I think I'd probably look for a short in Mara because it's already a heck of a lot weaker. And that's just the case with the miners. CleanSpark is still halted for the day, pending news. It's like not news. It was information request from the NASDAQ. And I keep checking every now and then to see what's, oh, you do have it now? Okay, thanks, Brennan. Where did you put it? Okay, Brennan did just send something. I'll have to read through it, but before we go, right back up to 148.40 on AMD. It's going sideways after its mean revert. Like it's not breaking out and going to VWAP, but it did manage to hold on to that prior support level at 148. But given the fact that it's not really going that far that fast, going to take something out in front of resistance, could still get to VWAP ultimately, but both AMD and likewise NVIDIA, they were active this morning and then have now just going sideways. So with NVIDIA kind of trending off that bottom, want to make sure we're taking some profit on AMD. That reversion, it gave a win, but it's not exactly like it's screaming into VWAP, which is usually what I'm looking for.
All right, so you want full disclosure and honesty? I mean, every single, not every single position, but all the ones definitely that I talk about here on the show, there it is. I just sold 10% of Palantir. That's it. I mean, honestly, man, I look down, we won't tell, I mean, okay, we're long sub 10. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if we can get something out here on Palantir at this level, it's just there's so many moments in the market that are like these euphoric moments. And I just think like with President Trump, just, and I like Palantir, sold 10%, that's only in one account, actually. I'm not selling any in my long-term account. So this is just in the swing account. I actually, now that I think about it, maybe I should even sell a bit more. And what I mean by euphoric is like market at all-time highs, a big win there, expected by many, not by some, for President Trump. And what does that mean for the market? And what does that mean for all of this, right? And so I just think that being able to sit here and get something out right now on this move up, I mean, Palantir just this week is up from $42 to $58 and creating all-time highs there for PLTR. So definitely worth looking at, I think, as a sell option there. Neil talked about getting out of some Tesla. I think that's probably a wise decision as well.
Probably not.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, honestly, any sell that you've made in the last, how old are you? 40 years?
24.
Has been a mistake. There's not one stock that I know that I've sold that is other than Alibaba, and I just did it in front of you a little while ago, that's actually going to wind up working out. What's one of them?
Well, I know it's more of a joke. There was during COVID, I bought like three. Yeah, I bought like 3 trash stocks. I mean, Pinterest was actually not bad, and Pfizer at the time. I think it's above. Pfizer at the time was okay, but I bought. Well, first
Alibaba,
one of them was a firm, one of them was a space. And then, why am I blanking on the crypto bank stock? Silvergate, yeah, it was Silvergate at 47. I got out of most of it like way too early. I was selling at like 80, 100, it went to 150, and I held on to like 5% of it. And then on the way back down, when it went to break even, I sold it and bought Coinbase. And then I didn't know the stock was going to go bankrupt, but it was more along the lines of why hold on to. You buy something that's gimmicky, and on the way back down, like why even hold on to it? And I was turning myself into a 5% left bag holder. At the time, I mean, Coinbase at the time ended up, I mean, like it's fine now, but at the time when I put it into Coinbase for the long term, like Coinbase kept bleeding too, but it eventually caught a bit of a bit. Speaking of Coinbase, I just wanted to point out, Coinbase is having a good day. This is another point towards, I guess that the Mara comment. Like when you look at coin and when you look at Bitcoin, and Coinbase is breaking through yesterday's highs, holding higher and bouncing back toward the high. Like that is distinctly different from what's going on in Mara. And the other thing I did too, I just posted the link that Brendan sent on the CleanSpark story. So if you see in the chat what I just posted, I'm not going to read off the entire press release. It's not worth it. But you guys can check that out. So it looks like there was some kind of a clerical issue there. But yeah, Mara distinctly different. And some of the miners, that's just how they are right now. They're just not as strong. Yeah, it's a really long-winded thing. I'm not in CleanSpark. I don't really have any skin in the game, but a few people have asked about it. So I did post that for you. You can go check that out if you're interested. I don't know that I saw a resumption yet, but maybe now that it's out, it's possible. Now, it's still, yeah, if there was like a resumption, I think it would have been in there. It still says information request, and there is no resumption time for CleanSpark. So I would make the strong suggestion it's probably not opening until Monday, if that.
All right. Yeah, definitely not opening today. All right, there it is. I haven't looked at it, so I don't take that for anything. There it is. Tesla. We got out of half, so we got another 3% there. So we only have 3% left on what we had on that initial break. So of 320. We have the break of 298, so we are out of that one. Let's check out DraftKings. I wanted to get some DraftKings today. So I like DraftKings a lot. And I had bought this name down, I think it was around 16 or 17. And then we sold this again, I think it was at 34, 35. Oh, here, why is this so zoomed in? And it was a long time ago we sold it. I feel like it was back into here. Yeah, I think it was right here before the year end. I feel like, but I've had to, I sold it because I saw that level before. So I think, yeah, so it must have been into here. It must have been like on this break and then using this as a level right there. So yeah, coming back in, a level for me to look at for our friend, most of our friends anyways, DraftKings. I like the stock, don't like it when they take all my money when I gamble. But I wanted to get back in, and me and Adara were watching this on the recap show, of course. And when it went down to 31, I'm like, I'm taking that level. We didn't. We were on the air, and nor would have I. I don't think, unless you were trading and you're actively in front of a screen. But I like these levels, so I actually came in today and I put a bid at 35.50. We didn't get filled, but that was a level that I was trying to look at. It didn't get down there that low today. But I think that DraftKings, now that they've sort of solidified it, DraftKings is not even available yet in Texas, in California, in Florida.
The Florida market.
That is, yeah.
The Seminole, yeah.
It doesn't matter. That is 25% of the population of the United States. DraftKings not even there. And there's a bunch of degenerates everywhere. And so, let alone, those, I don't really have an opinion on what state. I mean, they just got Missouri, which is 2% of the population as well. But at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't matter what percentage of the population they have or don't have. Every person that gets added into the platform is guaranteed revenue.
It's just money, them. Yeah.
So once they get that customer acquisition cost, which they're doing it, down, then the sky is the limit. And then, gamblers don't ever win. So they'll win every once in a while, but in the long term, I don't know if a sports
license to print money.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's what it is. But anyways, I really like DraftKings. And I'm not in it very many shares at all. So I want to buy some more there. We'll sell some Palantir up at the top here and then see if we can get into some DraftKings if it dips down. But realistically, what a good time it's been. I wrote down sell SMR, sell Tesla, sell Palantir, sell Cardano, sell Amazon.
Oh, that was the other thing.
The only one that I sold was...
You didn't put an offer on SMR?
Palantir, no. I'm not selling SMR. We're well in the money on that one. I want to see if we can really make a difference there.
I did. Like that was, I think I said that this morning. Maybe I did or didn't. I don't know. I sold some in front of 24.69. But let's go over to Adara. Those nuclear names are fantastic. They've been doing great.
Great look here for Salesforce. CRM here up about 2 1/3% on the day. Just hearing here, apparently the company now going to be hiring 1,000 people to sell their AI Agentforce tools. So AI and hiring story for a CRM with a bit of a volume spike, as you can see in that most recent move up. Earlier this morning, there was I saw a bit of a story here on Benzinga as well. Apparently, there's a golden cross on CRM, which could explain maybe technical breakout, this move to the upside. That was the only catalyst I saw before we got this most recent news that apparently they are looking to hire 1,000 people for selling their Agentforce AI tool, guys.
At 140 something? Did you look? Well, you're going.
You know what's crazy? We were just talking about the U.S. dollar, and like offhand, I knew what the euro was at, but I don't know what the U.S. CAD,
Right.
USD CAD. Like that's so bad. What an awesome Canadian I am.
It doesn't matter. I mean, U.S. dollars. I'm just saying because you're going.
No, I can check. It's like we have it on the system. So 139.1. It's sitting at.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know what it
No,
was. I think that's better.
It's a cool thing about real trading.
A lot more than that.
Like I love this. Like I can pull up. I don't want to sit here and say I can pull up any currency pair. I'm pretty sure we have just about every one. I don't trade Forex, but it's there for us. So it is, 139 and a bunch of other numbers. 139.15 USD CAD. I like CRM. I'm still in that one, but not much of a day trade there on CRM, but a very strong day. Like the market has been so good in like how there's so many charts that are going to look like this. Although this doesn't want to completely fill, but on the daily, it's just been trending and trending and trending and trending. And this is the perfect example for buy and hold. You know, and you can pull up a million charts like that. I did want to go back over, kind of waited for after that trend break. Where did that go? After that trend break, didn't get the fill underneath 81, but just sort of waited for it to get back to 80.80 and then put it on. So waited for it to get back up instead of chasing it all the way down to 80 even, and that way it's just a little bit less risk. It consolidated last time, so let's see if it does it again there. I know that IonQ is going. C Battles, 1306 SoFi.
13?
Oh, no, come on. I thought he meant it was at 1306.
So,
yeah, see, you put this in the chat, C Battles.
come on, C.
And the SoFi shareholders, which, you know, we say we do. Like, I have it. I did.
I like to say bag holder for myself.
Well, yeah. Well, I held it.
Although maybe I'm in the money now. Maybe I should.
I'm in the money now, but it was out of the money for so long when the market was going up that it doesn't really matter. Even though it's up now, the opportunity cost of not being in something else is gigantic. So that's why I consider myself a SoFi bag holder. But when you put in the chat that it's at 1306, I'm a trusting person. I just trusting. I thought it was breaking $13. It's up 7%. I knew it was already going, and the great continuation. This is what's frustrating. Like yesterday, the 12, it just didn't go yesterday. You know, you got a couple of scalp trades in there. Like it went 10, 12 cents in the money. It went 10, 12 cents out of the money. Did a whole lot of nothing, and then you get the breakout today on SoFi. So I think it's on one. The good thing about SoFi is, if you'll indulge me to look at why I think it's got a lot more room, I'm just going to pull up a weekly chart. The weekly chart on SoFi's breakout. If you think it looks good on that 15-minute or a daily, trust me, this is where it begins to look really good on the weekly chart. There is your 200 period on the weekly. You don't have to be a chartered market technician to understand what this candle means. Like this candle after earnings, rejection of underneath 10, a rejection of the 200 period on the weekly, and then a breakout after that, and then you zoom the sucker out. You're like, yeah, we got 16 bucks. We got 23, 24 up here. I think at least in the short term, you're headed to 16. I would not be surprised. I feel like in a move like this, you should be getting to 16 by the end of the year. Otherwise, it's not that good of a momentum play. Like this should be taking us into 16 bucks by the end of the year, at least based on this pattern in SoFi. 18% short float as well, which is fantastic. That's what you want to see. Is that still going, CRM?
I hear them talking right now. They're saying they're promoting.
It is still going.
They're hiring more people? Is that what they're saying? Promote one of their tools? I don't know. Oh, what's up, D-Loaf? Has 70% in long-term on SoFi since September. I feel like that's going to be a good call. SoFi from September, wasn't that the low?
That's $7. That's the $7 low.
Yeah, good call. Yeah. I mean, those things happen all the time, and great call. I mean, it was like that DraftKings, I think it was like $10 or $15 level I really liked. SoFi down there as well. The only name that I could think, I mean, there's a lot of names that I could think about right now. I'm sure a lot of you can. Is I'm wondering about Rivian, because I just think like this is a name that we could at some point, I mean, we've talked about it. Randy's liked the name. He thinks there's a chance. You know, this could be one. And we last time it was down here, we put our money where our mouth was. We had bought this down here and got out of half, and then we're still holding the other half, I believe. I don't think I've gotten out of any since. Back to the upside. So we're still in it right around here. I'm not going to average in. I don't necessarily like this company. I don't know if I like any car companies, to be honest with you right now. But at the end of the day, like this could be one that we look back and it's trading around like 16 or 17 and you're like, man, where was that 60%? So I think you can get 60% right here on Rivian if everything works out for it. So make sure that you double check your math on that if you like Rivian.
This time I'm taking 18 if it goes.
Yeah, if it gets back up to 18, I think that's worth taking.
I feel like an idiot not taking 18.
Yeah, I don't feel the same way on Ford. I don't think Ford has the same opportunities as Rivian, but this could be another name that when you look back at it, I mean, even just from the bottoms, like it's up 10%. Like buying the 10, 10, 20 area up to 11, 11, 20, that's $1 right there. So that's like, 7, 8, 9, 10%, depending on when you got in. And then if you can get back into this like 13 or 14 area, then all of a sudden you're at that 30% mark. So it's funny, like we always look back and you hear historically, and it's just a shame that the school doesn't do a way better job of teaching people how to invest, which is why my kids already own stocks, and I talk about it almost.
They don't do it at all.
Almost daily with my kids. And it's just like, get some knowledge about all of this, because putting your money in your mattress is all well and good. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, please, feds, do not come check my mattress. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's the compounding interest of what this market has been doing, going through. It's 12.5 or 13% in the last like 40 something years. So, I believe, yes. Do I believe in the market? Of course. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. And I think it's getting even better. And if your kids or you're young enough to do it, again, we're not financial advisors here, but the magic of compounding is math.
It's just math.
If you trust the markets, then there is no better place. But there is fixed income now. Fixed income is pretty good. 4 or 5% guaranteed.
I've always been a little bit conservative in nature. So like for myself, when I started out, I put to build at the beginning.
That's my biggest problem.
I built with conservative things that would pay me a dividend and buying the market. And then eventually I started using that, like the gains from the dividends and whatnot, to start going in individual stocks. Now, ultimately, that has cost an absolute boatload. But at the same time, people are much more empowered now. Like now, you have greater access to information. You've got shows like us. You have more ability to control your own destiny, be able to do vast amounts of research with quality platforms and make good decisions. Like, and it can be as simple as, do you think the U.S. economy is still going to be a leader by the time you retire? If answer yes, Q's good, NVIDIA good. Like it's just, it gets really simple in that standpoint. It's not that difficult to get into. That said, when you were mentioning Ford, my first thought was I can't wait till Rader's back on, because I wanted to hear the case for Toyota again, because that chart, like they just reported, and it's like
I don't think it was Rader.
It wasn't Rader?
I think it was Mitch.
Was it Mitch? Oh, no, you're right. It was Mitch. It was Andrew was XBI, and it was Mitch. XBI? No, next time we have... No, I like XBI, too. You know what? It was, because I like XBI. He was talking XBI, and I...
Well, XBI this morning was Michael Noss.
No, but they both like XBI. Yeah, I remember the same day they love XBI.
Well, they both watch Trader TV Live.
Well, I can tell you it's a good one. Toyota, it does seem like it's trying to make a big-time, long trend break. I think those are usually like trades, as opposed to like I don't see something this bad as an investment when you have a clear winner in the space. But when you reverse trends like this, it can be pretty lucrative. And I think you look for those as like swing trading ideas. Now, obviously, holding the 50 period is one of those musts for me. The trade I have on similar to that is Snowflake. But I wanted to show you guys Upstart. So we'll be 1 for 3 on Upstart, but I should only have 2 trades on Upstart. And the biggest hit on Upstart was the one that I thought this was the best time to have it, but it broke the rule. But we did come back in, broke out the local high, so I just jumped out. And when you're going against the grain, I want tight stop. And if it works, I want to try to hold. I'll take some out in the scalp range, but I want to try to hold. When it breaks support, I want to hold to next level, generally speaking. Had it broken support, I'd have been looking down at 79 and 78, but it's still gliding higher and higher. Joseph saying a firm bounced like you thought it was going to. I keep hearing Cassava Sciences in my ear. Okay, what's going on here? Sava's going ham, so obviously there was a story. Cassava Sciences isn't going to just go from doing absolutely nothing to ridiculous amounts of volume and up almost $2 from the lows here without some kind of a story on Sava. So this is another big short float name. I'll look it up in a second. I just want to make sure we can see what the news is. That's it? It can't be it. HC Wainwright reiterates a buy with a price target of $116. $116 price target. It's at 27. If that's the news, it's doing all this volume on just that.
Tesla's going down.
Yeah.
Tesla, yeah, and again, let's go over some of those. I mean, if you guys have any news stories like that, let us know. We're trying to listen to them here on a relatively slow Thursday afternoon. I know it's Friday. All right, so there it is.
Good,
we got out there on. Well, I knew as I was saying it that it was wrong. I just continued. All right, so right there, Salesforce ripping, apparently. We'll look at that in a minute. We're going to go to Darren in just 1 second. I just want to say we got out of that. And look, since we've got out of Tesla, we still have 3% left. But look what it's doing. Wow. Wow. Like, okay. Remember we talked about that, man. There's going to be some like euphoric moments. And yeah, that might have been one of them right there. All right, Darren, what you got?
I was just about to bring up here that Salesforce move. So CRM, I think I brought this to you guys about 10 minutes ago. Initially, I'd seen this headline circulating on Twitter. They were looking to hire 1,000 people for part of this AI product push. So now I have the official headline coming here from Bloomberg News. Apparently, Mark Benioff, the CEO, has said that the company is going to be hiring here so they're going to be looking to hire 1,000 people to help push this new AI product here. It has a name too, Agent Force tool, this AI Agent Force tool. Apparently, this is part of the company's effort to take advantage of this AI momentum. Also, apparently, though, this is not the only company in the space working in this. Their rivals are doing this as well. But basically, CRM continuing to push higher here with a pretty notable increase in volume. On this story from Bloomberg, saying that CEO Mark Benioff and the company are looking to hire 1,000 people to help sell this AI product, guys.
Yeah, Benioff winning. That is
always. He's one of my favorite.
He's great.
He's one of my favorite CEOs of all time. That's why I bought it. I bought Salesforce a long time ago. Plus, it was a Kramer fave. But I was falling into that same trap as you. They're buying like big. It's not a trap, but like why own Enbridge and Bank of Nova Scotia and XON.
Yeah. I get it from my dad. That's
Softy. No, I mean I used to watch all those shows with my dad as well, and it was like
Kudlow and Kramer,
watching, everything. Well, mine was more just Mad Money and just putting your money into the best of breed stocks, which is why I own J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Palo Alto. The list goes on. Apple, Google is my largest holding, Nvidia. Like every single time I buy something, I'm buying it because I feel like it's close to. Tesla's another example. Palantir is another example. Like a best of breed situation. DraftKings is another example. And I said, like, I've lost a lot of money trading. Like I said, I showed Brendan actually, and I think I was showing Sharif too when he was there. Like I've lost thousands and thousands and thousands of money trading weed names in the account. It just never really worked out to try to do that. But we took shots on there. I just wish I could have, built it back. And even with crypto, like getting in and out of crypto, sending money to NFTs, sending money to ICOs and things like that. Like initial coin offerings, like I was throwing around Ethereum, like, you want 3 ETH? No problem, there you go. And then now you look back now, that's 10 grand? So it's like being able to hold something for a long time and believing in it has really been the creator of pretty much all of the wealth. Whether or not it's real estate in this world, people getting rich from that, holding it forever, passing it on, generational wealth. It has to be created by actually holding on to something. So I think that there are some plays there to do, and there's also plays of swing trades, right? So you got to be able to do that.
And try to separate the two. We've all been guilty of it. And I tell you right now, anybody that's been trading and investing, that's somewhat active doing it, if you've never turned a swing into a long-term bag hold, you probably aren't doing much, and everyone learns from those lessons. The best you can do is to learn from others' mistakes, right? Like that's why every time, like if I make a keystroke or like a bad entry, like I'll explain why I did it, why it was wrong, and then hopefully you can sort of gain from that, and then you celebrate the successes as well, like D-Loaf. Shout out to D-Loaf and appreciate the super chat. Love you, D-Loaf. Markets euphoric, trophy days all week. Wanted to take this time to thank you guys. Didn't know what a candlestick was summer 2022 when you found us, and now your account's up 4x since then. Trading and investing in equities, always room to grow. Much love to you, D-Loaf. Thank you so much. We got another one here from Scott Robinson. McDonald's, nice move today. Watching for the break above 302.70 on the daily into the gap. Negative news has subsided. I mean, look, ultimately, you know, like I'll never try to be, you can't be happy with what happened. And obviously, any loss of life is tragic. And I think one thing that might have gotten lost, that daily doesn't look very good. One of the things that might have got lost was how quickly McDonald's had actually gotten out in front of this right away, which I think is obviously the right thing to do. And it's not going anywhere. My only issue with them is like, they're not Chipotle, like it's just, they're not Chipotle. And there's just so many other really fantastic growth places. Yeah, and it's like McDonald's is good, but man, that Chipotle is great. You know what I mean? Like it's yeah, like it's, and I have nothing.
A little bit.
No, it's crazy because I've been guilty of that. Like you're in a good, stable producing stock, but meanwhile you look over and something else is just absolutely going ham. Like I was in mostly AMD and was a little bit. I mean, Nvidia is my number one holding now, but I was a little bit late to the Nvidia party because I was in mostly AMD. And you know, you look over and I was in Walmart, does really well, but I was missing out in Costco the whole time. So I was always in that sort of a mode. Like you want that other thing. And nothing against McDonald's. It is trying to get back to its breakout on the weekly, but it's a bit of a, if you're into Head and Shoulders, the setup, I don't know if you're still into, if you like the shampoo, neither here nor there. 303, like it needs to get, I think it just needs to climb back above 300, 303, close above this, and then show that you're right back on track. Like it's still underneath what was the prior resistance for this recent breakout. So it's consolidating underneath, never even got to the 50. I'm talking about a weekly chart here. So I like what it's doing. It's still having, like I said, it's, you know, at 303, there's no buying above 300. And I think that's always like, what does it look like when it gets to 300? Pre-market action, sell. Today, you get a massive move up, but there's no continuation from 300. You just get like the euphoric end of the buying and then back underneath. The good news is it doesn't always have to be that way. SoFi had the same thing going on at 12 bucks. And I'm only using SoFi as an example because I know it to be true. Like it would get to 12, fail, get to 12, but it's all pre-market buying, get to 12, do absolutely nothing. But if it's making higher lows while doing this, then the breakout can be good. So obviously SoFi is an example. It's totally different stock, but it's the same principle. Once you get past this 3 to 303 area on McDonald's, I think it can be good to go. And is McDonald's going anywhere? No, I don't think so. I just happen to think, you know, Chipotle is probably a little bit better. And what was the IPO? Oh, it was
Kava.
Kava's the other one too. Kava, best IPO in a long time. Except, well, maybe Reddit. Yeah, Reddit might be just as good.
Reddit probably wins, but
Reddit probably percentage-wise.
Just
Reddit
because
probably
of that earnings report, but Kava probably wins. Actually, I don't know. All right, so here's McDonald's forward PE right here, 23. So their PE forward 23, their current PE right now 25, industry average way above that. CMG's PE is astonishingly high. So if you're looking for some sort of a value, then obviously you wouldn't be there. Here's some. Starbucks is only at 29. I prefer that. I like Starbucks. I think that's going to be a good opportunity to get that name into the long. But there's, I mean, I still like Chipotle. I just, sometimes off here at the Benzinga Pro platform, it shows you the sort of the comparables. Industry average.
Well, this is close.
That was a good one. Salesforce. All right, Salesforce trading higher. So let's go. Tesla, by the way, bam, off that 200 period. We don't have it, but wow, right there off that 200 period, 320. Good little look there for our friends in whoever's in Tesla that was able to buy that dip. Like, here's another best of breed name. I mean, Salesforce with Einstein. I mean, Salesforce is literally the symbol is CRM. You know, so there's going to be, there's another one that's out there. Not Red Hat. IBM already bought Red Hat. Anyways, the other one, oh, I forget what the name is. You guys will know. There's another Salesforce. It's not CRM. Oh, what is it? Okay, anyways, someone in the chat will get that to me. We used to have it around here. Anyways, okay, nice move up through 325. Again, like the stock here on CRM, but just continues to go higher. The story here is Salesforce trading higher after the company announced it will hire 1,000 people for an AI product that they're going to start pushing and developing more AI intelligence agents. So not only are you going to be employed building out new AI things, but you're also going to be building a tool that will eventually one day replace you. So there goes Salesforce, huge upside again. And just to everybody, good one. It's not. It wasn't ServiceNow, but that is a good one. ServiceNow is a good one. No, it's not Snowflake, but Snowflake again. These are all great examples.
Well, I can't
probably ask my wife what it is. Hold on. I'm just going to find out what the big competitor here. You know what? I'm just going to do it right in here. I'm going to type.
That's ChatGPT.
Yeah. Nah. Hold on a second. I'm gonna find her here. CRM.
By the way, Kava wins. It's close.
Yeah. Okay.
Kava like barely beats Reddit. I think if you bought it the IPO.
Kava does.
But it's like it's actually the distinction without difference. So the last 10% of AMD.
HubSpot. There's a winner.
There you go.
You go Milialu. You do not win because your name was brutalized. But it's a winning spot right here, HubSpot. The first one, that is Hubs, I believe is the symbol. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, Jay Lee and everybody. That is exactly what it was, HubSpot. So anyways, just another competitor. Hold, just let me, I think, is it HUBS? Just because we got it and I'll throw it back. Yeah, there it is. So HubSpot, we knew the symbol, no problem. This is another one that's just continuously, I mean, wait a minute, this looks like CRM. Wait a minute. Okay. I mean, boom. So they're all at these highs. So again, there's HubSpot again. So yeah, that was the other one. But CRM, I feel like was best of breed and continues to perform just as well, I guess, as HubSpot. But thanks for that, guys. You're right, HubSpot. But Snowflake, I'm in Snowflake, but not too many shares. I'm trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I'm only in it recently and it was a technical, like a trade. For me on Snowflake. It was just breaking out off the 50 period. Like that same bottoming pattern that Toyota could be making. It broke out at 116. You know what, I'll just pull up the chart. So first, AMD, like we taking some out at 148.40, held on the last 10%, just wasn't going, broke out underneath that 148. So AMD started as a short, it's right back into a short, but I didn't want to be fighting it. It was just a trend reversion break. So if that doesn't explode, then that's not good enough. But as you mentioned, Snowflake there, just full disclosure, because we talked about this when we got into it.
Yep.
But, I'm still on Kava because I was trying to answer that question for everybody. Not that it matters. Like whether you own Reddit, whether you own Kava, you're absolutely happy regardless. So that's what it's all about. No, Snowflake was just here on the daily. It consolidated off the 50 period. Big downtrend, consolidated bottom, higher low. Break back above. Once it puts in the higher low at the 50 period and broke back above, I'm in it and stop out the prior low and looking for a push into the 200 period moving average. In the first place I take profit is at here in front of 130. I think I have an order out somewhere in there. Knowing myself, I probably put it at like 129.42 or something like that just because that's how I am. And then looking for it to get back in. I think it's more of a trade than anything else for me on Snowflake.
Okay, let's check out DJT. Let's go back in this a little bit of trading mode as we always have fun talking stocks and all these kind of stuff like that with all of you. But DJT today, bang, 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 bang. Big win for the president today, it looks like, or the president is still Joe Biden. I said that to my wife yesterday. I'm like, all this talk, like, Joe Biden's still in charge here. Not that anything's going to happen in the next, 2 months that he's going to need to make a decision on. But I was just like, sort of one of those things that was left. We didn't really talk about it because he wasn't running, right? But anyways, it doesn't matter. All right, so DJT, a nice move up. There's a 200 period, still continuously going. We talked about that earlier. What a great trade this was. We're flat on this trade, little down. We talked about that. But just watching VWAP. And I really think, and we've gotten some great comments today. We've got some great comments from Jay Lee, D Loaf there, 4 times the account. I believe Coffee Trader messaged us and said that he got funded on Trade the Pool. So congratulations right there. That might be Brendan. That's pretty important to note there that some of our viewers are heading over there. So thank you, Coffee Trader, for getting funded on Trade the Pool. Let us know how the platform is and how you like it. But at the end of the day, this is a great stock to trade. And if we're going to talk about strategies on what we're doing, like trading. So first of all, nothing's going to work 100% of the time, right? I mean, this drop into VWAP here, that's right at 930. Although it worked on Tesla today, I feel like Tesla's a little bit of a different situation because we're at $300. But generally speaking, once the market gets open and it's starting to move around, if there's a stock that you like, you're waiting for pullbacks into VWAP, and it gave you one right here, and then it bounced up. There's the halt. We also talked about continuation plays through the halt. We got a little FOMO there, and we took this name after that breakout, and because everyone was screaming, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's go DJT, man, President Trump all the way. We saw, not all the way, but for as far as stocks are concerned, we saw Tesla going up. We saw some of these nuclear names going up. We've seen solar going down. All these big tech names starting to go up banks going up as we see regulations coming off or tightening or loosening, sorry. End of the day, DJT had a chance and didn't go. But look at this pullback again. Sure, we got out once it broke 30 bucks. Fine. I mean, it was live on the air. But coming back into VWAP, that might have been worth a dip buy. Just sitting here might have been worth a dip buy. And now you say, okay, we're so far away from VWAP, so then you use the next level. Those are the 200 periods. Another dip buy possibility. But guess what? This is a break short. If this takes 31.50, I'm going short, and I got to go over and pay for it ASAP. I really like this trade here on a short for a potential move to the downside. So I'm going to go over there and pay for shorts. A break of 31.50 right here, this little level on DJT, I'm going short. So if you're with me, great. If you're not, great. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take that trade. We're going to figure out where it goes. But I like that trade right now on DJT, a little short through 31.50. I just do not believe I paid for shorts. So I'm just going to go over there and do it right now.
Still true.
And what time is it? 3:03. I feel fine about doing this. We didn't get involved in it last time until about this time of day. So we're going to take that 31.50, just checking. I paid for SMCI shorts and didn't trade them. So, all right, I'm going to go buy some. It's like $10 for 1,000 shares or something. It's not very expensive.
Might be less.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll update everybody once I get them.
Yeah, let's just go. I think we got to go over to the desk with Adara.
We do?
Yes?
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience has taken a bold step in advancing brain health technology. In collaboration with Bright Minds Biosciences, Firefly's innovative AI-powered platform has successfully analyzed data from a groundbreaking phase 1 clinical trial using advanced EEG technology to track brain activity. This data unlocks new potential in treating neurological and mental disorders, reinforcing Firefly's position at the forefront of brain health innovation. As they prepare for phase 2, this partnership signals exciting developments for the future of neuropsychiatric treatments. Firefly Neuroscience, shaping the future of brain health.
Pushing to 30. Yeah, I mean, I know why I paid for SMCI locates and didn't use them, because I was looking for a continuation of the last 2 days and a press into the $30 level to look for like a mean revert trade. Like, it was bouncing. I felt like, given that they still have issues going into the weekend, if it was bouncing, that there'd be some risk off anyone that bought that dip, and then you could play that, but it didn't even go up. It just went to the downside. But I like that DJT play, and when DJT didn't go down, I never traded fun. Like, my plan of action was, I lost on DJT. Like, it's my worst stock today for sure, and I had it actually twice. I guess if I had kept it at 1, it would have been fine. But it bounced off. When it bounces off VWAP and keeps making higher lows, it just never broke down, and I never got an opportunity to go into Funware, which is down 9%. They reported, by the way, Funware last night. And trading down underneath VWAP. I feel like if DJT starts to go down, this is the one, whether it's breaking 570 or consolidation. So I might put those two up in terms of looking for a trade there. I just heard Go NVIDIA. And even this is under VWAP and barely moving. And this is sort of the thing, like, there's not a heck of a lot moving. That's why we tried to look over to see what Cassava Sciences was up to. Although you're not kidding me to chase a move when the reason that a name like Sava is up is because they got like a little bit of an upgrade. I don't know, I'm skeptical for that one. CRM went further than I expected, but I do like this. If DJT falls apart, I can go back to an idea that I was looking for this morning, which is if it breaks support and breaks trend, I can get Funware shorting off of VWAP. So I think that looks pretty good to me. Other zinc, I expect SMCI to be in the 30s. I don't know that I expect it to be in the 30s. I just felt a continuation looked like it could get to 30 today, just based on what it did yesterday and the pattern the last couple of days. It ended up not happening. If I thought confidently SMCI was going to get there, I'd be long. I just thought it was a short if it got there. That's all. And that's a very different thing. Oftentimes we get that question, oh, you're dip buying NVIDIA at X price. Why don't you just go short? Well, because I don't like the short. I think there's buy supply and support at a level, so I want to buy it at that price. It has nothing to do with expecting it to get there. Otherwise, you just take that trade every single time. So yeah, I don't really see anything right now in SMCI altogether. But DJT in this funware, probably worth a look. Tesla is still, like, you're not even.
You could go long off that 200. I just don't know.
It's even the support at
What do you guys want us to look
321.
That's the level.
Others says NVIDIA breaks 150 by end of day.
No.
No.
I already looked at that.
No chance. I'm like, do I want it to break 150? Of course I do. I just can't see any way. It's not at VWAP. There's no volume. There's no activity. It's a Friday, remember. There's going to be an obvious, like there's got to be, I haven't looked, but I'm sure there's a tremendous amount of volume on the 150 strike. I mean, come on. After yesterday and this morning, and sometimes if you don't make that break early, the odds of you making a break to that price on a Friday, it's pretty slim, I think, here on NVIDIA. I wish it would happen. I just don't see any way.
Yeah, so you remember what I was saying about Palantir? And I know Neil just had it up.
I was just looking.
You were just looking at it. Yeah, I just saw someone in the chat do it too as well. What's up, Nina? What up, Nina? Actually, I like that name, Nina, actually. All right, so, yeah. Like, I sold some at 58.10. All right. Huge move up. I think Palantir continues to work, man. We talked about this with, I know what I was going to do. I meant to show this earlier. We sort of got off of it. I want to thank Brian Shannon for continuously being a weekly guest for us. This guy's been there's all my Tesla trades. This guy's been absolutely fantastic, and he's also posting it up. And he actually was talking about, we were looking at one of my trades when he was on, and we think Roblox, this is before earnings, Affirm and Upstart, were all ready to go. This is him tweeting this out when he was on our show. Talking all about this. So again, thanks Brian for all that kind of stuff. I was talking about SMR and all this thing. So over 30,000 views right now on this tweet. So I want to say thank you to Brian for coming on. Like here we go, Joseph, he watched it on there as well. Thanks to Brian and everything. So a lot of love for Trader TV Live and a lot of love for Brian Shannon. I want to thank him for continuously providing us with some nice new moves and whatnot. But we talked about it. I said, what about Palantir? And it was this day here when it went up to $50. I said, we're on an island up here because we've broken through. What are we going to do? And he's like, these are actually good problems to have. And obviously he's right. Continuous move up. And the name that he gave to us, and I'm still in this name too, thankfully, and that is, why didn't that just switch? I just switched it to Roblox, RBLX.
Gotta hit it twice.
The other name was Roblox, and you could see here, I'm actually thinking about getting more, believe it or not. If we can come, believe it or not, blah, blah, it's not at home. Where's that from? Oh, George Seinfeld.
I would be gone.
All right.
Pick up the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Where could I be?
Where am I? All right, yeah, wow. I was actually going to say something to Marissa. I was like sometimes we'll have a bottle of wine, but I think if I had one tonight, I'd be falling asleep after first glass. I'm exhausted. What a busy week it's been. But I think Roblox here at $50 is a great opportunity. So that would be another name there to have a quick little look at there. Oh, by the way, ciao, Tesla. It's been a nice little movement for you. There it is. We're out of Tesla right there. We take our last piece out for flat as it breaks through 320. But oh boy, did we add on to that. So just so you guys know, we added about 25% of our net from this move just in this $6 move here. So we actually maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe about 30% more. Maybe 35% more or so onto our net from this initial play, early 298 longs on Tesla, where we had it. We still had some when it came up here, but then we busted out more. So there it goes. So nice upside, and then finally breaking. And what an out these were on Tesla. Sometimes your outs, you look back and you're like, wow, that saved me.
Just as important as the ends.
I think
and
even
sometimes,
more important.
Actually, well, on a breakout trade, more important because a breakout's a breakout. On a dip buy, styles are different. On a dip buy, I think the entry on a dip buy is supremely important. But on a breakout trade, your outs are what it's all about. Just for
years on long this though.
ODXYZ.
Yeah, so
got it? Yeah.
this was no, I mean, this is, you could talk about this too. This was, I've been talking a lot, but
Wow.
this was that name that has SpaceX in it.
Yes, everything Elon.
You know, DXYZ, so everything Elon. This is up 47% today. Maybe we can do, we've been saying this for a long time, maybe on Monday, we could take some of these super chats and do a Starbucks run, because my girl's been working real hard over there. And she told me earlier today that today felt like a matcha day, and we forgot during the midday to go get some matchas. So thank you for this. We have $80 right here in combined. So I think we can put some ones up in the chat if you guys want us to go get Ramin a matcha there. And our girl Adara loves that as well. Maybe we'll get that on.
Make Ramin ask for it on the show.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do that. I mean, I think that we got to support, you know, of course, who's running this account right here? Live trading by
I can't imagine who that
TV
might
Live.
be.
This is spam. Bears versus Bulls, block this person.
You've got Bears versus Bulls, you know what to do.
I don't think you're able to block it. I'm going to put the ban hammer on our own
You
people
can't
here.
ban and admin, I don't think.
Anyways, I'm just playing around. We can easily just go get
Actually-
that. We can go get to Starbucks ourselves, but I just want to say thank you.
I can
It
try.
just reminded me that we do have our team over there. And I don't know if you guys have, no
I
one's
can't.
been here, but well, some people have. There's no windows here at all. So, you
On
know,
the trading
fact,
floor side.
yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I look around, I don't see any windows. So I just want to say it is tough to sit in that cave over there. So Ramin and Fabian, thank you so much. Although under these lights, do not look up or else. Oh, by the way, here we go. Spin it. I hope you guys are short. The reversion man behind us, he's there. I don't know if he's short. You actually were looking at a short there that neither of us have it, but you're telling us
Well, I
how
can-
it was lining up.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly show you, and I'll tell you, there was an afternoon show where I love like pop and fade, like, you know, that kind of thing, mean reversion, that kind of an idea. And there was one day when Obi and I were going over a Spotify one, and we had two separate entries. And when I was comparing both of them, they both worked, but it didn't matter. And I started liking the strategy. I'm doing it on Rivian now, but on Tesla, I have to show you what it looks like on Tesla. But first, Rivian, high, maybe show you 15-minute chart. There you go, 1060. And we said this morning, I was like, wake me up when Rivian can get over $10.60. So I'm not, it's been holding 10 for a long enough time that going from 10 to 1050 doesn't impress me anymore. When the stock starts breaking 1060 and $11, better. That said, it just went parabolic, or strong off a high break into the top, which is in front of 1060, curls in front of 1060, closes underneath the trend line, short in, give it to the high. But I'll tell you right now, you know, there's some dude, and we have, you know, the show was a great show, but there's some guy who was like, don't mean revert Tesla. I don't remember who said that, but whoever they were, a fool. Because if you look at it from that last breakout, this is what that same strategy looks like from the last break of the high. There it is. It's trending up, holding trend, loses trend. There is your local, whether you use the prior bar high, 327.15, or you give it to the wick, 327.57, so 50 cents extra risk. It closes underneath. You're short somewhere in here at 26. That's where the entry ends up. It's going to, well, okay, it might get to VWAP. It's headed toward VWAP. That's the patient looking short. I did try it this morning and had a flat trade on it, mostly because I got some out for $1 and then just held the rest. But it broke back out, and ultimately it is going to head to the downside. But that's the idea, like have an execution strategy. Rivian, will it work? I don't know. Tesla just pulled back. If I don't hit save, the trend line disappears. So you guys saw it before. So we're into Rivian, give it to the top, going to look to play it back into 10. The prior high here, it is already 315. A VWAP retrace. A VWAP retrace is probably asking a lot at this time of day.
All right, everybody. This is going to, I don't know how to make this come across any better, but Neil's going to be away for the next 6 days. All right. And right now we only have 4,100 likes. 4,100 views. We need 4,100 likes. We only have 340 likes. So let's wish Neil a happy, extremely eventful, because you're going to be, I told you about this.
Fun.
You're going to be eating a lot, hopefully.
Well,
a lot
that's
of
the
great
plan.
food there. Remember,
I want
tell
the
Aaron
gelato.
from my kids that every o'clock is gelato o'clock. So anytime she looks at a clock, she should probably have gelato. So go get that. There's some great places to go there. I think we've told you a couple already. So go into their gelatorium or something.
Marissa sent like a list.
There's also a place that has like literally 15,000 different gelatos. You can get like any flavor. It's absolutely amazing. She'll go in there and be like, what the hell?
I might have packed on.
Be like, these beaches in Antigua are nice, but this is something else. Pack stretchy pants. But what I'm trying to get at is, there it is. Okay, we've already got double right now, but let's come over to the screen right here. We need to get a lot more. So let's wish him a safe, happy, healthy, all that kind of stuff. So let's go 600 likes right now. Yeah, no problem. Let's get going over 1,000 and we'll get it right there. The only thing is, unfortunately, Neil's not going to be replaceable, but we'll try with Obi. So Obi will be here next week with me all week. And then Sharif and Adara and everybody, the Midday show, will stay the same. Yeah, we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
And you guys, there's still good earnings to go through. I mean, there's a lot to unpack. Although this time, you're not going to catch me going on a trip during NVIDIA earnings. Right. NVIDIA is after I come back. I done messed that up when we went to Paris.
Oh, okay.
It was the week of it. And the only time I checked my phone for the markets when I was in Paris was the day of NVIDIA earnings. I was on my phone when we were at dinner. And Rebecca's like, what are you doing? I'm like, it's NVIDIA, sweetheart. This matters. And then that was the one they blew out. It blew it out of the water.
You mean you weren't in London on August 5th?
Oh, well, yeah, that day was, I'm frustrated by that day. I told you about
I'm in DJT.
I told you about the 200.
I'm in DJT.
On Apple that
all right, DJT. Let's go. All right, I'm going to take a little piece off right now. We'll take off literally 5%. Let's get 10%. Let's get 10% out if we come into 31 flat. We just shorted there. We talked about shorting this break. I think this could be game over for the day. Let's just wait to see. Could be completely wrong. Obviously, we take so many shots here that this is what's going to happen. So there's the short. We just went in there and paid for these shares. So we got it. We got it good. And we're going to wait to see where it goes from here. So we'll just sit in this. Hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit of a bid here. We only took out like literally 2% there. I actually keystroked. I meant to get out a little bit more. So we'll put a bid down there now at 31.10 if we get a little bit of a flush. But notice there is size here at 31.21. Shouldn't matter that much. This name is SSR because it's been down. Okay, let's go. We're bidding 10s right now. This is a trade that we put on. I mean, again, let's see if it holds. I don't know what it's going to do, but at the end of the day, I like the trade. This stop, why not give it to right here, 32.10. So let's go, 32, 15s. We'll get out of all of it if it goes down there, but right now, we're reloaded right now on DJT, so let's see what happens here. It's only 25 cents in the money, but we're obviously looking for a little bit lower targets on this. Obviously, if my stop's good, we don't have a big position. If our target is up here, 32.10s, that would give us about 60 cents worth of risk. I don't think there'll be too much slippage. So where's this next level just looking at it? I mean, VWAP is 30 flat. So we'll just start to take some bids out if we can get them on the way down, right? We'll play it as is. So that's 30.50. Let's put a bid at 30.50 and see if, here comes DJT right now. We're bidding 31.10 with a bigger position. We'll get out of a third of it at 30.50. So let's go DJT. Bring it on down right now. And then there's another trade brought to you by @TraderTV Sean that we listed. We gave it to you. Bang. We'll go there. So really happy with this trade. It's DJT and it's for another dub right here. So, about that one stock that we were red on. We'll hold this and see if it can go a little bit lower. All right, DJT, you want to print these levels? All right, then. We'll get some more out at 01s, of course. Bang, bang, bang. We're doing it again, Neil. We're doing it again. We talked about good vibes from Sharif here. Again, we give good vibes. We get good vibes. We hit the like button on the chat. We're doing all that. We're doing everything here. We're hosting. We're trading. We're bigging up the channel. What else can we do? You got any ad reads for me? We're ready. We're on fire right now. Let's go. It's a big day trading, and we just put some icing on the cake right there. Tesla, I don't even know what it's at, but probably.
This segment brought to you by Good Vibes and Trading and Trader TV Live. No, there isn't.
There is no ad there. Okay. Well, if anybody wants,
there isn't an actual ad. We're just having fun. Again, there is no actual ad.
Fun, yeah.
Fun is SSR as well. So when that breakdown happened, Fun also broke.
What are we even doing
We're
here?
trying to get this one in here. So I didn't get the fill when it broke, but I'm just going to sit on the offer and wait for an uptick. And if it rolls over, my plan was to just join on a break of supply on Funware. So I'm only in Rivian, but let's see how it goes to the downside. Yes, Darwin, we remember the good old days. Every time we do ad reads, everyone seems to love the good old days. But that's what it's all about. So I'm going to do the play that I was looking for the second we lost support on DJT, which was to jump into Funware and then see if it can follow along to said downside. So let's get it down. It is 320. Someone was saying Tesla at VWAP, so I was going to have a cursory look at that.
Bye-bye, DJT.
Hit enter again. It's not at VWAP yet, but if it gets to VWAP, I think this should have no trouble dragging Rivian down with it. So that setup that I like. The market's starting to roll over. You're still seeing a little bit of consolidation. Once it breaks the shelf, again, get in the trend. When it breaks the shelf, I want to take advantage instead of trying to get the shelf break. Ideally, just already be in it and have it try to come down. Tesla could bounce off VWAP, but we'll see. Like, I'd rather have it drag down Rivian first.
All right. DJT. Short, all live trading. I mean, again, you're going to see people, and I hear like OB and all these guys. A lot of people talk about, you know, there's this trader, there's that trader. But let's just be perfectly honest. I mean, every single trade that I'm putting on, and I like to say there's nobody else that's doing this, and I think I'm right. There's nobody else doing this. Like, this is live trading. Like, really? Like, is someone else doing this right now? This is $1 right there, right down to VWAP where we said we'd be sitting. And now we only have left a third. We only have a third left of this trade. So again, if someone else is doing it, like to meet them and love to have them on the show to talk about it, the difficulties of trading live while hosting a show. But yeah, there it is. There's another trade right there for you. Out. And remember I said, all we did was zoom back out and we were like, where are we going to sit? Where are we going to sit? We could go to Adair at any moment because, you know, when she first sat on the desk, I told her live, I brought her up on that stage. I said, don't listen to anything else. Just put VWAP on your charts. All right. And I mean, honestly, this break had nothing to do with anything other than looking at the chart, finding this level. Not everybody's going to take it, right? I mean, Neil and I sit here on the same desk. I have one trade sometimes. He has other trades other times. It is what it is. But this is a good one. We just put this on for you out of a third. That was a third of a trade. So all of these totaled 1/3. That's another third. We still have a third on. So let's see if we could break a little bit lower. But we are really, really happy with performances so far here today. And I just hope that you guys are as well, as we could sit here and talk about these trades and hopefully be able to put on some winners for you and have a good time at the same time. And that's really what it's about, right? I mean, it's about having a good time and being able to put these winners on. So far, so good. We'll just continue to sit in this and see what happens to DJT, now 70 cents in the money.
Good look over there. And Tesla doesn't get to VWAP, by the way. It bounces well in front of it. Derek Thompson, thank you for teaching how to be a better trader. Thank you for tuning in and continue to do so, Derek. That's what it's all about. You're always just trying to improve. Like, I'll tell you, you know, when you are a trader, it's a lonely, lonely business, man. Like, we sit here and we joke about there being no windows and all that stuff, but you sit there in front of your own screen with your own ideas. That's why we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and all that, so we can all try to learn from each other. So shout out to you. Shout out to the entire community. Let's just try to get better every single day. So like I said, Tesla did not get to VWAP, and it's bouncing. I wanted it going to VWAP because both the plays I have on are like kind of sympathy-ish plays. Like, Tesla rolls over, Rivian breaks trend. The second Tesla caught a bid, Rivian started going higher. Like, almost instantly. Like, it's not like it's, okay, it could be a little bit program related. Maybe the algos decide to pick it back up again, but not going to move stop or anything just because I want it to work. The play is to the high. We're in at 48. The top here is obviously sitting at 54, so you can probably guess where the stop is going to be. And then the other one didn't do it this morning, obviously, in Funware. I completely whiffed on the chance to short Funware here, and I have and I'll show you the reason why I'm mad about this. The reason I'm mad about it, the reason I whiffed on shorting Funware when DJT pulled back is because I was going long DJT in that moment. So when I got out of DJT for the L down here, the chance to get in Funware was gone. Like, I would have been shorting it at the bottom. And ultimately, I probably could have rolled back into it on the bounce. At that point, I was actually looking for places to get back into DJT instead of sticking with the plan, which was when DJT pulls down, just get into Funware. So now Fun is at this little bit of a shelf. If it breaks 570, 65, 60, and the low of the day is 550 on Fun. It's about it's almost 330. I'm not expecting a heck of a lot on the imbalances, but yesterday we were surprised by a few, so I just want to keep it up. That said, you had the index action with Sherwin-Williams and who was it? It was Dow Chemicals, right? So that was really the reason for the big ones. Oddly enough, on the early look, oh no, to the sell side, BlackBerry 5 million. My guess is something is probably happening with BlackBerry for it to have done 6 million shares today and already have a 5 million sell imbalance. I'm just going to go look it up. It's probably, I don't know, it's not getting deleted, but
no,
something has to be going on with BlackBerry.
Yeah, I don't think it's a deletion. I mean,
it would be out of any index that it would have been
where
already.
Would it be deleting from?
Yeah, there's nothing, you can't delete it anymore. It wouldn't be in an index.
All right, well, we'll check that out. So good luck there. Neil will get on that, obviously, ASAP, and we'll figure out what's going on with that index or that indexing there. Possible. We have no idea. If it does come through, we'll get that to you basically ASAP. All right, so just DJT. So we just took another piece. It is now officially $1 in the money. So there you go. We took a 42 fill. We'll see if we can get anything better than that. But for right now, it is starting to go to the downside a little bit here with DJT. So I do actually have another bid. So my next bid is 30 bucks flat. So $30.11. Sorry, we're just trying to bid a little bit ahead of that area there. So just kind of going everywhere, making sure that we are okay with what we're doing. And trading and just having the right levels and all that kind of stuff. So here we come. You know what? I'm gonna take another piece right now. I just put a bid at 35. Hands off. If we get that fill, great. That'll be $1.10. There you go. We're holding that level. So all right. I'm not holding anything. All right. Well, we just saw me on the bid there, so it didn't fill. So we'll see if we can get back down. All right, so that's DJT going on that. Let's just see what's going on elsewhere, right? NVIDIA continues to sing today, but it's down. So with the NASDAQ being flat on the day, NVIDIA down 1%. So that's kind of funny because started the day as like one of the darlings and we were waiting for that 150 to break. And then all of a sudden that doesn't happen. Look, I think the emperor has clothing, but at the same time, like, there is something happening. I mean, NVIDIA is coming to the downside. We could check out what SMH is doing. I wonder if there's more money being switched over into AMD.
is still falling.
Possibly. That was sort of the key there that I was thinking about for AMD. But there's SMH. I've really loved this. Obviously, as a semiconductor, I do hold some of this ETF, but I piled everything into NVIDIA. Actually, I don't think I own any AMD. I don't think I own really any other semis other than this. I was going to buy Intel. I feel like it's too late for that, but there's SMH. Let's see what AMD is doing today. A lot of people think there's a catch-up trade happening in AMD, meaning that, you know, if you're short it right now, it's everything else. Broadcom, not ARM, but Broadcom. ARM is different than these. But Broadcom's up near 52-week highs and all-time highs, sorry. So is NVIDIA. It's AMD that's well off. So if you are thinking about maybe catching something at some point, maybe there is an AMD sort of opportunity to buy this. I really like the stock down here at 140. All right, there goes DJT. We just got that bid at 30.35. So my next stop is 30 teens, and it was 30.11s. So far, so good there on DJT, which was a stock that I was red on, now is P&L number 3 or whatever. So good stock there for DJT. But we didn't take very many shares each time, but this is paying off because this is $1 in the money. And we called it down to VWAP. So again, we don't have that crystal ball or anything, but this was a good call all the way down into VWAP for DJT. So let's just continue to watch that one. Tesla. All right, well, if you're a VWAP trader, we say that all the time, that would have been a good little level there, right? I mean, yeah, that's good enough. If VWAP's at 316, honestly, and this goes down to 316.70s, I think you got to take it on a move when we've had a $40 move today in Tesla, so that's probably worth it. Hopefully some of you guys got that. And then I am now, I got to do the math, like about 15% left on DJT. So hopefully that will come out. Yeah, is Taiwan Semi? We can look at that.
I guess you have it up. It's actually, yeah, that one's pretty gone. Like I think that if the notion was a catch-up trade, I don't see how TSM would. It doesn't make any sense as a catch-up trade. It's pretty much at highs. So like on the weekly, this is just as good. Now, obviously, there was a little bit of a hiccup. They pulled back after the election, but Yeah, like the argument for AMD, which I'll admit to, I think it's been a little bit of a depressing name. The argument to AMD is it's trying to catch up, but then it's pretty expensive on a price to earnings basis. So it's like, okay, that doesn't necessarily bode well for it that it hasn't had that rally. The good news is you have a very clear trend which it's trying to break back out of, which is a wedge pattern on the weekly chart. So if it can, I mean, I could draw trend lines for you, but it's pretty easy for you to be able to see. Like, see that bottom trend, and now it's got a top one in there. So it forms a bit of a wedge, closes on the weekly above, break it out the top, and Bob's your uncle on AMD. But it is just distinctly different from almost every single chart that I've looked at. I saw some people mentioning this IOND. I don't really know too much about it, but the list of names that are doing this is absolutely insanity. Rivian, as I said, the second Tesla caught that bounce. This is our in. It's starting to roll over. Looked like everything was good. Tesla hits VWAP, and boom, it takes out the high. That's where my stop is. One of the reasons I like this type of a trade is because it's very defined. Like, I'll never find myself getting in here and then it starts doing this and like, ooh, well, let's get more here. Let's get more as it goes up. No, I know my entry is here and here alone, and in that consolidation, and my stop is up there 10 times out of 10. My targets are usually there, and then probably all the way down to VWAP. So I like the fact that it's a definable trade. It fits my style very much, and I know my loss is going to be like a small hit, like 5-6 cents in this case. But I do believe we have to go over to the screen with Adara for a little sector watch.
We'll take a look here at these larger movers to the upside and the downside on the S&P 500, as we usually do every day around this time during Power Hour. I like to have a theme for this segment, and given that the S&P 500 did reach 6,000 for the first time, I want to take a look at some names that are actually lagging or underperforming on the day. So first off, we have Dow, D-O-W. This is Dow Chemical, down about 4% here. They were, of course, removed from the Dow Jones Industrial Average as of today and being replaced by Sherwin-Williams, getting a price target decrease from Piper Sandler this morning in tandem with that removal. Now we have CAT, this is Caterpillar, down about 3+% today. Anthony Facino, who is a group president here in the company, so I guess an executive role, has just executed a sale here, selling $2.16 million worth of options at Caterpillar. So 8,000 contracts from what I'm seeing. Big insider sale for CAT. Last but not least, CE. This game got hit really hard on earnings Monday after the close. Celanese is getting a downgrade today from Piper Sandler, downgrading and lowering its price target here to $98 with an underweight rating. So just because the S&P 500 is strong doesn't mean there aren't a lot of laggards, guys.
Looking at you, Uber.
Yeah, what was Uber doing?
Oh, well, I mean, it was probably
Down
never
10%, no.
No, 2%. Was it going to have a good day when Airbnb was down? I don't know. Like, Uber was weak yesterday when Lyft blew it out of the water. So I was never expecting Uber was going to have a fantastic day. I would have at least thought it could have held on to 73, but yeah, it is what it is. Lyft had big earnings. That's the reason for this spike on Uber, and then you saw it fall apart. I didn't really look back at Airbnb. I'm not sure where that one is, but I own Uber. That's why it kind of stinks. They're right at the low of the day. So there always going to be, in a day where there's things, the market is up. What are we up? Oh, no, sorry. We were just up. Now the NASDAQ NASDAQ just turned red. The ES is still up 1/3%, but the NASDAQ actually just turned red. But where Tesla's going crazy, yeah, like a couple of seconds ago it was positive, but barely. But in days where you have at least some strength in the market and things running like Tesla's running and so many big runners that we've been looking at all day long, you are going to find some laggards in there. Just a quick update. Fund bounces off first support. There's no reload unless DJT continues to roll back over as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm looking for it to break shelf and fall into the low. Those imbalances, BlackBerry does not have any action that I'm aware of. It's just randomly a 4 million sell. So as I said, it hasn't really done that much volume, and it's only a $2 stock, but it's 6.6% open interest into a 7 million volume on the day in BlackBerry, and it's completely sideways, and it might just be chilling out at a 2-day high when that sell imbalance goes live at 350. If that's the case, like, there is possibly the chance to just try to short it off the high. You could maybe get 32s, and again, it's 15 minutes till the imbalances come out, but you could maybe get 32s, look for a pullback into VWAP if that sell imbalance is genuine. So I'm going to have BlackBerry up on the off chance that this ends up being real at 330, or sorry, at 350. And shout out to you, Drop Trades. Thank you so much. Have a great trip. Be safe. Enjoy it with the family. That's what it's all about. I mean, I appreciate all the love. Like, Sean and Marissa, that's Sean's wife, been really gracious. And a lot of people that have also gone to Rome have given me so many tips, where to eat, what to do. I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm going to obviously I miss the markets, but family time, that's the best time. And creating memories with my daughter is about it. She's so psyched for this trip. We didn't take her to Paris last year. We never heard the end of that one because, Paris is what it is. So she's looking so much forward. She's looking so forward to it. Like, she's like, show me pictures of this and that. I'm like, we're going to see it for real, sweetheart. You don't have to look at a picture of the Coliseum. We're going to see. No, I'm straight up. She's like, what does it look like? I'm like, we're going, sweetie. We're going to see it. But she just wants to get that look.
Yeah, it looks the same as the picture, but it is.
I tried to explain to her, imagine if we're the Jays play, like the Dome. I don't really call it the Rogers Center. Imagine if that was still standing 2,000 years from now. It won't be, but that's what you try to picture for the Coliseum. Can't wait. Wow. Upstart is just,
Oh man, yeah. What is it up now? How many?
I'm only upset because it was on, like, I just missed the breakout. This is up, where is it? Load. I did it like 3 times. 47% and back at the high of the day. 47%. When a firm bled today, and these guys just kept on going higher and higher. So it's crazy because it's not like the report was nuts. Like, they just had a smaller loss than expected. Really, like, that's pretty much it. Let's go over to the desk with Adara, and by the time Upstart will be at 100 probably.
This part of the show is brought to you by eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. You can analyze, strategize, and capitalize, and foresee profitable opportunities through the platform that meets your needs. We also have infinite data and instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others with lightning fast data. There's also charts that change the game, so you can customize and analyze the markets faster in your own way. There's also better backtesting and scanning to help you predict the future by understanding the past. eSignal also is reliable real-time data, which can give you up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. There's everything you need all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Just scan the QR code or check the link in the description.
All right, thank you, Ms. Adara. So when we said that we only had a couple percentage points left of DJT, we really didn't mean that. We got another fill that we got the fill that we wanted. We talked about that. We took another fill right here at $30.70 as we sort of broke that shelf back up right there. So that got us out again. So right now I have exactly 10% left. So I feel pretty good about that and how we've sort of left that to trade. So that's a good one. If we break the 50 period, I'm not going to use that to be exact. You could do that to get out for flat. I'm just going to use 50s as our out. So I'm going to cancel that initial trigger and then get out because you know what? This could run into the close, right? We'll use 3161s, get out of that one. Will we have maxed it out? No, but pretty darn close, man. I mean, these were much bigger outs here as we approach. I mean, when we hit our target, we said our first target was 30.50. Then we said our next target was VWAP. So we put orders there. We stood in front of it and took them. So that's that. And just like, in our own PAs, you sit out there, you get that SMR fill at 25, you get Tesla where you get Tesla. Like, it's just all of this happens and you just take it and you get out. So that's what we did there. It looks like it's going to be right. There's the break of the 50 period. Everybody can get out of that if you wanted to. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. You know what? I'll actually put a third of what we have left. So again, another 3% down there at around 12s. Just put it in right now. Hopefully that will print for us and we'll be able to do a little bit there on DJT. Back down in. How many likes do we even have? I did that little thing there to try to get us some more. Did I? Oh, here. I
always have to refresh.
Yeah, we always have to refresh. Let me see. I already refreshed. 800 likes. Thank you. So we started that little thing. We're over 300. So right now, almost more than double, but not quite triple. So if you are watching, over 4,000 of you are doing that. Stay late with Adara and I. We'll do some Q&A. You can ask Adara whatever you want. You can ask me whatever you want as well. We'll be in the chat there after. We'll wrap up the week, talk about Fed, talk a little bit about some of the...
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
We did this when Raider was on. It was, which I mistakenly thought that was 2 weeks ago we had Raider on. I'm like, oh, it's been so long. It's been that kind of...
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Yeah.
So one stock, but you have to hold it for exactly 1 year. You can't sell it a week from now. You can't sell it 10, but exactly 1 year. What's the pick?
You're right, Sebastian. I was the first one to like it. Well, my pick's always the same. So let me think about something else. Ooh, I just swallowed that water.
Wrong pipe. Yeah, wrong.
Yeah, a little bit of wrong pipe there. Whew. One stock. Well, it would be NVIDIA. But I've already said that.
I think, yeah, because Raider.
It depends what the point is.
We all didn't pick things that were like obvious. Like, I think he went with XBI.
XBI?
That's what he liked.
Okay, well,
mine was Viking when we did it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it depends on what we're doing. So you know what I would think about? Yeah, like, let me pick a name that I'm not really in that much. I'll say Rivian.
Okay.
Because I think that would have a chance if everything works out for Rivian. They came out with a good quarter. They talked about supply chain. That's a good problem to have because it's easy to fix. I wouldn't have said that in 2020, but look at Rivian. I didn't even realize it was up right here. Rivian's up 7%, like 6.5%, sorry, and still going.
Everyone has something here.
So yeah, I mean, it's good.
SMCI.
Good topic, right? I mean, a lot of people are going to have some ideas.
Look at some of the names in here. Costco.
Yep.
SMCI, Alibaba, SVXY, Funware.
Yep.
Okay. SMR, let's go. SOUN, SMCI again, Palantir. I expected to see a little more Palantir there. IWM, no, he went IWM. It was the other one. He liked 2 ETFs. It was IWM, not XBI. Although he liked, I think it's because he probably had talked a lot about XBI and didn't want to say it again. DJT, someone just said. Tesla, Intel, that's interesting. You know what? Intel is showing a lot of signs that it can't get any worse, to be honest with you. Like, I can't necessarily disagree with that. And it's only 1 year, so you're kind of getting it at a bottom, too. I kind of like that. TSM in there. What else we got here? There's another Palantir. Rivian is still losing $37,000 a vehicle. SoFi, SoFi there. Hertz? Okay, Doge. Now you guys are just trolling.
No, Doge is fine.
Oh, what was that? What was the Doge
SPIR.
stock? SPIR. This was the one. It's a Canadian stock here, SPIR, that is basically just like it's like the Doge version of MSTR.
Yep.
And it's up another 20. This is what it looks like. Trump wins the election.
I mean, you could pick Bitcoin. Honestly,
well, I saw someone say Bitcoin.
Or yeah, you could just choose IBIT or whatever.
I like that. IBIT, ASML. I like ASML. They're having a really tough time of it. ASML. When you pull this one up.
Smells nice, yeah.
No, I like where it's at. Like, this is I think it's a good play too. Like, it's right on the weekly, it's at the 200 period moving average. Like, at some point, you cannot make advanced chips without them. You just can't do it. You know, in that regard, it makes sense they're going to catch a bit, but it's all the Chinese risk. That's all it is right now. It's getting crushed for it. At some point, you'll think it'll turn around. It's breaking higher. Okay, let me just.
Well, DJT, I don't know if you're in fun. Well, you are in Funware.
It didn't go. Like
go ahead. I mean, I was just going to props it up. I mean, we were red on DJT. So what we were red, we just doubled or made it back and then doubled. So tripled, I guess, our net on DJT because the math doesn't make sense because we were red on it. But at the end of the day, like if we were down $10, then we're now up $30 or whatever that is. So it's a nice move there for DJT back there to the upside. So again, good. And look what it did. I've already gone on so many little rants today, and I mean, join the club, it's every day. But what level did I say we should be buying and selling on all the time? I mean, VWAP is right there. So there's another perfect example of what to do. And we just got to, and again, trading in the wild, and you know, we respect and appreciate the lessons of the day and everything like that. But sometimes when you're sitting here and it's trading live, it's like you got to put these orders in, because if you don't do it, then, and this is what I'm saying, it's like when we look at it back, it's easy to say, okay, why didn't we do this? You got to put the orders because you'll miss the trade. That's what I'm getting at. It's not the idea. It's about putting the orders there. Like I had an order at 30.50. One of them I took when it was coming down, and I was like, oh my God, we got to get some of this. The other one we sat there and took the VWAP trade, because if it's part of your plan, you need to be able to execute it. And it's just like there's so many times just being on this show, and it's like, it's not like a pet peeve of mine or anything like that, but it is tough being on the show, and it's not an excuse, but you can sometimes, you don't get the orders out at the right levels, and then you're like, oh, I missed it. And you always hear me say stuff like that, and it's only on me, because If you're looking at too many names, there's a reason why, and Neil and I will sort of differ sometimes. He'll take a little bit more opportunities or a little bit more chances, but I've only taken Tesla, NVIDIA, DJT, and Apple today. I've only taken 4 names today. Written on here, this is not the right one. But anyways, oh yes, it is. Written on here, Tesla, NVIDIA, so those are the 2. We wrote down Apple on our sticky note tweet, but we don't have it on here. And then the other one that we didn't write down was DJT on here, but that's been on there every day. We have FXI, that didn't bump. And then unfortunately, I wrote down DraftKings.
Yeah, what did Baba do?
Baba's getting killed, man. Baba's one of the better decisions that I've made on the sell side. I sold half of this position from a long at 70 at 117.50. And the reason why I remember this is because you were doing that show there, and I put it in the chat because I waited until I kind of...
Yeah, it was the aftermarket
Yeah,
show.
it was the aftermarket show, and I was like, I just said, I'm getting out of this name, and at least half of it. Felt that I was a little euphoric again on China, so we did get out, and we got out of Win as well at 104. I don't know what Win's at right now.
That pulled back huge. Win got...
Was 104 an actual price? Yes, it was. Wow, holy shnikes. All right, that's why, I mean, we have some great calls there. I'm not, we did it live. You can go onto my Twitter and type in win, and I guarantee it'll tell you when I got out. But right there, 104 and change to the downside. So there goes Win. And we talked about this, got out on China stimulus. Now, Win did not come out with a good report, so that's part of it, but I've been holding Win for a while. Shout out to Nelson, who I met in Miami there, and shout out to Playmaker too. There's videos on and Playmaker had passed. He was a police officer in Miami County there, Dade County, and what a fantastic guy. I was able to meet him. He met up with me at the hotel there, Blau, in Miami Beach, and it was great, and it was just amazing. Now getting a little emotional about it, but at the end of the day, we talked about Win, and I did like the stock, and it was a great COVID play, I feel like. But now when we got out of it on China, so down 3%.
Yeah. Raider?
No, he's not. Yeah, Raider Trader apparently is in the chat. What's up, Andrew?
What up, Andrew?
And I see that you're riding the coattails here of XBI. I hope you're in this name, Raider. We really like this one. We've been talking about XBI for a minute. This is like one of the only ETFs I've really ever bought. I've talked about that besides SPY and Qs. I don't even know if I'm in SPY, but an SMH would be another one. So we're in XBI. I really like that one. As I get older,
The only ones, if you don't count SPY and Qs, I guess
I'm only saying that because the mutual fund.
I'm in the diamonds too, so I guess technically I have those 3, and then XLE is the only one I've ever. Actually, no, that's not true. I have swung GDX in the past, so GDX is
never. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the only one. But to your point about getting on yourself for like missing fills, like I actually came into today and look, Funware got out, DJT was bouncing. If my reason for getting into Funware in this level break, thinking it's going to flush to the low of the day is because DJT broke a shelf, well then when it goes back up and breaks resistance, I'm going to get out, whether it's flat or it doesn't matter. It just didn't go. And when it did go, I was trading DJT instead because I got caught in the euphoria of DJT long when it was going and then forgot, no, I have been usually sitting out that trade to go short Funware when it comes back. And that's actually been consistently better, at least for myself. When GameStop was going nuts, there was a time where I was just going, and if BlackBerry decided it was, or Cause was going to make a sympathy run, I was just a higher percentage reverting the other thing, and it was just an easier trade because like why the heck would BlackBerry deserve to go up 10% just because GameStop is squeezing? When GameStop pulls back, it's an easy short. I'd rather take the easy trade when I can. Top VoIP, Sharif's just on vacay. He's back on Monday. So Sharif will be back on Monday. He just took a couple of days off. I don't know if he did anything special. Obviously, the Cowboys are having a hard time. Look, I mean, if you got Cooper as your quarterback, Cooper Rush, maybe you need a couple of days off.
What's the problem when you're debating putting Trey Lance back in there?
They're not going to play Trey Lance. You think they're going to play?
Yeah, because Cooper Rush is useless. I mean, Cooper Rush was okay when
he like 5-1 as a starter or something?
Yes, but what I'm getting at is we'll see if they win this week because the thing is I think they already have 5 losses, right? So 6 or 7 losses wax. I don't think, especially with 18 or whatever.
Bounces are out.
All right, let's check it out.
Apple sell 2 million, Amazon sell 2 million, Lyft sell 1.7 million. Wolf is a sell of 1.7 million. There's one you don't see very often. iBit is a sell of 1.5 million. I don't think I've ever seen iBit on the imbalance locator. I don't know if you have. Pinterest is a buy. At least Pinterest is a buy. 1.2 million. Looks like it's mostly sells. Although we just got it from Adair, 500,000 S&Ps. Sorry, 2.4 million. The S&P 500 is a 2.4 million sell. The Mag 7, 770 million to the sell side. BlackBerry did come out of sell, but didn't go get any bigger. So Apple, Amazon. I would venture that Wolf is the one that I'm not used to seeing. TeraWolf, 1.7 million sell imbalance. That's done 20 million today. Okay, that's done twice as many shares as I anticipated when I pulled it up. I thought it would be a much more significant percentage of its daily volume. Instead, it's less than 10%, that 1.7. And it was spiking when the sell imbalance came in. Yeah, something weird about that.
So we'll see if Tesla can finish the day. Again, thanks everybody for watching. The day is going to get a little short in the tooth here. Adair and I will be on the recap show, so join us for that one. There's no earnings to recap, but we'll recap the week of earnings. So that is daily. You are 100% right. So next week I'll be doing it as Neil will be away, and we should be able to, again, celebrate another positive week. I think it should be another one next week. You know what we didn't check out today was USO. We haven't talked too much about energy today. We'll review all of the sectors in just a couple minutes on that show. So join me. We're going to get up there in just now, I guess, 7 or 8 minutes. We'll review some sectors, and it's going to be an Ask Us Anything. So AMA with Adair and myself. So join us then. It should be a lot of fun. We'll do that. As Neil asked a great question about which stock would we like to hold for a while. Those kind of questions will be there as well. What's your favorite Bubblicious gum? Things like that can also be asked. I asked my daughter what does she want for dinner. I think I got the shawarma response again right here. So we'll figure that all out.
She's still on the shawarma. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. That's one of the best things. Like the joy of like kids when they find something they love, and you can relive that joy of when they're. Because I'll never have like a food. Like I love food and I can try a new thing, but it's not the same as when you discover something. When a kid discovers something,
she loves
it's just
Freshie,
so
the bowls.
Freshie.
She actually said maybe to
I
the.
I think they're a little overpriced. I can't.
Yeah,
they're good, but it's just like for what you get, I'm like that's not good
you
value.
make it yourself, yeah.
I'd rather just. And I have nothing against Freshie.
Those Mandy's bowls were good, the ones that Brendan got, but those were like double the price of Freshie.
Dude, the brisket, the amount of brisket that we got yesterday.
That's not a bowl. That's a bowl of meat.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is true. Like that bowl of meat there was like 25 bucks Canadian, which is like, I think $4 US.
Took me
but
2
the thing
days
is,
to eat
it's amazing. That's what I said. This is why we need.
Ramin, just speak so everyone can hear you instead of us trying to.
This is why we need Ramin's mic live. Like I'm okay. Oh, she's on a vow of silence. I think her and Sharif are having.
Been talking all day, Ramin.
Yeah, she's been a hell of a lot of talking all day. She said the best ones are in Kensington Market on amazing salads. So go there if you're a Kensington Market is just, I guess, well, west of here, but basically right just west of Chinatown if you're here.
Yeah,
Spadina, just west. Anyways, anybody in Toronto knows Trinity Bellwood's a beautiful park.
Yes.
Right near there. Well, can be a beautiful park right there. Anyways, join us. Part of where the first legalized marijuana was in Kensington Market again.
You can imagine how that...
Of course, yeah, and there's still some big shops over there. So if you're looking to get some of that, you can go over there as well. Or you can go to any street here in lovely Toronto, Ontario.
They got a few.
And find 4 or 5 cannabis shops on every corner.
Per capita, I think
Neil's leaving, but
I want to
temporarily leaving.
Yeah, I want to shout out to VR of Rose Trades. Thank you for the super chat. We'll miss you, Neil. I'll be gone for the week, but you'll be in good hands. You got Sean, you got the entire team. It's gonna be fantastic. And Sharif will be back, and Obes is gonna be on there on the ones and twos.
Okay.
Obes. The Obi-Wan Kenob is gonna be there all week long. Gotta have a little nickname fun here.
Ramin's always mad. Who asked that in the question?
What's she mad at now?
I don't know. You ask her, bro.
I brought her Halloween candy.
Nope, not enough to make her happy.
You know what? I'll bring when I come back.
She doesn't have the matcha.
We'll bring some candies for you, and it'll be all good. You didn't have your matcha today. That could be the reason. Or you didn't buy App Love in stock today. That's another reason. It's like there's like App, Tesla. And Upstart today.
Yep.
And what was the other one? IonQ and IonQ. Like those 4, like there's been so many big movers. Oh, IonQ is dipping a little bit here going into the close. But App Lovin' wasn't. App actually just continued. Now 290 it just got to. This was 245 in the morning. 245. Like, this isn't gapping up that much and then continuing. Like, the whole move for app was today. Like, the whole move. Like, it's not up 18% because it gapped and then followed. This is the entire move from the open. And look at this. Like, you like VWAP? You VWAP dip bought this. You got 10% from noon. Wow. AppLovin is on one. And it's, can you think it's going a little meme crazy?
I always think of McLovin.
From 165 to 290 in 3 days. I feel like I'm going to come back and something, this is going to be $100 down in a couple of days at some point next week, but we'll see. Big mover. It's obviously only 4 minutes to go here. I'll double check the imbalances. It's still, no, it looks like most things paired off. Pinterest is still a buy, at least at 1.3. Intel sell of 1.3. That's not very big. Most of the other names have paired off here. So looks like a nothing burger on the imbalances. BlackBerry's still a sell because why would anyone want to pair that one off, I guess? So it is near that high. It's just not a very big imbalance. That's the problem. If it had grown, I think it would look a heck of a lot better. But when it comes out exactly what we saw expected, usually that's not going to surprise anybody, and you want it to be a surprise. So nothing there on the imbalances. But it's kind of nothing. Team BJ CT at Neil Roberts Vegemite challenge. Nope. Absolutely not. If you can turn 1,000 likes into 10,000 likes in 3 minutes, I'll do some Vegemite.
We're not doing Vegemite.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not doing it again. Like, I did it once.
I mean, you probably will do it again at some point, but we'll have
Yeah, I'm an idiot like that.
figure
but
out what
No,
to
it's
do.
disgusting. Let it Obi. Obi crushed it.
No,
like
we
it
can't
was.
let Obi do it because I feel like I wasn't here, but after what I'm hearing, like I don't feel like it was that bad. We looked at Obi, and he's like, yeah.
You know the episode of The Simpsons where
problem.
Homer does that chili, the hot chili challenge?
Yeah,
He coats his tongue with
He's got
like
the
a
secret?
candle wax or something so he could, I feel like Obi, maybe he doesn't have like taste buds or, I don't know. Just the stuff is disgusting. And he ate it like it was nothing. So I was surprised by that. Shout out to him, man. If you're wondering what Vegemite is, it's this. I think you get it in Australia and maybe New Zealand. It's high in vitamin B and you spread it on toast. And it's supposedly good for you, but it is repugnant. And it's also expired 3 years ago.
Oh, that would be a problem.
2022, it expired in 2022.
Yeah, that might make it taste better. All right, so again, thank you so much to everybody.
Where's
Only
Tesla?
2 minutes left. That's what I was going to review was like some of these stocks that we had on board
320
here.
still.
So yeah, exactly. So Tesla's still above that 320 marker. It did make a bounce into VWAP down there at 316, so that could be a level to look at later on. Let's go over some more trades here or some more names.
So
NVIDIA basically flat on the day. I mean, down 1%, but pretty flat in the afternoon. Not much happening there. DJT closes at 32 or close to it, up 15%. Congratulations to that one. So we'll go awesome. I know a lot of you have been holding out hope that this can get its way back. I think 34, like this looks like a good price to me. I don't know. That would be a good one there. And then Apple, which is going to be one that we made money on early and we were able to get away from it. We talked about that. This is how you have those $30 winners on Tesla and then get away when you're wrong. I mean, we were long here on a 228 break. It was a great trade. A bunch of outs up there, then got it back at VWAP, then lost VWAP and got out. Didn't have to worry about this move down. Apple actually pretty disappointing today. Closing not near the lows, but close enough to it with only about a minute left.
Go SoFi.
Apple. Yeah, what the hell's going on?
$12.99.
10%?
Oh, 9%. It's almost there.
Yeah, go over to Neil's screen there.
SoFi it has 1 minute to break $13. It's right there on the offer. 500,000 shares on SoFi. I mean, there's only a minute left to go. Like, what else are you going to do? Earlier today, someone pranked me by saying SoFi 13, and I called it up, and it was at 70s. We're happy to see it happen. I'm definitely a bag holder on that stock. So let's go SoFi. Hopefully when I come back from Rome, it'll be at $16 and I would have gotten a fill.
Nope.
At $15.69.
Good. Put it there. It might get
Yeah, $15.69 for sure.
Can you imagine if SoFi
440.
goes up 50% next week?
It's not. No, 15. That's like.
Well, $12. What'd you say? Is that $13?
No, I'm
You said
$15.69. So
it needs
that'll
to
be
go up
another
$3.
another
Yeah,
20%.
25%. Yeah,
It could happen.
It could happen.
It's possible.
I mean, I didn't think Palantir would close the week at 59.
Exactly. Well, first of all, Palantir is probably not the same thing as SoFi. The closing bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Ring it right now, Adara. I can't even get the countdown right. Ooh, I have a stop order. Let's just cancel that. SoFi broke 13. at 13.01. It just printed, so I'm going to say congratulations, even though the bid's still at 99s. I'm absolutely going to have so much gelato. It's out of control, and I'll hopefully gain a couple pounds and then walk it all off because there's a lot of walking to do in Rome. But you know what? It's been an absolutely fun week. I know you got to get over the desk, so I'll do the fist bump now.
Well, I don't.
Have a great week next week. Obviously, you went over. You're gonna crush it. But I want to thank everybody for all the well wishes in the chat. Everyone's saying have a great trip. There are even suggestions like where to eat, what to do. I appreciate it. And if there's something really, really good, you can always like DM me place to go. And thanks for all those well wishes. Big shout out to the entire team like we always do. Fabian and Ramin on the ones and twos. Even though Ramin doesn't want to talk to you guys, we will thank her anyways. We love you, Ramin. And of course, I can't forget to shout out Andre, who's for the first time today, when I look over, he is not headphones on, focused, editing videos and social media stuff for us. He does all the good stuff that you see put out. He does all that work, so I want to shout him out. Usually he's like locked and loaded and ready to go and headphones and focus. But Midday was fantastic as always. Want to definitely shout out to Tay and then Obi filling in for Sharif. Sharif is back next week. We got Brendo giving us the news early. We got Adara for the rest of the day. Want to shout out both of them. And then, of course, a big thanks to both of our guests this morning. We had a double barrel. We had Michael Noss on in the morning, and then we had Raheem. So Raheem coming on and giving you guys the goods. Always fun and always great, fantastic guests, both of our guests. And look, if you did not have fun with this market, I don't know what to tell you. On a day where the NASDAQ was flat, you had Tesla going ape. You had Upstart going ape, SoFi closing at $13. You had AppLovin going crazy. So there's a heck of a lot to go over and a heck of a lot to review. And hey, we haven't even had the biggest earnings name. Like NVIDIA hasn't even reported. They don't report for a couple of weeks. So you know we've got a lot to still have happen here, and that's why the markets are so much fun, because every single day provides opportunities, and you've just got to be there and ready for them. Thanks again for another super chat we just got in there. Thank you so much, Ed Clark. I appreciate you. I will enjoy Italy. I always miss the desk, but sometimes you got to make those memories, and I can't wait. And it's been a heck of a lot of fun seeing you guys send the well wishes. But the best part is it's not over. You get a market recap show. You got Sean. You've got Adara at the desk. So without further ado, if we're locked and loaded and ready to go, let's throw it to the market recap about now.
Yeah, what's up, Obi? Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. What a week. We had our second best day of the week today, and it was a great one. I want to thank everybody for watching. We're here on the Market Recap Show, again, brought to you by Firefly. Thank you so much to Firefly. We don't have any positions, of course, as we are now flat into the bottom. And what we'll do is just recap the week, right? We got a Fed come through, and I mean, yesterday, Fed was a good one. This is a 15-minute chart here for the Qs. We'll flip this over to a daily, and guess what? Today, new all-time highs again. I don't know if it's going to be a closing high, but there we are right there. NASDAQ actually turns positive today, right at the end of the day. We had Jerome Powell and company go 12-0 yesterday, Adara, for the quarter point. They talked all about the economy. They really liked it. Sort of said that we did not need to be so data dependent anymore. Economy continues to be strong. 12-0. Possible rate decreases every other meeting, as we'll check out the dot plot as we go along with the Qs today. Big time move up to the upside there. And I don't know, I checked the account. We are blasting off right now. A couple big names today. Oh, you've got the Bang Energy. Didn't we talk about that yesterday?
We did.
What flavor? Is that the grape that you love?
That is black cherry vanilla.
Oh, you mentioned black cherry. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, the thing about cherry for me is that that's like the cough syrup. I don't know. I can't get that taste out of my
That's why people don't like grape either. That's usually because
yeah.
grape's also kind of cough syrup. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind either.
My daughter was getting a little bit of a cough, so and my son actually, I feel like everyone has a cough since 2020, I feel like. But she had some cough syrup the other day. She goes, "Ooh, it's lime," and she liked that.
Lime cough syrup?
Yeah, so I'm gonna find out.
That sounds amazing. Tell me. It's not like children's cough syrup. I'm down.
We'll find out more about that. The indices today were fairly subdued. I mean, of course, we had a big week. We just wrapped up all-time highs across the board. We had IWM with not an all-time high, even close to that, but still continuously breaking out. I mean, look at this on the daily for IWM. This is the Russell 2000. We've now officially broken out. We've had many people on the show talking all about this. Where were we going to go with the small caps? Obviously, Adara, as rates continue to become lower, that helps the small cap names because they borrow cash, and they don't have, not sitting on cash piles, and they can't just dip into the old bank account to spend, right? So that's going to help out for some of these small cap names, and there goes IWM. But you did not miss the trade. We talked about XBI and how much we like that. IWM on the weekly still has a little bit to run before we get to those highs, but oh boy, it's looking pretty nicely done right there. This is the diamonds. Huge week for the diamonds. We get again, although we know that Intel's out of there now, NVIDIA goes in. That happened yesterday. It's today the 8th. Today was the first day of trade for NVIDIA inside of the Dow. So again, helping this go to the upside. And me and Brendan and I talked about this last year when we were doing the podcast. I said, why not flip from into the Qs into the Dow? And that's been really working out. We had UNH, nice moves up there, Microsoft and so on and so forth, help lead the way there. XLE, interesting spot here. This is again another weekly. I'm gonna go back down into a daily for this. This is real estate. So I think this is another ETF that has a chance to go. XLRE, the real estate ETF. We're going to take questions today, so if there's any sort of questions you have for Adara, I put them in the chat. We may or may not have Raider Trader joining us. I'm not sure if that's going to be going through. Not? Okay, so that's fine. He was in the chat there. We weren't sure if he was coming through. FXI for China. China downside today. Again, that stimulus package hits, but it's not enough, right? We'll have to wait to see what happens here with FXI. I think we're at like a tipping point right now with this at 31.55. We could draw the line right here. It's getting ready to go. So here's FXI. Let's zoom in a little bit here. This is what we're at today. If we break below the 50 period, I got to say, we'll talk to you a little bit later, down into 24, 25. Let's see if China can hold that. I'm not sure if President Trump will be good or bad for China. I feel like he's been there before and talked about it. So we'll wait to see, are those tariffs going to hit all these Chinese companies or not? A big one could be NIO. Again, if we look at NIO as far as manufacturing is concerned, EV names, they have a very, very competitive product that could sort of step on Tesla's toes, a cheaper EV. Yeah. That's kind of what we're all waiting for, Adara. And a lot of those are going to be coming from the Chinese names. So if they can tax those, then it does give a little bit of a floor maybe to names like, again, a Rivian, which is going to close. You know, Rivian's going to close that $5 billion deal. So they're going to have a lot of cash on board with Volkswagen. So watch out for RIVN. Yeah. Watch out for Ford, GM. GM's really printing nicely. We asked a question earlier, would we like to buy a stock and hold it for a minute? What about Rivian? Good quarter from them today. Adara up over 5%.
Yeah, I mean, another good day here, just because I have the chart up. CRM closing in a bull flag. This is wild. I remember I brought this story around like 2:35. I was like, hey, just seeing this, 1,000, apparently there's going to be like 1,000 people being hired to sell this AI-based sales product. And I think it was around here when I called this. Then I go to the bathroom, I come back, and it's like many new guys. That's why you got to, if you see news that might run, make sure you know, because I come back and I'm like, oh, hi, Salesforce. Pleasure to see you. But yes, the Salesforce, definitely a force of strength to the upside today. Chart I had up. Airbnb was, I traded some Airbnb today on earnings. That was a pretty good one. Meta was in a nice little uptrend as well. Yeah, it was. And then, one name that I actually did not trade just because it didn't set up for me. But let's talk about Miss Lilly for a second here, because look at this push. This looks like day 3 Novo Nordisk earnings here. I wasn't seeing any catalyst for it beyond that. But wow, do we fall off this? I was looking for this reversion, but I didn't have like a clear risk level for it, just the way it had moved up. So it wasn't able to touch it. But man, we go from 847 highs all the way to 830. So what a reversion here for Lilly. Still up about 4.5%. But yeah, the point we're trying to make, lots of big moves and lots of earnings on watch lately, guys.
Here is, and we tweeted this out. Thanks to Dara for pointing this out to me today here. So we talked about the new inclusion of NVIDIA into the Dow. So right here, it's now the world's largest company. So obviously it's going to be the largest company in the Dow. But here's all the names that we're dealing with right now. So I don't know. Oh, there we go. We can zoom. That's pretty good right there. I think you could probably see this. If not, so it's 3M, Amazon, AXP, Amgen. These are all alphabetical right there. And this is why, I dipped into Berkshire over the last couple of days, or last couple of weeks, months, I guess. But it had a nice dip down in. Thank you, Ramin. Perfect. This is, the best. So these are all the big names. Individually, I own IBM, some J&J in there. But you want to talk about, as I look here, especially with the inclusion, where's NVIDIA right there? This is just a well-balanced portfolio, in my opinion. A lot of us pay to have people manage our money. I don't. But there's nothing wrong with doing that. But look at the diversification that you're going to get here. We just talked about how much we like XBI. They have Amgen in here. If you like some of the retail side, you got Amazon here. You've got Disney down there. You've also got Walmart, like Amazon. And I don't think Costco's in the Dow. I don't believe, no. But you have Caterpillar with the industrials. I mean, they do a great job of all of this. CVX, right? Get some Chevron in there. Like, they're all here. Honeywell, more industrials. So I don't know. I don't get paid anything by the Dow or anything like that, but I really think that this is a well-balanced portfolio that, 30 companies and some of the best now included there into NVIDIA. So I just wanted to sort of point that out. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. You'll be able to find all those names, or just simply put in Google or Gemini who's in the Dow and what those percentages look like. So yeah, so far so good. So let's just keep on going here with this. Tesla, a big day for Tesla. Look, Tesla shareholders rejoice, right? I mean, what a day for Tesla. Again, another 10% today at its peak. It only closes up 8 points, so that's a great little level there for Tesla. The only thing I want to bring to everyone's attention, we got a question earlier, where does Tesla stop? I don't know. A reasonable guess of mine was right here, $300. But we took that out and said, no, thank you, and we kept on going through. That top right there is 313, 314. Can Tesla get back into that level? Yes. Will we be buying those levels? Probably. But nothing wrong with getting something out. Now, again, holding forever, good plan, right? But some of these names, there's a euphoric atmosphere that's been happening over the last little while. Do not, and this is a weekly chart. I'm actually meant to change this back over to a daily. Let me just do that quickly for you. So just since President Trump's been announced, like, this name has gone up $70. Like, you're up 20, 25% just on that alone. So we have to be very, very careful. It bumped up 19% the day of the election, or day after the election, another 10% now. It's up about 30%. And I think that just on what could come, I think we could get a lot higher. But I like Tesla at these levels. I didn't sell any, but I think that we're getting very, very close to that. Another big winner over yesterday, we looked at Airbnb. Now, again, I said winners, A, B, and B. But Airbnb, I think in this environment, we've seen Uber come back in a little bit. What about some Airbnb? There's not too many names where I kind of like the story, and you're still above the 50-period moving average. So there's DraftKings that had a big day today. Airbnb a little bit lower. I kind of like that stock. Adair chomping at the bit. What you got?
Oh, yeah, no, I have a trade in Airbnb I can show in a minute, but basically S&P 500, I wanted to put this out here because look at this weekly chart. Like, you're talking about strength on Tesla. Tesla was really strong. Tesla had apparently its best day since 2022, and now it is at its highest level in 2 years since 2022. So great look for Mr. Elon Musk. But also, if you look at the SPY chart here in the weekly, what a breakout. We have this uptrend, then we gap up. The S&P 500 apparently having its best week in a year, up 4.7%.
Yeah, good.
So I wanted to put that up here.
Up 4% in a year?
4.7% this week for its best week in a year.
Right.
So great look here for that S&P 500. Fantastic look there. And if you guys have any questions for Sean or myself, you want to know what makes us tick, what our thoughts are, and whatever ticker.
Now, you don't want to know what makes us tick.
I'm kind of joking.
We got it right there.
Know.
The Bang Energy.
I don't know if this is like keeping me awake more than
No, it's been. I was
but
saying that to Adair today. I made hundreds and hundreds of trades and quite exhausted after the week. But we had our best week in probably a couple months this week.
Same.
So yeah, congratulations.
Thank you
on that one. I think you and I right there. So good job there, Adair. We really appreciate how much better you've gotten as a trader. Okay, so just real quickly, there is a question here in the chat. So let's start. I mean, we can start to go over it. This is from Dogelander. Dogelander. My gosh. All right, here we go. Dogelander, there it is right there. He asks Sean, what are his thoughts about Palantir running forward into next week? Great job. There was also another question in there about what made us go long on Tesla. So I'll answer both those questions right now. All right, the first answer is very, very simple. Every single break since the election, we've been trying to go long on Tesla. We missed the 290. We crushed Tesla yesterday, though. And today we're like, let's find that next level. So we wrote it down right here on the sticky note that we wanted the 300 break. It's easy. I wrote down the word easy. Or dipping to 293. Adara, it was so easy that we missed it, actually. So we're on it. We're watching it.
It was pretty quick, yeah.
The only stock that we had on our radar here early was Tesla. So it was we had Tesla and NVIDIA, both those breaks. Peace out, Fabian. All right, so $300 right there. that break of 300, we missed it, but we were already long. So we already had inventory, to take a word from our guy over there. Now, that's Obi. We were going to take this out for $2, $3 hit. Okay, so already we sort of had an idea of where we want to take out the majority of the trade. So that's why a lot of these orders are coming out here at 305. So that 305 actually gives us a $7 winner, which is already 2 to 1 to our risk to reward. All right, then we take out another piece up here. That's that 307. So right now we're $10 in the money. You guys ask, how do we hold, all right? So one thing that we're trying to use to hold is this prior bar. So it was actually on a 5-minute chart. So let me try to drop this down and see about a 5-minute. Sometimes, okay, good. Sometimes it crashes the charts. That chart actually did real well right there. So let's just zoom in a little bit here. So as we're going long into Tesla, this is today. Nice move. Is this today? Yeah, 3:30. So as we're going long, we're trying to use these prior bar closes in order to get stopped out. So as we continue to run higher, the only area was maybe here at 10 o'clock is that 308, 307 area. But we already took a 307 out, so we did not use that. Then it just climbed. And at this point, we're like, okay, we'll use a prior bar close. And this is what it was. I said on the earlier show that we used a 50-period moving average. That's a good one to use, Adara, to keep watching this to go to the upside. But it was this first prior bar right into here. Now, we could have used this up here at 316, but we waited for this 314.50 area in and around 10:30 to get out. So prior bar, cover it up. That's where we used our out, because you never know when we could turn around. So let's go back over to our 1-minute chart. So there's that out right here at, what did I say, 1040? So there it is right there at the bottom, 1040. Yeah. So there's the prior bar out right there at 314.15. Saves us a little bit because it goes into 312. But then we hold on some for the dream. And then we did hold that. But it didn't matter. We don't have an out because we bought more, baby. Once it broke 320, not only Adara is 320 a key level, but we already have top right there at 319. Once we broke it, we took a 320. We're able to get 320.25. Then it starts to go back up to the upside. So great question there in the chat. How can we hold it and what do we look at? Hey, that's something that I've been dealing with and battling not my whole career, but definitely the last couple of years as we've changed our style, trying to hold something a little bit longer, Adara, especially in this market. You just looked at Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly can move $100 in a day.
Oh, yeah,
and I mean,
easily.
We just had Tesla up 10% moving today. That's $30. And we captured almost all of it. I think we have about $27 in net today on Tesla. But you broke down a good trade. What was your, prior bar? So end of the day, prior bar on a 5-minute chart, closing below it, covering that prior bar up the Piper. That's what I use to that. One more question, and I'm going to throw it back over to Adara just to talk about whatever you want. If there's any questions for Adara, I don't know if you've seen any in the chat.
I have not seen any, but if anyone has any questions for me, let me know.
Yep, get those going.
Get them in.
All right. So the other question we had from Dogelander was, what about Palantir? All right, so I asked this exact question to Brian Shannon here live on the show. He's CMT. This guy's over everything. And by the way, go join Trade the Pool. I said to him right here, and he actually tweeted it out, so you can go find that as well. I asked him, what about this island right here, right? So we had made that move down, then they had earnings. They blasted up higher there on November 4th. Nice move to the upside, plus you get President Trump, plus you get everything American. These guys are so pro-America, it's crazy. You hear Alex Karp talking, he's like, let's annihilate everybody around.
Oh, yeah.
And you're gonna use our software to do it. Like, that's literally what he's saying. But there it goes to the upside. So where do I think Palantir can go from here? Well, a very important thing is I want to see this short float get updated. Right now, it's only at 4.75%. I actually think it's going to be higher than that, as there's a lot of traders that are probably thinking this run is a little bit outperforming where it should be. I agree with you. The PE of this thing is in the hundreds. It's book to sale, price to sales right now is like 50 times, maybe even more than that. We'll have to double check it off that last earnings. But they're not going to report a down quarter, I don't think. You know, with everything that we've been talking about, new president sort of gives more uncertainty. I don't care who it was, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I just think that we're going to have to talk about China. We're going to have to talk about Israel, Iran, and Israel, or anyways, that conflict, which is a lot of countries involved. And then the Ukraine, Russia. You know that basically Trump has come out now and already said, Putin, you have till January 20th to get out or get this resolved. He's told Israel that we have to get this resolved by the time I'm in, or else we're going to have to make some decisions.
Yeah.
So what exactly does that mean? Not to talk politics, but I think Palantir continues to win in this environment. And if you're long, I would say you use a psychological level of $50. Now that's going to be now 20% lower than where we are. We almost had a heart attack when someone put in the chat $59 for Palantir. Well, guess what? It's not just a dream. This is $58.50 right now.
That's wild.
I took 10% out. So to ask me a question about Palantir, I took 10% out of my own swing trade portfolio, nothing for the long term. We took some out at 58.10 today. So that was that one right there. So, all right, we do have some more questions. Oh, first of all, just quickly, I want to talk about uranium down today.
Yeah.
Despite SMR, we really like that SMR trade. I didn't get anything out. I think 25, I know Neil talked about that. 24.69, the guy's silly like that. He put some offers out there. He talked about that live on the show, so I'm not talking his book. He mentioned it, getting some of his position out. I have no idea where he's long, but he took some out there on NewScale. I'm long $12. It's a great trade. It's been a great breakout from here. And again, I feel very euphoric about all of these trades as they continue to go upside. So I really do like SMR, but uranium, if you're taking some money out of SMR because of the move, but you still like to play, put it in URA. Right, put some money into the ETF if you still like that. What's been moving to the downside? Not much, but gold has been on that move.
It's a gap down.
Yeah, and that makes sense, right? As more and more traders switch over. Not yet, Brendan. We're on that camera. Now you can go. We don't need to put any money more into gold. But if you did want a safe haven, I think you can buy some gold right now, as well as Bitcoin. Bitcoin seems to be a little off. You in Bitcoin yet?
No, I'm not in Bitcoin yet. I know I'm like behind the times. But I don't want to get involved in highs yet either. I would say Ethereum, though, I've talked about this a lot during the crypto segment. Ethereum, we are still kind of generally in a bit of a bear flagish formation. But with ETH, we're kind of trying to break that 3,000, and we're not at all-time highs. So Ethereum might have a little bit more of a buying opportunity than Bitcoin. Not advice, just someone who looks at charts. But yeah, I'm not involved in either or any, but I know it is a pretty lucrative opportunity for sure. So shout out to, I know Joe was involved in the IBIT. Shout out to him. I know you are involved in your Cardano, which is up like a ridiculous amount too. So shout out.
Yeah, ADA. Yeah, we actually own ADA there. Okay. Again, we have something, a call from BINI. I'm going to ask Adara, would you choose Uber or Lyft for a stock?
Okay, let me look at these
look
charts.
at charts and get back to that.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna have to look at that.
Uber or Lyft, because we had a big move on Lyft the other day, and I've been buying some Uber. I'm already in Tesla. I like to buy some more Uber, so we'll get that one going. All right, this is from BINI, and I'm not cherry picking. I'm doing these all. I'm trying to do most of these in order. So thank you so much to Bears vs Bulls, who's getting some of these questions. Guys, tag Adara. I want some questions for.
I saw a question in there too. I can answer after.
Oh my God, what's up, Sebastian? I think my wife. I think there is a glass of red wine waiting, but I'm going to buy a better bottle on my way. What's your favorite? You big into wine at all?
I like pink Moscato and rosé. I'm like very basic. That's kind of my thing. There's that brand. What's it called? They're Australian. Banrock Station is really, really good. I like they do really good. Like I think it's a rosé Moscato, I believe, but that's really good.
All right, I like that. My wife likes the bubblies too. Like a bubbly rosé is very, very nice.
Oh yeah.
Barolo for a grape there. I'll see if we can grab some of that. I actually have a dinner party tomorrow night with some of the coaches and wives, and we're going to discuss our plan of action for some girls' baseball league.
That sounds cool.
We started that this weekend. Okay, so Binny says, @Sean, what's your price prediction for NVIDIA? All right, I mean, we can put multiples on this thing and get it to where, we think it maybe needs to go. But let me just look at Benzinga just real quickly here and type in NVDA again, and let's just have a quick little look. We've already zoomed in on this. We've done this the other day. So right now, the PE on NVIDIA moving forward is only 38. I don't know if we can we zoom in on this maybe a little bit better? So just into this area right here. Yeah, perfect. So there it is right down here. So the forward PE right now for NVIDIA is 38, right? The industry average is 37. Does that make any sense? NVIDIA is the industry and leading this industry. So I think it should be a much higher premium than that. And it's not really there. I think we can go higher. But also, you also have to look at some of the competitors that are here, right? Like Taiwan Semi's only at 22, Broadcom's at 29, AMD's at 30, and Texas Instruments at 34. So there are better, potentially, if you're looking at PE, better opportunities to get into that level. But I think, you know, for a growth name that's still growing, a 38 PE forward isn't huge. The market right now is at about 24. So I think if you slap on like, I don't know, tangible book is only 2.14. I was going to say you could probably slap on about another 10% from here. I think we can get a P in the 50s, you know, maybe. So that would be a lot higher than that. But here's NVIDIA. It's breaking out. If we go by what some of these other stocks have done, you saw a huge quarter from Tesla. The hyperscalers don't seem to be, we didn't have any CapEx warnings at all. So I feel like Amazon, we heard from CRM, they're building more on AI. And there's so much talk about how NVIDIA, we still have those Blackwell numbers that still need to come through. NVIDIA's earnings date is the 20th. My father's birthday, so it has to be a good thing happening on that one. So November 20th coming up really quickly. I would say price target for NVIDIA, 170.
That's not a bad price target, and I like that you explained why you were looking for that.
I don't know.
I think that's cool.
We'll find out if that comes through. But I just think that, hey, on earnings, if they beat, I think you got at least 10% up.
Yeah.
So that's what some of these companies have been doing, let alone Jensen knows how to speak. He's been road showing. And I just feel like if you're not in, then you're not in, and you're going to have to get in to NVIDIA as it continues to go higher. Go ahead. What's the question for you?
Oh, so I'll answer your Uber versus Lyft question first, because I did some charting. You know, I'm going to kind of shock myself. I'm actually going to pick Lyft, and it's based on charts. So look at Uber here. We had double top here. This is on the daily chart, February 15th. Then again here, March 3rd, 2024 at 82. Then we sell off. Now look where we gap up above into on October 11th. That was the day after Robotaxi Day, the 1010. We have that support here at 82, but we hold it not for very long. Then we gap down from it, and look at the area that we reject on earnings day one last week. It's 82. I think we're struggling with 82. I do not love Uber there. Now, on the other hand, I also looked at Lyft, and I did some charting on Lyft. Yes. So look at this double bottom here at Lyft at $9. I really like that. Then we get into a bit of an uptrend, and then we pop off that uptrend with that beautiful earnings day yesterday. Now, do I love all these topping tail candles since earnings? I don't know. But I think if we can kind of stay above this area that we've had, basically the top of earnings here, 17.5, which is also an area of resistance, going back here to, where was this, May 8th? If we can get above and stay above that 17.5, I don't mind it at all. I also like that we're through that previous area of support and resistance, that chip chop there at 1560s. That is my reason I like Lyft. Also, there's a question here from Corbin I want to answer, asking what I did recently to change up my strategy and become profitable. So yeah, thank you for asking that question. I think the biggest thing was, I said this to the guys in the back too, when you just sit on your hands and you're just watching the market as an outside observer, you learn so much. Like my first 3 days when I was on the news desk, not in the midday, I didn't take a trade. I was just watching in the market and seeing what happens. And then you become more confident. Like my first couple of trades weren't even really my playbook that I took. Like I took some Apple, I took some Tesla. And then once I got more comfortable being able to trade on the news desk, then I was like, okay, what am I good at? What am I comfortable with? And then I got back into spread, right? Netflix, CrowdStrike. I just really realized I have no reason to be trading names that are not in my playbook, that don't have catalysts. Like, you know, Netflix earnings, I took that high of daybreak, I took a reversion short, I took CrowdStrike when I had that catalyst. Like I'm not looking for trades, I guess what I'm putting it. If they set up, I'll take them. And if they don't set up, I won't. Like I said, I missed that Lilly reversion today, not because it wasn't cool, not because I wasn't looking at it, but it didn't have the right risk level for me, so there wasn't a point. And that's what I've realized. It's not about profit, it's about finding the strategies that work for you. When you trade those strategies appropriately, then the profit will follow. So thank you, Corbin.
Fantastic. I want to say, add on to that as well. You often hear us talk about different strategies. Neil sometimes talk about like a little bit of thing called like spread trading, where you're trading like sort of names that are being bought out, just trying to make the 1 penny. Those things exist as well. So there's those strategies, and we've talked about Sharif on the midday preferring some of those smaller cap and
there's something for everybody.
So, and now you've sort of found yours with the spready names.
Yeah.
And then for me, I mean, you guys know that we just like pretty much everything, but you know, mainly those big cap names, and especially on breakouts. So I feel like for me, everybody already knows what I'm doing. I think this is a really interesting name here for next week. Let's talk about some plays there. Look, there's so many questions. I'm never going to be able to get to them all. So I'm just going to talk about what I think could be on play for next week. What about SoundHound? All right. I mean, they have deals with NVIDIA here as well. This is going to be, I mean, SoundHound AI is in the name. this is the interesting thing to me. 24% short float in this name. This is what it looks like on the weekly. I think we just broke out. So this right here, this 650 level, test into here, up to $10. I mean, we get that. That's 30% from here. We'll take it. And then right there, we came up to 650 again, blocked, and back down to $4. And again, look at this base down here, $4 to $5. Look at the breakout, right? There's reasons why I'm in SMR. It looks better on the daily, but it's something very similar where we held the 50-period moving average, which is why we missed this $10 break. Really ridiculous. But we took the 13, and then we averaged back in on basically the same week when we came back in here into 10 and 12. So I'm looking at SoundHound and really thinking that this is a name to go. And it reports on the 12th. November the 12th, which, let me just make sure what day that is. I'll just check it on my calendar. Tuesday. So it's post-market Tuesday. So get ready for Sound next week. Did you come across any names next week? I haven't actually really.
Oh, next week is kind of lighter, but
kinda
if
lighter?
you like Chinese ADRs, you are in luck. We got Baba.
And I do.
We got some JD.
Yeah.
We got some Bilibili. So if you like these ADRs, I think it'll be a great week for you. There's also some Rumble, which we know could be a little spicy because of, I don't know why I used air quotes there. There's no reason to air quote. Rumble could be spicy. It has some JD Vance connections, and I forget exactly what they were because I couldn't find him concrete, but I know he's been associated with that name in the past. There's also that, Fun and DJT. So Rum could really get a little interesting there. There's HD, Shopify, Spotify. There are some names for sure. You can check out the market or the week ahead, which comes on Sunday morning. So Home Depot, I'm excited for too because that's spread.
I love, spready as well, but I really love Home Depot because I think it works in this environment, right? I think as we start to lower rates and people start to, again, look at their house, start to rebuild a little bit and start to just get going, especially into springtime, I think Home Depot guides forward. I don't know what their numbers are going to look like, but I really, really like that one. All right, we're done. It's roll call time. I have to apologize. I mean, we had too much fun there. We started going off and we didn't get to too many questions. But
yeah.
That's all good.
That's good. I enjoyed this
like
AMA.
The sweater?
I really like the sweater, yeah.
As I noticed you looking there, okay.
I was like, I was just looking at all the patterns and stuff.
Yeah, it's nice, right? Cool. Okay, so it's roll call time. What's up to CompuCare? I know you asked about AMD. Join me on Monday. I'll go over AMD then with you. We got to get out of here for sure. I'm not letting these two ladies stay late, There's some parties happening tonight, I'm sure, or not. All right, thank you to everybody. Let's go over some roll call. I'll do the first bit and Daryl will do the last part. All right, thank you to CompuCare team. I mean, you're here all the time, so we want to thank you. Jimmy Joe Smith, I haven't seen you there, but traders do stay late, and I want to thank everybody for staying late again here today. TH, AK Wahid, thank you so much for that one as well. Dewey, we've seen you a lot. Big day for Tesla. I mean, come on, Dewey, you're 100% right about that one. Frank Hanley, Bears versus Bulls, the best around. Rob EV, look, just 2,000 of you joining us right now, but I want to say thank you. It's Friday, slow day.
Oh, yeah.
Again, slow afternoon, but big day in the market. Thank you. Whatever.
Yeah.
I am Groot, says Thomas Johnson. All right, Adara, wrap this thing up. What we got
left? Let's go. We got Robert Liu. We have Tyrone Hamilton. We have Streamlabs, so she'll shout out just because I can. Michelle Meir, Dwight Enjoys Life. I love that. See work, do work. We have Bears vs. Bulls, Demo Moore, The Piper, Pro Day Trader, Derek Thompson, Bright Awakening, Scratch Life, Bless USA 123. I mean, pretty apt name for the election this week. Dollar Bill, Smooth 1J, and that is all I'm seeing. Also, to your point about it being a slow week, I like it too because even Ramin was like, is it slow today? Because usually you're calling me every 2 seconds for news, and there's no news. So, I mean, even Ramin was feeling it. Bit of a slower week, but it's been a bit of a slower day, but it's been a crazy week, so good way to end it.
Hey, it's Matcha Monday, I promise you that. Adara, potato, French fries. See everybody on Monday. Have a great weekend for Ramin and Adara, Brendo, and anybody else who's left. Brendan's actually not here. Obi and everybody else. We will see you then. Have a safe trip, Neil, and we'll check you guys on Monday. Ciao, everybody.
Check it. Bye.